feeling kinda hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be a mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now, what you beg for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient, but for now I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
everyone. How are we doing? How are we doing? What is up? Sam hair day? I know. Kicking it old school with the black hair. This is brunette. This is how I know I have an audience filled with men. Because I feel like it's very obvious that it's not black hair. But, you know, it's fine if these minor details are lost on the masses, or at least 50% of the masses. I might be colorblind. I mean, maybe. You might also just be a man. Great hair, though. Thank you. Okay. So you guys, Melania Trump thought it would be a good idea to get behind like the presidential crest and give, like, just stick her head out of a window and say, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein and I support the victims. Okay, Queen, go off. Like, I always thought it was mostly cope when people were like, they're just doing this Iran war to distract from the Epstein files. Like, even with Israel being as intimately involved in this war, I never found that to be like a compelling reason. Like, Trump is just like, yeah, the guy who has been talking about annexing Canada, trying to acquire Greenland by force, doesn't give a fuck about Russia's invasion into Ukraine. You know, massive war hawk. Yeah, this guy is like that's the only reason why he could be doing it, or even like the primary reason. No, but for those, it's like, but even if let me just grant it. Let me just grant it. So we do the Iran war to distract from the Epstein files, and now the Iran war is going terribly, and that's fucking with his favorability. So let's talk about the Epstein files to distract from the Iran war. We've come full fucking circle. It was a good idea. Netanyahu was like, no, to ceasefire, not Melania. Not that Melania gets it. Yeah, no, I mean, she's a queen. She does what she wants. Okay. She does what she wants and she looks good doing it. That's her first lady. So, okay. Let's see. Let me pull it up. Let's just do a little bit of a Iran war updating, shall we? So before we even take a look at this, this is came out yesterday. Republicans block effort to halt Trump's war with Iran after a quote-unquote civilization threat. House Democrats tried to force a vote on a war powers... Sorry, I anytime I see force a vote, I have like war flashbacks to the whole force the vote debacle many, many years ago, for anybody who knows what deep cut I'm referencing. Total aside, we're not going down that rabbit hole. Anyway, powers resolution during recess. Senate Dems will launch a more serious attempt to rein in Trump next week. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, let's wait 7 more days to throw a tantrum over this, you know, threat to end civilization. Why not? House, and yes, I realize that they are not in charge of the Congress, okay? House Democrats unsuccessfully tried to pass a resolution to halt President Donald Trump's war with Iran on Thursday. Maybe this time we can get like all the Democrats on board, not like have defectors. A response to a shocking threat 2 days earlier to annihilate a whole civilization. House and Senate members are at the tail end of a 2-week spring recess, but Representative Glenn Ivey of Maryland and other Democrats returned to Washington for a routine, quote-unquote, pro forma session to try to pass the resolution by unanimous consent. However, the Republican lawmaker presiding over the session, Chris Smith of New Jersey, gavelled out the brief session without calling on Ivey. Democrats howled in protest, with some shouting, "Shame!" Oh my goodness. Outside the Capitol, the Democrats slammed Trump for vowing to strike civilian infrastructure targets and blast Iran back to the quote-unquote Stone Ages. I love how they have to put it in capital, like in capital letters, because that's how he fucking types on Truth Social. Unless its leaders agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Spoiler alert, the strait was not reopened. The critical shipping lane connecting the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. And Democrats besieged Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, to cut the recess short and call the House back into session to take up a war powers vote. Johnson has ignored Democrats' pleas. Shocker. We've been at war for 40 days. We've only been in session for 33, which is another part of this pattern for the Speaker, being away and being on vacation instead of being here getting the people's work done, Ivey told reporters. Can we just like make congressional recesses like illegal, please? It just seems like these people are on vacation for like half the year. The threats of total annihilation were beyond the pale. It's time for Congress to step in and take control of the wheel, he said. Democrats and even some prominent conservatives outside the Congress, again, and even some prominent conservatives, asterisk, outside the Congress. So not anybody with power right now to rein this in. Randos. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is such an opponent to this admin that she relinquished the power that she had and resigned. I don't feel like she gets enough shit for that. Like, you literally have the ability, the coveted ability to have a say in the things and opposing the things that this admin was doing with your vote. And instead of switching parties, instead of becoming an independent, instead of, you know, taking votes against this admin that you say you disagree with, no, let me fucking resign. Useless. Completely useless. Why would you abdicate power like that? Oh, wait, you do it because you don't actually have the courage to go up against Trump or to get a voting record that's going to be consistent with Democrats because it'll tank your chances at some other higher office that you're eyeing, right? So they're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and they're talking about Tucker Carlson in this, but nobody with actual power. There were like 2 senators and they were, again, Republican senators, not congressional representatives that called Trump out for it. There were way more that praised him after he secured the ceasefire that he extracted by acting like a genocidal thug. Have called on Vice President J.D. Vance and the cabinet for legacy. I know, but like, no, it can't be for legacy because if these people actually gave a fuck about their legacy, right there, right now, all of these people could start doing heel turns. Tulsi Gabbard, J.D. Vance breaking from the admin. The same way Trump rose to power in 2016 was by throwing every Republican under the bus and making a name for themselves by saying the entire Bush admin was stupid. The Iraq war was a mistake. I'm tired of not being able to say these things out loud. I'll save this country or whatever. That's what they would need to do. But none of them want to do it. All of them, if they actually cared about being in history books as anything other than a despot, they would do that shit, but they don't do it. So I don't think it's legacy, honestly. I think it's just like short-term, it's like banality of evil, short-term gain. Like they care, it's like careerism. Democrats have called on Vice President J.D. Vance and the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove Trump from power over his stunning comments. There are like, if you look up like Democrats impeach Trump, you will see like 5 different articles from 5 major publications, the AP, Time Magazine, the New York Times, The Hill. They all say different things. Some of them, the headline says Democrats are reigniting the fight for the impeachment. Others say that the leadership is shying away from impeachment. So I have no fucking clue what there's no, I don't really hear talks of this, so I'm leaning on the side of like that's not fucking happening. But I guess we'll get into that soon. To remove Trump from power over his stunning comments, Trump and his team have argued they're in complete control before his. Do I even need to, like, the fucking jokes write themselves. The scripts, the Game of Thrones jokes write themselves. Any man who must call himself a king is not one, or whatever it is. I don't like that show, but y'all know what I'm referencing. You're in complete control. Says guy who's not in any control whatsoever. If you were in control, you wouldn't have to say that. Before his self-imposed 8 p.m. deadline that day, Trump backed down from his threat, Taco, as we all know, as he has done before, and said the U.S. would enter a 2-week ceasefire with Iran facilitated by the Pakistani government. With talks planned for this weekend, he posted Wednesday night that if a quote-unquote real agreement is not reached, then the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. The House Democrats' push precedes a more serious effort to rein in Trump next week, when Congress is set to return to Washington and, they say, Senate Democrats will force a vote on their own war powers resolution. If it is successful, it would halt Trump's military operations in Iran and require Congress to vote to approve any future military actions. Nominally, it will do this. Ain't nobody military action will not be stopping, even if they manage to pass this, which they probably won't. This temporary ceasefire agreement, which is already being violated, starts a very short clock for Congress to finally end this unprecedented chaos. Senators Tim Kaine, Democrat from Virginia, Cory Booker from New Jersey, Chris Murphy, Connecticut, and other Democrats said in a statement, absent immediate steps by Republican leadership to stand up to Trump's increasingly erratic behavior, we will once again force a vote on a war powers resolution to finally end this dangerous war in the Middle East. Chaos is a ladder, said Trump. Where did he say this? The American people do not want and have not authorized it, but nonetheless keep paying the price, the Democrats said. The exact day and time of the war powers vote has not been set. It can be triggered by a member of the minority party at any point. A simple majority vote is required to pass the resolution. The GOP-controlled Senate has rejected war powers resolutions to limit Trump's actions in recent months, with Rand Paul of Kentucky being the only Republican to consistently vote for them. But Democrats want to turn up the heat on the GOP and pick off other Republicans who are alarmed by Trump's escalating rhetoric towards Iran. I love how they're just like freaking out about like the rhetoric as if that hasn't been met with escalatory actions that are more concerning than the stupid shit that he puts on Truth Social. Like, that's also bad, but what he's doing is probably more important than what he's saying, right? Not just what he says, like the things that he actually does. The bombs he's actually dropping on these fucking people probably matters more. Trump set off a firestorm Tuesday morning when he warned on Truth Social that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again unless a deal was reached with Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the closure of which has curbed shipments of oil and hiked gas prices in the U.S. and around the world. Trump stood down from a catastrophic strike on Iran, a nation of 90 million people, but Democrats aren't backing off their talk of the 25th Amendment or impeachment should they take back the House in November. In a letter to his Democratic caucus, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, or as Trump likes to call him, Hakeem High Tax Jeffries, Democrat from New York, said Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee and a former constitutional law professor, will host a virtual briefing on the Trump administration accountability and the 25th Amendment for Democrats on Friday afternoon. The party is powerless to invoke it, however. The 25th Amendment allows members of the president's cabinet, including his VP, to declare him unfit to fulfill his duties and remove him from power. Where's J.D. Vance? Well, he is in Hungary as of yesterday, and then today they're traveling to, is it Oman for the, diplomatic talks that are going to go horribly. Still, the 25th Amendment chatter has fired up the left. Even some of Trump's former MAGA allies called for the cabinet to use it. Again, former MAGA allies, so enemies, not anybody that has any actual sway in the party at the moment. People outside that have no power and no one gives a fuck what their opinion is. I mean, they should do it, but I'm just saying that, temper your expectations that that's going to mean F-U-C-K all, because it's not. 25th Amendment, not a single bomb has dropped on America. We cannot kill an entire civilization, said former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, once a close ally of Trump, wrote on X in Trump. That's who they're talking about. Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is evil and madness. Damn. Wouldn't it be nice if you were still in Congress and, could vote for the War Powers Resolution? If you hadn't fucking resigned, you could be doing that instead of just tweeting. On the steps of the Capitol on Thursday, Representative Madeleine Dean, Democrat from Pennsylvania, a member of the Judiciary Committee, urged the Republicans around Trump to end his presidency. The words and actions of this president have proved that he is unhinged and unwell and has been for some time. Over the weekend, we read and heard the president's Easter morning tweet of profanity, blasphemy, danger, and the following day, his threat to eliminate an entire civilization, Dean told the reporters. But you know what? It's not being hammered in that this guy is more insane and more senile than Biden ever was at any point in office. Yeah, you wouldn't fucking know that. When Biden has a disastrous debate appearance, everybody works overtime at the New York Times, on the op-ed, their op-ed masthead, every single major publication, at the Atlantic, everyone's penning Joe Biden needs to drop out for the good of the party. George Clooney is penning shit. Okay, where is that heat for Trump? Are we just supposed to forget that he was that insane? That his brain is melting? Because he secured a ceasefire that lasted for 5 minutes before Israel ruined it? It's insane that the media doesn't look like this. Like there was more condemnation for Joe Biden fucking up a debate instead of this guy who's threatening to end a whole civilization. Literally a genocidal maniac. Pause there. These are not normal times, America, Dean continued. When will my Republican colleagues stand up in the House and the Senate, the vice president, the cabinet secretaries who surround this madman? When will they grow a spine? When will they say stop? Well, never. We're going to make scientific discoveries about what man can do without a spine in the next coming months. The same that we have since Trump entered the Republican Party in 2016. Amazing things are happening. It's a cult of personality. They're not breaking from him. Ugh. So that's that. This is today. Ron War live updates from the paper of record, everyone's favorite, the New York Times. Iranian delegation arrives. Gator highlights. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Let me mosey on over to YouTube chats. Trump, Iran has no cards. Iran, we can literally raise the price of gas and price of thousands of products across dozens of industries you consume daily, each one being a card, thus having many cards, actually, you fucking idiot. I mean, the art of the deal, folks. Thank you so much for the $50 Gator highlights. It's actually insane just how the position that Iran has managed to move into diplomatically following this war of choice. It's actually pretty stunning. I love to play this game, and it's called Imagine If Bernie Sanders Had Done This. The other night, during his presidential address, Trump just suggests casually that maybe China can be in charge of, the Strait of Hormuz or something. Maybe we can just leave it to them. It will open naturally. If Bernie Sanders had even behind closed doors made a suggestion like that, a coup would be underway, folks. But the president of the United States can just proudly announce that. And nothing. Nothing's going to happen. Iranian delegation arrives at peace talks with Vance en route. There was much uncertainty about the durability of the ceasefire. What ceasefire? What ceasefire? And whether the two sides could reach a long-term deal as VP J.D. Vance traveled to Pakistan for the talks. Here's the latest as of 43 minutes ago. An Iranian delegation led by Parliament Speaker Mohammed... I love saying these names. I just sound so amazing when I read these names out. Baier Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas arrived in Pakistan's capital for peace talks with the United States, Iranian state media reported on Friday, as the warning governments angled for leverage in the negotiations. The U.S. VP, J.D. Vance, was traveling to Islamabad, as were President Trump's special envoy, Steve Whitkoff, and public enemy number one, and then public enemy number two, Tweedledee Tweedledum, son-in-law Jared Kushner, to represent the White House in the talks. Much is at stake. The war has gone on for almost 6 weeks, killing thousands, devastating Iran and Lebanon, driving up fuel costs, damaging the world economy, and destabilizing the Middle East. Awesome. A return to hostilities could have ramifications for years in the region. And what do you mean could? What do you mean could? It already will have. It's already having ramifications for years to come, and affect President Trump's political standing at home ahead of the midterm elections. The announcement that the Iranians had arrived came only hours after Mr. Ghalibaf, who is one of the key figures overseeing the war, cast out on the talks even taking place, laying out a new condition for the peace negotiations in a post on X. Don't you just love that international diplomacy takes place on the Everything app? I know I do. He demanded the release of unspecified quote-unquote blocked assets belonging to Iran, quote, before negotiations begin. Ominous. Over the last 3 days, the two sides have disagreed about whether the war in Lebanon is covered by the temporary truce announced on Tuesday, and whether Iran has honored its promise to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to all ships. Only a small number of ships are passing through currently. President Trump suggested on social media that Iran was overplaying its hands ahead of the talk. Okay, like pure projection. The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards. Oh, so this is what you were referring to, Gator. Other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. Oh, so they don't have any cards except like the fucking, the ace of spades. They don't have any cards except like that full house that they're holding. Yeah, got it. Thank you. He wrote, referring to Iran's continued control of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's not going away. It's a geographic reality that it's basically theirs, even if it's international waters. That's why they can close it. Despite a request, oh my God, I can't think of the other one. Like the Suez Canal, that's like a man-made thing, okay? Strait of Hormuz is not. It's like that's Iran's pretty much. Despite a request from Mr. Trump to scale back its assault on Lebanon, Israel on Friday kept up its airstrikes in the southern part of the country. Like the way that this is framed, the New York Times frames this, like this is why the ceasefire broke down. Despite a request from Mr. Trump, again, yeah, despite saying, pretty please, Israel, can you please stop violating the ceasefire that we agreed to since you're a client state? Israel just said no, and the world just went on. Israel on Friday kept up its airstrikes in the southern part of the country, aiming at targets it said were related to Hezbollah. Of course they were. The Iran-backed militant group. The continuing war in Lebanon has exposed significant differences between the Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, who said all of Israel's goals still haven't been met. They will never be met until everybody in that region is dead, it seems. And Mr. Trump, who appears eager to make a deal with Iran to end the war and its damaging economic fallout. Mr. Vance struck an optimistic but cautious tone as he left for the talks in Islamabad. Yeah. Optimistic. That's definitely a word that should be used in the same sentence as J.D. Vance. Can anybody name one quote from J.D. Vance that inspired optimism in literally anyone who wasn't already a Trump sycophant? I think it's going to be positive, he told reporters, but he warned that's the optimism. I think it's going to be positive. Jesus Christ. It seems like there's, it's going to be just a little bit overcast and there's not really a chance for rain. Optimism. But he warned that if the Iranians are, quote, going to try to play us, that they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. You mean competent. This negotiating team is led by Steve Whitkoff and Jared Kushner, who already fucked it up. One priority for Mr. Vance will be the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but I thought it was already reopened, a vital shipping passage for oil and gas that Iran has in effect blockaded since the war started. Iran's military signaled on Friday that it would maintain control of the passageway, saying in a statement carried by Iranian state media that it would, quote, not give up our legitimate rights in any way. To be clear, they do not have a right to be blockading it. It is still international waters. But are they going to give it up? No, they're not. Here's what else we're covering. The inflation rate, the consumer price index, or CPI, jumped 3.3% in the year through March, reflecting the rising costs for energy and other goods affected by disruptions in the Middle East. Strait of Hormuz, only 2 ships passed through the Strait of Hormuz on Friday, and hundreds more are waiting on either side of the strait because their owners are still reluctant to attempt to navigate it. U.S. officials said one reason Iran has been unable to get more ships through is it cannot locate all the mines it laid in the waterway and lacks the capability to remove them. This is the biggest fucking cope I have read all day when I was prepping for stream. Holy shit. It is so clear. Like, you think Iran doesn't know where those mines are? You think that they can't reverse that? It's such fucking bullshit that this idea that it's a logistical hurdle that's preventing them from doing it when they're saying, go fuck yourself, we're not reopening it until blah, 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 until we get what we want in the diplomatic talks. They haven't lost shit. They haven't lost anything, okay? This is just stupid bluster and cover. And when no ship of any ally or person that or country that is being allowed to pass through after they pay their $2 million gets blown up on accident, it's going to be obvious that this was a fucking lie the entire time. And I mean, you should already not believe it because it's Trump saying it. It is just cope to be like, oh, they really, really, really want to reopen the strait because they're really scared of me. And we said that we would in the ceasefire that we agreed to that Israel fucked up. But we can't because of the logistics. That's why that's not happening. That's not the fucking reason. Ugh. Death tolls. The human rights activist news agency said at least 1,701 civilians, including 254 children, had been killed in Iran as of Wednesday. Horrifying. Lebanon's health ministry on Friday said that at least 1,000... You know, I'm just like waiting. I'm just waiting. Like, whenever I see like health ministry, after like multiple years of Hamas-run health ministry, Gaza health ministry, like, do you think we'll reach a day where it's like Hezbollah-run Lebanese health ministry? Hopefully that doesn't fucking happen. Said that at least 1,953 people had been killed in the latest fighting between Israel and Hezbollah, including 357 in a wave of Israeli strikes on Wednesday. In attacks blamed on Iran, at least 32 people have been killed in Gulf nations. In Israel, at least 20 people have been killed as of Monday. The American death toll stands at 13 service members. Diplomacy. Israel and Lebanon's ambassadors to the United States are expected to meet in Washington next week for direct talks, but a settlement to end the war in Lebanon is not expected imminently. In Pakistan, the authorities have disclosed almost no details about the talks scheduled for this weekend, including where they will be held. Interesting. Displaced in Lebanon, more than 1 million people, again, more than 1 million people, roughly a fifth of the population, have been forced from their homes since the renewed war erupted last month between Israel and Hezbollah, and many have nowhere to go. That's one way to put a fuck ton of Lebanon as being ethnically cleansed. New York Times, but thanks. Take a closer look in photos and videos here. No thanks. No thanks. I'm sure that is depressing and bleak. I'm pretty sure we're hiding our numbers. What numbers? Do you mean like the casualties? Because like they report, like that's the other thing that's left out of this is like, yeah, they'll say that like, oh, we've lost 13 members, but like we've had over 200 casualties. Casualties doesn't mean that somebody died. It just means that somebody sustained an injury. So even though we have like 13 military personnel members have died, it's far more that have been hurt, like American personnel that have been injured in this war. I'd assume it meant deaths. Yeah, no. At the least they're definitely leaving out all the CIA and contractor numbers. That'll come out in a couple years. Love the new hair. The red one was scary. You guys, there's people that are scared of a little bit of red hair. I guess I'm looking too much like Chucky when I have it on. Let's see. Okay, let's look at Melania Trump. Girl bossing it up in front of the presidential podium for some reason. The power walk.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect.
Speak American.
I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts
Did we find out why she suddenly came out and said this? We're going to
defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same
The person who's never been friends with Epstein. Yeah, I've never been friends with him.
parties, as Epstein from time
I like my suitcase.
to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his
Like, yeah, you mentioned that already. In the 1 minute that the speech has been going on, that's like the second or third time it's been brought up.
accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her
Any other casual corresponders of Jeffrey Epstein in chat? Yeah?
email doesn't amount to anything more than a
It's to defend her reputation. No, it's not. You would not just, again, stick your head out of a window and randomly say this. This had fallen off the map.
trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim.
Pretty insane. The anti-migrant president has a wife who sounds like this. Not really. If you look at the right is filled with people that are, they have immigrant, mail order brides, basically, or literally married to spooks. Cernovich is married to a woman from Georgia. I don't mean the state. I mean in the fucking Balkans or whatever. There's tons of right wingers like this. Richard Spencer was married to a Ukrainian woman or something like that. The right loves doing shit like this, for one. For two, what's actually insane is that you have a presidential admin pushing for the end of birthright citizenship, which, if that were the law of the fucking land, Baron Trump would not, his citizenship should be retroactively revoked because Melania Trump was not officially a United States citizen when she gave birth to Baron. She was naturalized a few months after. So if that's going to be the way that it is, Baron Trump would, again, the first son of the United States would literally not be a United States president. That's what's insane. Oh no, I guess he should grab his suitcase. Yeah.
Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband
Baron equals anchor baby. I mean, if you look at, again, the I like my suitcase thing, that's from a clip of Melania, Baron Trump as a little boy. And he was so clearly only around nannies and Melania and not Trump ever, because he literally had the Slovenian accent that has now dissipated as far as I know. But because he was literally not around Trump enough to absorb a hybrid accent, regional accent between, Trump's American accent and Melania's foreign one.
is documented in a detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths.
Have we figured out why she made this statement right now? Even the AP was snarking her for this. Ryle, the AP does not snark. You're so online.
With Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and
A
had
petition to call all negative press coverage of the Trump admin, like news outlets snarking them. Kind of love
no
that.
knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media
Calculating.
for years.
I love making fun of her accent. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Not gonna lie, this kind of feels like intimidation. It 100% is a power play.
Now, be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements,
Again, why are we reiterating this?
or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter.
The Epstein
I have
matter.
never
That's one way to refer to it.
Had any knowledge of Epstein abuse.
Okay,
of
this really is giving, like, I did not have sexual relations with that woman energy. Somebody already said that earlier, and it's coming into, like, full focus right now.
His victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island.
And we loop back around to using the Epstein files as a distraction from Iran. Yep, pendulum has swung. Thanks to our First Lady here.
I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking,
She said convinced, but she means convicted.
abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and
Her good name. There's really a dent in the Trump family crest is truly emerging. I'm starting to think, you guys, that the Trump name is starting to be sullied these days. It's not looking so hot, particularly for Melania Trump. And I'm shocked after that she's not going to be able to coast off the goodwill that was earned from her, you know, award-winning, just massive box office smash hit, Melania, that came out earlier this year. This is really a downer to all of that.
I'm politically must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain.
What if she knows something is coming out about Trump and she's just saving her own ass? I mean, if she did that, baller move, to be honest. I don't think so.
My sound reputation without hesitation.
Like, I wish that, like, it would be funny if she was like, again, this is like the launching pad for like a soft launch of a impending divorce or something like that, but I don't think so. And you'll see why in a bit, because Trump commented on this.
To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to.
You don't think Trump has hidden stuff? You guys, rich people do the evil shit that they do right in front of us. They openly, proudly, brazenly do it.
Publicly apologize.
The only like hidden thing that has really like emerged truly, because like we knew that Trump's name was all over the Epstein files. That's actually not like a recent discovery as a result of like they're not releasing everything, but we knew his name was all over them. But like the only thing that has really been like exposed was the Wall Street Journal publishing that note that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein, where he was like, "May every day be like another wonderful secret." The Enigma thing, like that shit. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $5. I try not to make fun of ESL as someone who was born in Russia, but holy fuck, she sounds like a fucking robot. Thank you so much for the $5. You know, she's working on it, okay? This is the American dream hard at work right here.
And retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized.
Oh my God. Why are you going to say Epstein did not act alone, but then in the next sentence say the way that we know that is because people resigned due to political reasons? Do you think that he had co-conspirators or not?
Of course. This doesn't amount to guilt.
Isn't Daily Beast like right wing? It depends on the article.
But we still must work.
Yeah, Daily Beast is centrist. Honestly, it's closer to like a tabloid than anything else.
Openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony.
Dude, there's a moment in the Melania Trump documentary where she just says she's trying on a coat and she literally says, "I want it to fit like a coat." And that line just kept looping in my head for weeks. And it was a vocal stim that I could not stop saying to myself. I probably said it like 30 times a day to myself.
Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes. And then her
Michael Wolff is prominent at the Daily Beast. I know, and Michael Wolff is kind of a joke. That's why.
testimony should be
You watched the movie? Yes, I did, unfortunately.
permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then,
What was the line you kept repeating? When she's trying on a coat and she says, "I want it to fit like a coat."
we will have the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Heel turn pivot, walks out. No questions, no notes, mic drop. How you do it, baby? Okay, now let's look at some media reaction to this, because what the fuck do you even say to this?
Saying point blank that the Epstein lies about her need to stop, and laying out a
She meant glove. Yeah, when she says like, "I want it to fit like a coat," she means I want my glove to, or I want my coat to fit like a glove. But she doesn't fucking know English.
a list of
Which
things.
is honestly so funny to me that like I actually kind of love when people come to the United States, and I'm not being tongue in cheek. I actually do love this. Like I think Ken Watanabe and Michelle Yeoh are like this. Michelle Yeoh and Ken Watanabe have been are like Eastern Asian actors and actresses that have been in Hollywood for literally decades, and you would think like their accent is still ridiculously strong. So, and Melania Trump is the same. She's been in the United States for decades, and she's clearly never really bothered to attempt to shed her accent or, you know, be more like she was making like flubs left and right. I do actually kind of love that. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Can we play Vic Berger Melania video and just search it? Oh, that actually sounds so good. Okay, wait, we'll do that after we read Trump's response to it in this.
She says she has never been associated with when it relates to Jeffrey.
Playing devil's advocate, English is a pretty annoying language to learn. No, it is. It actually is. It is ridiculously hard. It makes no fucking sense. All of our grammatical rules have a ton of fucking exceptions. It is genuinely super convoluted and complicated to learn. Any Romance language, like Spanish, French, Italian, far easier to understand and learn than English. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Unless you try to change your accent in later life, it basically is set around age 12. That's actually not true, depending on the language. I know, like Swedish. If you speak Swedish and then you become, you speak English, a lot of people, Swedes will like their accent will dissipate after a while. That happened with PewDiePie. If you go listen to PewDiePie's like earliest videos and compare it to how he sounds like now, he basically speaks English like perfectly.
Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Karen Travers, who's been listening. Karen, a lot of questions about what exactly prompted this from the First Lady and what she's referring to here.
Yeah, and of course, we're asking those questions, Elizabeth. This was not something that the First Lady's office had teed up or previewed in any way before she was giving those remarks, just saying that she was coming out today at the White House to make an announcement. And she went through with some detail there, but not explaining what, if anything, she was specifically responding to, saying she is not one of Epstein's victims.
She just wanted to clear the air, you guys.
That she was not introduced to her husband through Jeffrey.
She fakes the accent so Trump won't talk to her. That I would actually kind of love for her. That would be true commitment to the bit if she will literally go on national TV in front of the presidential seal at this podium and like flub it just to commit to the fact that like she hates Trump that much. There are unofficial biographies of Melania, and it's rumored that when she dresses like this, because she likes to wear a lot of like suits. She wears like ties, like very like utilitarian, like, you know, kind of masculine framing and clothing, surprisingly. And Trump hates this, apparently. Trump hates when women wear these sorts of clothes. He really likes for women. This dude like literally owned like a beauty pageant or whatever. Obviously, his idea of femininity is a very, very like stereotypical one and sort of outdated one. Of like women in dresses and pageantry and all of that. And when she and Trump are fighting, apparently, she leans in to wear it like this sort of wardrobe selection to piss him off. It's so funny.
Epstein, that she met him at a party, and that's well documented. She said she didn't have any knowledge of his victims. She wasn't involved in any of his crimes or situations and never visited the island. She referred to what she called baseless lies, didn't expand upon that, but also said she calls on Congress to have women who are survivors.
I saw a clip online today of her pushing his hand away when he tries to take her hand going down the airplane steps. It's an all-timer. Power move.
Of Jeffrey Epstein come forward and have an opportunity to testify. She says they should have a chance to tell their stories in public and have that entered into the congressional record. She didn't take questions, Elizabeth, before she walked out of the room there, but these remarks certainly prompting a lot more questions for the First Lady, for the White House. Why today? Why is she speaking about this now? And what specifically she might be responding to that she felt compelled to.
It's to create this news story. It is literally to draw attention to herself, to clear her name of wrongdoing that nobody was talking about, and it has the knockoff effect of distracting people from the war, which is ridiculously unpopular.
Come out and give these remarks. She is not somebody, Elizabeth, who does 2, 3, 4 events a week. So when she does speak and hold events here, they usually have significance because we don't often hear from her. And so this was something there are a lot of follow-up questions for today.
No question about that. Very forceful statements. The First Lady saying, I am not.
No question about there being follow-up questions necessary. Okay, so this is and this is her man's coming out to her defense to support her. Trump says First Lady, quote, had a right to talk about Epstein. She really does. She certainly does have freedom of speech. That wife of mine, she really does. You can't, you may not agree with everything that Melania Trump says, believes, thinks, to the extent that she does any of those things. But you can't argue that she does have a right to be talking. And I can't stop her. Okay? This is like... Why he even commented on, I'm sure I don't know. President Trump said Friday that he had known his wife wanted to speak about Jeffrey Epstein at some point. And, I shouldn't entirely give the impression that, he fucking hates her or something like that. He clearly does respect her, actually. If you, if you watch the Melania Trump documentary, there are points where he calls her to talk to her and, ask her different questions. And she clearly does not give a fuck. But he's, asking her stuff and, just, going on and on the phone while she could not give less of a shit about what he has to say. President Trump said Friday that he had known his wife wanted to speak about Jeffrey Epstein at some point, and that he, quote, thought she had a right to talk about it, even though he had not known what exactly she planned to say. I'm sure he did. It just is not anything that he committed to memory. It doesn't bother me, Mr. Trump said in a brief telephone interview, referring to remarks Melania Trump made from the entrance hall of the White House a day earlier. Wow. This is a ringing endorsement from Trump. I didn't know what the statement was, he said, but I knew she was going to make a statement. And is this really a good look? That you, as the president of the United States, when the First Lady, your wife, the First Lady of the United States, is going to stand behind the presidential podium with the, crest on it, which is also highly unusual, if not, has never occurred, and make a statement, and you don't know what that statement is, and you're going to say that? You're going to broadcast that to the world? Why would you say this? It doesn't, it's a Pyrrhic victory to suggest that I don't know, just to distance himself from any flack she may have caught. But why don't you know? You knew she was going to do it, but why didn't you ask what was in the statement? Are you trying to does Trump not want to give off the impression that he controls his wife? The First Lady's comment certainly came as a surprise to many other people who work in the White House, according to two officials familiar with the situation who asked for anonymity to discuss the matter. It was not clear why she had chosen that moment to talk about Mr. Epstein. And I guess nobody can tell her she can't because she has a right to. Absent any explanation, questions and feverish conspiracy theories swirled. You guys, ads start in 1 minute and 15 seconds at the time that I am saying this. If you want to avoid this very annoying fate and you don't have an ad blocker already and you're watching on Twitch, please go ahead and use your Twitch Prime sub to subscribe to me. You'll get access to an ad-free experience. You can also just subscribe the normal way for a price that I'm not aware of because it differs whether you're on the app or on desktop, but I know it's cheaper if you buy it on desktop. Or you could give subs throughout the chat like the Wolf just did. Thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. Let's fucking go. And I hope everybody who's on the receiving end of the Wolf's generosity shouts them out in chat. Thank you so much. Now you have saved people from having to watch boring ass Twitch ads. Yeah, let's fucking go. The president said his wife had been agonizing for a long time over her press coverage and rumors connecting her to Mr. Epstein. What was particularly upsetting to her, Mr. Trump explained, was one theory positing that it was Mr. Epstein who introduced her to her future husband. In her remarks on Thursday, Mrs. Trump recounted the story of meeting Mr. Trump by chance at a New York City party in 1998. I know that I have a link somewhere in my stream doc that like contradicts this. That's not recent. By chance at a New York City party, she said she did not encounter Mr. Epstein for the first time until 2 years after that. She finds it very insulting, Mr. Trump said of the rumors, and I said, if you want to do that, you can do that. I said if she wants to do it. I didn't recommend it, but I said, I let it be her. I said, if you want to do it. His brain is soup. Hold on. She finds it very insulting, and I said, if you want to do that, you can do that. I said, if she wants to do it. I didn't recommend it, but I said, I let it be her. I said, if you want to do it. Okay. She added, she didn't meet me through Jeffrey Epstein, and I could understand her feelings, dude. The concept of Donald J. Trump understanding Melania Trump's feelings. But I said, if you want to do it, do it. What a ringing endorsement, man. This is so funny. He would not say when exactly he had this discussion with the First Lady, but said that it wasn't a big discussion. I'd say it lasted for about 2 minutes. I had no problem. It lasted for about 2 minutes. Are we sure we're talking about a conversation that you guys had? I thought she actually did a good job. Wow, I love this. Love this backhanded compliment. Surprisingly, she actually did a good job. She didn't even mess up that many fucking words. And yet the First Lady's remarks redirected focus onto a storyline that her husband and his admin have been thrashing against for a year. Just last week, the Attorney General lost her job in part over her inability to contain the furor, which has now been reignited. After Mrs. Trump spoke, dude, no one refers to her as Mrs. Trump, so weird. The internet lit up with speculation about what it could have prompted her to come forward. Mr. Trump insisted she was simply fed up with her press coverage. But does anybody doubt that this is a vain woman? I also don't doubt that a primary motivation could be that she does not like that she's getting negative press. But when she did, old photographs of her and Mr. Trump palling around with Mr. Epstein and his companion Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of facilitating years of sexual abuse, went viral again. The spectacle braided two narratives that officials in this White House have always approached with utmost caution: the deeply private First Lady and the deeply poisonous Epstein saga. Mr. Trump projected sang-froid about it on Friday. I don't mind anything having to do with Epstein, he said, insisting he had been exonerated from all things Epstein related. Really? Why won't they release the files then? The only thing I don't like is I waste a lot of time having to talk about it. But he was talking about it again because of something his wife chose to do. Was he upset that she had single-handedly thrust this story that had so bedeviled him back onto front pages around the globe? No, he said, I never get upset. Wow, Trump's been in therapy, you guys. He never gets upset. He's always in command of his emotions. The guy who threatened to genocide an entire civilization just a few nights earlier. I never get upset. He said that after, dude, he's insane. Melania has the composure and compunction that you would expect a statesman to have, far more closely that a statesman should have, as opposed to Trump, who is a queenie, gossipy bitch who cannot help but run his fucking mouth. And contrary to what he just said, this is the biggest lie I've ever seen printed in the New York Times from this man. He is frequently upset. He said that after he watched Mrs. Trump's statement, he thought to himself, she had a right to talk about it because the fake news covers her so inaccurately. Would I have done it that way? The president mused. Perhaps not. Perhaps. I don't know. This pontification, philosophy king over here. I really, is this support from Trump, or is this him throwing her under the bus? What do we think of this? This is very ambiguous. It's vague. I think this is the most support that you would expect. When is Trump enthusiastic about anything except his ballroom? And he's given a more full-throated defense of Mark Levin. He literally did this less than a month ago than he did of his own wife. But we're grading it on a curve here. He clearly likes her far more than she likes him, which is approximately not at all. But I don't know. This is actually this is his version of standing by her, I think. So serene. Yeah, he's really a calming presence in this country. He never gets upset. Kind of amazing. I'm like stunned. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to make of this. The inner machinations of this marriage fascinate me, but there is so little information on it, apparently, because she really is private. And everything that they've ever done with these two couples ever since they've entered the post 2016 has always been like very tightly controlled, very tightly regulated, and we only get glimpses into it when you see there's sort of like, you know, weird interactions in public. But he does speak like kind of admiringly of her, you know. She had a right to talk about it. All right, Gator Highlights wanted me to watch this Vic Berger video, and I'm fucking love Vic Berger, so let's see. This is 2 weeks ago. Is everything okay with Melania's AI robot friend?
Hello, Papa Latita, Baba Didi Dada Dudu Papa Pidi Papa. Hello, I am Melania the robot, aka Flotus the Robotis. I am a robot. Hello. Beep 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 ding ding boop bye. I am Melania the robot. But da lu 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 boopity boopity da 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 da. I make the sounds a robot makes because I am a robot version of Melania.
To be clear, this really did happen. This is not like AI that we're looking at. She actually did this press conference.
Trump, and I am happy to be here in the White House, or as Melania refers to it, the shite house, because it's a complete dump. Boop boop boop. But lu 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 lu. Melania the robot is now going to leave, and I pray I make it back to my charging station quickly, because I am low on energy and I can feel an oily turd squeezing through my metal cheeks.
You guys, the robot really did say all of this. Yes, this is not, that part's not fake whatsoever.
Hello and goodbye. Bye-bye. Boop, boop, bing, bing, boop, beep, bing, ding, boop, 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 beep.
The audio is fake. No, this is a real thing that happened. This is definitely not a meme channel that has, you know, stitched in a different audio. This actually happened.
Oh, la, 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 la. Boopity, boopity, da, 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 let that, zip, zop, pop, 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 boop, top, 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 top. Boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, 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 ding, ding, boop, bye. I am Melania the robot. But da lu 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 boopity boopity da 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 da. Let it papa boop beep beep boop beep boop beep 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 ding ding boop top 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 top. Oh no! Oh dear! Boop boop boop! I can't hold it any longer.
Welcome to the White House.
Boop beep beep boop.
Figure 3. Thank you.
Amazing. Is that what the Yugoslavian language sounds like? Yes. And this is, so she had this because she actually claimed that like more children should be educated by humanoid educators. Like they want to incorporate more AI into the classroom, which is already happening. I promise you. It's happening for sure in Texas. Like parents are having to sign waivers and like acknowledgements that their children will be taught using AI. Like AI materials will be incorporated into what they're learning, and it's like not clear entirely if like the curriculum is, or if like the AI sometimes refers to the fact that some of the lessons and like digital tools that they use for the lessons are read by a robot or an AI voice. But I mean, I already know that I am positive that AI curriculum has like made it into public education in Texas. I just fucking know it. But back to slightly more serious and depressing things. After kicking, so this is an article from the Times of Israel. After kicking Spain out of Gaza ceasefire center, Netanyahu promises that countries opposing Israel will pay immediate price. This was published today. Countries that, quote, wage a diplomatic war, which is basically like a hot war if you think about it, against Israel will pay an immediate price, says, I'm waiting for him to say it's anti-Semitic, says Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu after Israel boots Spain from the Civil Military Coordination Center in Kiryat Gat. The CMCC oversees the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Spain had a permanent presence at the headquarters, an Israeli official tells the Times of Israel. Israel will not remain silent in the face of those who attack us, he says in a video statement. Spain has defamed our heroes, IDF soldiers, the soldiers of the most moral army in the world, Netanyahu continues. The move is sure to play well in the White House. Spain closed its airspace to U.S. planes involved in attacks on Iran after denied use of jointly operated military bases. Ties between Jerusalem and Madrid steadily deteriorated over the following 2 years as Spain's government expressed increasing anger and frustration against Israel over the war in Gaza. Obviously, there is a genocide going on in Gaza. There is no war that's happening in Gaza. Last month, Spain permanently withdrew its ambassador to Israel. It sent its ambassador back to Iran this week. Those who attack Israel instead of terrorist regimes, whoever does so, will not be our partner regarding the future of the region, says Netanyahu. Oh no. Yeah, this is literally one of the, actually, I'm breaking up with you. Not, it's not that I'm getting dumped or whatever. Like, I was already on the way out with them. I'm not prepared to tolerate this hypocrisy and this hostility, he concludes. Understatement of the fucking year. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you're going, like, countries that oppose us are going to pay an immediate price? They're only going to do that if the United States feels like helping you do that, which unfortunately they do. But it's not clear to me that the United States is going to, like, carry out this beef that they have with Spain. I do not intend to allow any country to wage a diplomatic war against us without paying an immediate price. Yeah, okay. Okay, baby. Spain joined the Apartheid Declaration. Well, so... the anti-Semitism declaration, you mean? And this is, in case anybody was wondering, like, how is all of this going to affect the Republicans in the midterms? Baier of Fox News decided to ask Lindxasy Graham, is Trump hurting re-election chances for Republicans? Let's see what this ghoul has to say. Let's see.
At Optimum, we go beyond healthcare.
Fuck you. Can I really not? Okay. I can't skip the ad. Let's not forget that Israel killed 500 Lebanese civilians while supposedly adhering to a ceasefire. Yep. There was a little bit of confusion over that, you guys. Oh, ZK, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. I really, really appreciate it. I just saw that right now.
Last thing. Do you think this war that we're in and this fight over ICE is hurting re-election chances for Republicans in the fall?
I think President Trump is stopping a homicidal maniac regime from acquiring a nuclear weapon. And if you don't treat him...
So yes, anything other than a no is a fucking yes. When you're asked the question, is this going to hurt in the midterms? If you say anything other than yes, it is, and you immediately have to pivot to, I think Trump is doing a thing in Iran, you know you're fucked.
Them that way, you missed a lot in the last 47 years. There's nothing normal. And if we can get a deal, let's do it.
Yeah, the imminent threat that's been going on for 47 years from Iran.
To ICE, I think most Americans, look at the polls, still support the idea of taking the 15 million that were overrun our borders. Biden obliterated our borders. We're cleaning up his mess.
Okay, so they still want to use the obliterated language, but they know they can't use that in reference to the nuclear facilities that we never fucking have completely obliterated. So instead, we're going to talk about, we're going to use them in the context of saying how Joe Biden obliterated the borders. It's not enough to say that he had completely open borders, even though that literally never happened. We must say he obliterated them, much like Trump failed to obliterate the nuclear facilities in Iran.
Only God knows who's here. So yes, I support ICE, and I think most people do. We're dealing with a failed presidency called Joe Biden. The Iranians have flush with cash because of Obama and Biden. Now they're on.
I know Donald Trump has been president for like 2 years, basically, and the Republicans control the Supreme Court, the executive branch, both houses of Congress, but basically we're dealing with the Biden admin here.
Their back foot, and we're going
Hunter Biden also probably
finish this job. I pray for a deal, but if they refuse a deal, just ask Maduro what happens when you turn down a good deal. Call him, but he's in jail. You won't be in jail. You're going to be dead.
At Optimum, we...
Very cool. Love this guy. Okay. So now that we have that completely useless cope from Lindxasy Graham, let's look at the even more useless analysis from Fox. The Five weighing in on Iran negotiations. As of 2 hours ago, this is 119,000 views because people care what Jesse Waters and Gilbert Gottfried have to say. That's his name, right? About this. Very important voices at this, these trying times.
5 o'clock in New York on this Friday, and this is The Five. So happening just a couple moments ago, President Trump leaving the...
Fuck you guys. Greg Gutfeld. I always get Gilbert Gottfried and Greg Gutfeld confused. Can you blame me?
White House on his way to Virginia. This as we are in for a huge historic moment in the next 24 hours or so. We're on the eve of tomorrow's very high stakes peace talks with Iran. There's the vice president getting onto the plane earlier today on his way to Pakistan, which one official tells Axios is like, quote, JD going to the Super Bowl. And Iranian state media claims regime officials are already there preparing for this meeting, getting their own talking points ready on the ground. President Trump issuing a stern warning to Tehran on Truth Social. And here is what the president said. The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they're alive today is to negotiate. President Donald J. Trump, the vice president, offering this preview. Watch.
I think it's going to be positive. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The president has gave us some pretty clear guidelines. And
Jesus Christ, Vance has been taking the fucking Zempi while he's been hiding from the press during all of this. Didn't realize that he's looking even more gaunt than usual.
So meanwhile, critics are still upset with President Trump for spiking former President Obama's Iran nuclear deal.
It's a very strong agreement, sadly walked away from, not for substantive reasons, but because President Obama did it.
The Strait was open before he started this.
Yeah, but they not. Well, it's Fox News, so that answer, the question fucking refutes itself and answers itself. But oh my God, like they didn't include the clip where John Kerry was like, yeah, Trump was like fucking duped by Netanyahu. And he's like literally the only American president to actually follow, like trust Bibi on this. This is Kerry talking to Jen Psaki.
You've probably sat across the table from Prime Minister Netanyahu more than almost anyone else out there. And he and Israel are, of course, big factors here. There's been recent reporting, you probably saw in the New York Times, that Netanyahu was taken into the situation where he basically pitched Trump on attacking Iran. Were you ever part of any conversations like that? I know he's made that pitches to past administrations. Were you ever a part of that? And were you surprised that he was able to convince Trump to do this?
Well, I was part of any number of conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu, conversations that took place in other countries.
Pitching the U.S. to strike Iran.
Yes, he wanted us to strike. He came to President Obama. He made a presentation to ask to strike. President Obama.
Did he make it in the Situation Room? Did Trump pull his chair out for him?
Obama refused.
Obama.
President Biden refused. President Bush refused. The only president who has agreed to this, obviously, is President Trump. And it's really...
Again, the only president that has agreed to this, obviously, is President Trump.
Close to having a nuclear weapon, 11 nuclear weapons.
We had other ways.
I basically despise Pete Buttigieg, but I'm sure he embarrasses clown.
Of dealing
like what? Obama's way?
Well, that worked.
That did not work.
Did they get a nuclear weapon under Obama?
Pete Buttigieg.
I guess he didn't have an answer to that because the answer is clearly fucking no.
Now, talking about Iran. All right, so, Jesse, let's start with you. I thought it was very interesting today that the Iranian parliament leader, and we never know when these statements come out, who's actually holding the current list of what the points of negotiation are. But he came out and sort of said there were 2 points. Lebanon has to stop being bombed, and we want money. They always want money in these Iranian deals. They want their money unfrozen from foreign banks. And it almost struck me as a way of them saying, these are the absolute...
Could you imagine if they said that about Israel? They always want money, these Iranians.
2 things that we're not going
to... They would never, ever in a million years say that about Israel.
To give them, but the list could be a lot longer. You watch J.D. Vance, Jesse, go up the staircase there. There's a lot riding on the vice president.
Yeah, Iran is the one that's like really displaying like gangsterism here.
Shoulders when you think about
geopolitical issue
and his political future as well.
He's never done
they're talking about Iran wanting crypto.
International deal before. This is the first time. So no pressure at all. He could come out of this 0-1 or undefeated. So he does have a beard, and so do the Iranians. So I think that's a good sign. I would not be afraid to walk away.
Excellent analysis. Like, he has to play it off like a joke when in reality he has to fill the airwaves, and this is the shit that he comes up with, because despite this being his literal job to do news analysis, he clearly does not prep. He doesn't fucking know anything. Literally, Stephen A. Smith probably has more insight into what's going on, and that is not saying much because Stephen A. Smith is a fucking moron. This guy is also a grade A moron. Everyone on this panel, with the exception of Jessica Tarlov, is about 10 exits past normal.
Sometimes when you walk away from a deal, it ends up helping the deal get done. I could see them BSing us in Islamabad in the first half hour. I would blow it up. I'd say, you know what?
Yeah, the Iranians are really the ones here that have not been consistent, that have been, belligerent, that have not been willing to negotiate. Oh, wait, that's the United States and Israel.
Fires off. These guys aren't serious. Let's go to bridge and power plant day. Because what that does, that would actually put Iran in a weaker position, and it would just make the entire world realize these people are causing mayhem economically. And you can always hit them again. Now, I don't even know if the Iranian delegation has the clout to do this deal. I mean, I don't even know if they speak for the military or not. So who knows? We might just have to hit them again. I wouldn't be shocked if talks blow up and the Iranian delegation goes back.
What are we talking about here?
Back home and Trump drops a tomahawk on them. Wouldn't be shocked if that happened.
I mean, the missiles that we're running low on?
He did say the only reason they're alive.
After the ceasefire that we begged for? What is this pathetic posturing?
Is to do a deal. I also wouldn't be shocked if he blew it up and we did a naval blockade of Karg Island or seized an Iranian oil tanker. A lot of options are on the table because we've been building up assets in the region even after the ceasefire started. And at the end of 12 days now, you're going to have the Boxer, the Ford, the Tripoli, the Bush, all in theater, and it gives the president flexibility. Now, no one takes John Kerry seriously except John Kerry. He and Obama gave these guys money, missiles, sunset provisions. They let them enrich, and then they gave him a heads up before they went and did the inspection. It's the stupidest deal.
It's like so insane to think that Kerry is like any like ally or like major sympathizer to Iran. Like, yeah, the Obama administration talked about Iran being a strategic partner, but when that was briefly going to be the case before Bush fucked it all up and did the axis of like evil speech or whatever. Because, like, Iran briefly cooperated with the United States following 9/11. They're sworn enemies of Iraq, obviously. There was, like, intelligence sharing. Bush fucks that up. Obama attempts to rectify this, secures the JCPOA, one of the biggest achievements, foreign policy achievements in the, post-World War II, certainly of Obama's admin. But John Kerry, like, the Kerry proposal for the two-state solution for Israel-Palestine was a joke. It was everything was on Israel's terms. It was total capitulation, and he is trying to act like, yeah, John Kerry is like not a harsh enough opponent of Iran when he couldn't even beat George Bush for a second term, despite being ridiculously, like, increasingly unpopular because he was not willing to go there. His whole thing is being the like, I'm the veteran and like I know how to do smart wars. Like, no, Kerry is like also like a liberal hawk.
Iran got more powerful. Their proxies got more powerful. It was actually the reverse Abraham Accords. You empower the Iranians and you screw the Jews and the Arabs. None of it makes sense. I don't.
How is this guy so dumb? Because he works for Fox News.
Even know why he's on television.
So, Kayleigh,
where are you on television?
The president has sort of two things to contend with here. We had a strong inflation number this morning, and he has the other.
Is this like Kayleigh McEnany?
To contend with here. We had a strong inflation number this morning.
Dude, look at the Mar-a-Lago face on this bitch. Holy fuck.
And the president has sort of two things to contend with here.
I want to like get her with her eyes like
strong
straight
inflation
open.
Number this morning.
Dude. Yeah, my face hearing about the strong inflation number. What are we talking about? This is actually like frightening to look at.
And he has the other voices, and obviously we know he's the ultimate person who makes all these decisions, but he takes it all in, who are saying, finish the job. Yeah. So if Jesse's scenario happens and JD Vance walks out, we saw that once in North Korea in the first term, just a walkout. Like, this isn't going anywhere. President Trump walked right out the door, and he probably told JD Vance, the same thing, empowered him to do exactly that. But he's got these two things he's contending with. What's your take, knowing him and working in the White House?
The idea that Trump is empowered, like, yeah, scapegoating JD Vance. Yeah, that's Trump empowering him.
Dead on where he is right now in all this.
I think he's someone who's going to finish the deal. I've been in those meetings where he sat across from hostile foreign powers. And I can tell you this, he is very...
Dude, this woman gives Erica Kirk a run for her money as far as looking like horrifying.
Very, very tough on them. And what you see in front of the camera, what you saw with Zelensky, by way of example, that contentious Oval Office meeting, that's just what you see in front of cameras. He knows how to put pressure on behind the scenes, and so do his emissaries. And that's exactly what they're going to do. And I've worked with Jared Kushner. I've seen him operate. He is whip smart. He knows how to read people.
What's his negotiation style like?
Imagine watching Jared Kushner operate.
He sits very quietly. He takes it all in, and he inserts himself at the right points with the knowledge of someone who knows exactly what he's doing, how to put pressure points on the administration. Steve Whitkoff there, both of them, great experience. They're the ones who got the hostages home. People said that couldn't be done. The Gaza ceasefire, they said couldn't be done. Those two got it done. J.D. Vance, apparently a key person to getting to this moment. So I think he's a great added voice. But I think what's different here with this administration is this. The Iranians do not respect words, but they do respect action. And they look at Obama and they...
Dude, Steve, I'm sorry. This is obviously like completely superficial, but like look at the photos. Look at my fucking negotiating team, man. Kushner looks like, it doesn't even look like this for one. Steve Whitkoff actually looks like Mickey Rourke. He actually looks like his face is like clearly pumped full. Like this is like pillow face. Like he looks bogged. And JD Vance, like this washed out official portrait that they always use. He looks horrible in this photo.
The Iranians do not respect words, but they do respect action. And they look at Obama and they saw, to your point, a deal with sunset provisions that sunset in 10 to 15 years. There was not anywhere, anytime inspections. They certainly were not implemented. They looked at that deal and they saw it as weak and they violated it time and time again. They looked at Biden.
Okay, why, if Trump thought that deal was bad and he ripped it up in the first term, why couldn't he negotiate a better one before he left office?
They see the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Like, it was already extraordinary that we extracted the concessions that we did from Iran under the Obama administration, and Trump ripped it up thinking that he was going to be able to get a better one. And he was actually in a position briefly to be able to get that until he launched this war of choice. And now it's definitely not happening.
The 13 lost U.S. service members, Abbey Gate, they saw that and they saw a president who just said don't. When they look...
You think your eyes are so wide because of Botox, but what you don't know is that you have to be that aware when you're a woman working with Jesse Waters.
Across from Jared Kushner and Steve Whitkoff, they are going to be looking at an administration that took out the Ayatollah within 24 hours, that put words.
He's so brave for taking out like an 87-year-old guy who could have had a stroke and died of natural causes literally any day to launch this pointless war that was done illegally and without congressional approval. He's so brave for that.
That put hard power behind the soft power.
Yeah, I think
that is something Obama never did. It's something Biden never did. It is something, trust me, President Trump has done. It's done in Venezuela, has done in Iran.
Finkelstein saying Kushner was on puberty blockers was hilarious. Okay, I missed this Finkelstein bar, apparently.
And will do it again. They are going to treat this very differently. It might blow up, I agree with you. But I'll tell you this, they know that they're dealing with someone who is a man of his word. And I think he finishes the deal.
Yeah, also the same Ayatollah like issued a fatwa on developing nukes.
Ultimately, maybe not tomorrow, but he will.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, Jessica, the points that Kayleigh makes about prior negotiations with the Obama administration and the Biden administration. And I think back to the Biden 6-for-6 hostage deal, and then we threw in $6 billion on top of it for a sweetener of money that was released. They want their money out of these foreign banks. This is one of the biggest issues for them. They say, I interviewed the president of Iran, Pezeshkian, about 10 months ago.
Dude, is this woman like barred out or drunk? Like, am I the only one that hears how much she sounds like she's slurring her words?
He money that was released. They want their money out of these foreign banks. This is one of the biggest issues for them. They say, I interviewed the president of Iran.
Like, you can barely understand what she's saying. I only have it sped up 1.15%.
About 10 months ago. And he said, well, you know, it's not our fault that we have a lousy economy, that we can't take care of our people. Because
Mar-a-Lago mouth? No, not even, because she doesn't have like lip fillers.
Because you guys are tying our hands with
There's
all
Botox,
of our money.
but she's on fillers.
Being held in all these banks. So this is a huge, huge issue for them. But as Kayleigh says, they are sitting at a very different table. And Israel is putting the heat on in Lebanon in a huge way right now. How do you see this playing?
Israel putting the heat on Lebanon. That's an interesting way to say they are violating the ceasefire and fucking decimating any chance of bringing this pointless war to a close.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely want as much money as possible, and good news for them.
They mean she sounds how Mar-a-Lago face looks. Okay, that I can accept, yeah.
They get to charge a fee because they control the Strait of Hormuz at this point. And reading President Trump's Truth Social post saying they have no cards except short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways seems like actually a pretty powerful card. I mean, we saw the inflation report, which you already referenced. We know fuel's up over 40% in the last month. We know that Americans are feeling it. Europeans are feeling it. They're negotiating their own deals if they can. Even Japan, one of our great allies, is. They're getting essentially a 2-week break to rearm. The Russians happy to help. They had their sanctions eased as well for 30 days and $14 billion that came off of the Iranians in terms of sanction easement, is that a word? Easing as well. So I don't think that they're feeling particularly cash poor at this moment. And I know that the administration has been out there saying, oh, you know, those 10 points that Iran sent in, like that's all a fake news farce or whatever.
How dare they do what we do to everyone else?
it is, saying, oh, no, those 10 points that Iran sent in, like that's all a fake news farce or whatever it is, certainly wasn't the messaging that was coming out initially. And that also had...
I mean, like both sides have the incentive to lie about this. The United States, if that was a general, like pretty much, the 10-point working plan, or, plan that we saw and said was a workable basis to proceed with diplomatic talks, we have the incentive to say they are lying. Iran has the incentive to slightly alter and overstate the extent to which they had finagled their way into getting a seat at the negotiating table with the United States with this as the starting basis. But both sides also have a vested interest in not in pretending like they're still winning, but yet wanting to end it as quickly as possible. So we'll see.
Sanctions easing. The point that Pete Buttigieg was making this morning on CNBC, I think, is a worthy one. That
the only reason why, if Iran wants to end it at all, is because they have the upper hand right now, which could go away.
Deal in place, and if you want to change
because
it up,
for them to have this sort of control that they have over the Strait of Hormuz, they have to continue taking attacks to be able to do it.
If you want to add new restrictions or enhancements that you think are going to make it better, that's a good place to start. But by ripping it up and then starting from zero and sending in a team of real estate developers who, yes, got hostages out of Gaza, but the ceasefire in Gaza, that's fake too. That's not, ask people what's going on in Gaza right now. There's no ceasefire, and there's the Board of Peace isn't even funded, and maybe we'll get to Gaza Lago or whatever.
President Trump solved a conflict. How many did Biden solve?
Oh my God. This is the
Name
thing,
one.
and this is what happened with people to judge.
Real estate developers,
TV.
I'll put my money on them.
Oh, wait, well, Steve Whitkoff apparently didn't understand.
She is a moron, and she's like literally the only reason that she's in a position to say that is because nobody else is going to push back on her for that insane statement.
The terms of nuclear enrichment enough to even know what the Iranians were offering.
Who did you hear that from?
She's a fly on the wall.
Who did you hear that from?
It was
the Iranians?
reported.
Oh,
by who?
By the Iranians.
Right, exactly.
Wait. What was the claim?
President Trump solved a conflict. How many did Biden solve?
Oh my God. This is the
Name
thing,
one.
and this is what happened with people to judge.
Real estate
on
developers,
TV.
I'll put my money on them.
Oh, wait, well, Steve Whitkoff apparently didn't understand the terms of nuclear enrichment enough to even...
Also, this idea that, like, dude, Biden was, again, second in command during the Obama administration that had created the Joint Plan of Action. He could already take credit for that because he was the VP at the time.
Know what
but
the
this
Iranian...
is already a childish way of looking like he ended the conflict or whatever. It's like, bitch, Trump said that he was going to end Ukraine-Russia on day one. We're further away from that than ever.
Steve Whitkoff apparently didn't understand the terms of nuclear enrichment enough to even know what the Iranians were offering.
Who did you hear that from?
She's a fly on the wall.
Okay, she's not. This is actually reported. Hello, Arms Control Association. U.S. negotiators were ill-prepared for serious nuclear negotiations with Iran. This probably is literally what she is citing. This was published March 11th and updated March 15th. Less than 48 hours before the U.S. and Israeli coordinated strikes on Iran began on February 28th, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Whitkoff and President Donald J. Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner met with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas in Geneva for a third round of Omani-mediated talks aimed at reaching a nuclear agreement. Despite Omani Foreign Minister Badr bin Hamad al-Busaidi's assessment that the U.S. and Iran made substantial progress, quote-unquote, toward the nuclear deal during the February 28th talks and the agreement to meet again on March 2nd for technical talks, Trump said he was, quote-unquote, not happy with the progress or the way we're negotiating. The following day, the United States and Israel illegally attacked Iran using Tehran's nuclear programs as one justification for the attack. By the time the third round of talks ended in Geneva, Trump had likely already made the decision to go to war. It is unlikely that any outcome short of complete Iranian capitulation to U.S. demands at the negotiating table would have averted the strikes. But Trump's dissatisfaction and impatience with the negotiating process appears to have been fed, in part, by Whitkoff and Kushner's accounts of the U.S.-Iran talks. Comments made by Whitkoff in two background briefings with reporters on February 28th and March 3rd, as well as media appearances since the strikes began, made clear that Whitkoff did not have sufficient technical expertise or diplomatic experience to engage in effective diplomacy. The fact that this is even being questioned when, in the same breath, they're acknowledging that he is not a diplomat, he does not have any sort of education or background in foreign relations or international affairs. He is literally just like a business guy. He's just rich. He's like a rich asshole. That's why he's in this position. So yeah, he doesn't know what he's fucking doing. His lack of knowledge and mischaracterization of Iran's positions and nuclear program throughout the process likely informed Trump's assessment that talks were not progressing and Iran was not seriously negotiating. The Arms Control Association received recordings and or transcripts from several participants in the February 28th and March 3rd briefings. The ACA has not seen a copy of the Iranian proposal from the talks, but has heard descriptions of it from officials familiar with the contents. The description coincides with media reports. After a multi-year pause on uranium enrichment, Iran would resume an enrichment program based on fueling its planned reactors. Iran would not accumulate enriched uranium gas and would agree to broad IAEA oversight. The scope of the enrichment program was based on what was likely an overly ambitious 10-year reactor plan and included enriching uranium up to 20% with a prescribed number of advanced centrifuges. The Iranian proposal, as presented on February 28th, did not meet the maximalist terms that the White House demanded. And again, to the extent that you're hearing about maximalist terms being demanded now, it's Iran that's doing it because they're in the position to be doing so. Including no enrichment, dismantlement of Iran's nuclear facilities, and removal of enriched uranium gas from Iran. Including no enrichment, not even for civilian purposes or domestic purposes. This is already a non-starter. It was an unserious entry point and starting point for the United States. Nor did it appear to be sufficiently restrictive from a non-proliferation perspective to be an effective bulwark against weaponization. But the proposal showed some flexibility in the Iranian position. It was also an opening offer and unlikely Iran's bottom line. Although further negotiations may have revealed that the gulf between the White House demands and the Iranian positions was irreconcilable, Whitkoff's failure to comprehend key technical realities suggests he misunderstood the Iranian nuclear proposal and was ill-prepared to negotiate an effective nuclear agreement. This completely backs up exactly what Jessica was saying, and they're like, again, but it's like a fucking, a 6v1, the 5v1. The following is a brief analysis of key misstatements and misconceptions in the post-attack briefings conducted primarily by Whitkoff. 1. Whitkoff perceived the Tehran research reactor as a threat and a ploy. It is not clear why. Some of Whitkoff's most puzzling and factually challenged statements during the March 3rd call with reporters centered on the Tehran Research Reactor, or TRR, which is used to produce medical isotopes. The TRR, supplied by the U.S., became operational in '67. Originally, it ran on 90% enriched uranium fuel, which is weapons grade, but it was later converted by Argentina to run on 20% enriched uranium fuel. During the call, Whitkoff claimed there was a subterfuge at the TRR and that it was being used to stockpile Iranian fuel, quote, to bring it towards a weapons grade enrichment level. These are the people that are currently headed to negotiate on behalf of the United States. The people that even partly are responsible for ushering us into this war of choice, informing Trump with completely incorrect assessments of the situation within Iran with respect to their nuclear program. He doesn't even understand it. This assessment seemed based primarily on Whitkoff's conclusion that Iran possessed a, quote, overabundance of fuel for the reactor. He alleged, quote, the 7 to 8 years supply of fuel that they have been retaining at TRR was being stockpiled along with all the other stockpiling that had been done at Natanz, Esfahan, and Fordow. So the claim that they were using a research reactor to do good for the Iranian people was a complete and false pretense to hide the fact that they were stockpiling there. The fuel that Iran had stockpiled for the TRR is not hidden, and its existence should not come as a surprise. The IAEA tracked this. Not that he fucking gives a fuck about any of that. But the insane thing, this is the fucking insane thing. Hold on. Where's the point? Yeah, this is just point 3, and then we'll go back to the other video. Whitkoff viewed Iran's rejection of free fuel for life as a quote-unquote tell that Iran was not interested in diplomacy. The rejection should not have surprised him. You will not believe what the proposal was for him to, what prompted him to even ask that. Offer that. Whitkoff said in a call that after deciding that Iran's proposed enrichment plan was based on the TRR's quote-unquote lie, he offered Iran free fuel, quote-unquote, for its research reactors. He claimed that if it's really about building radioisotopes and creating medicines, Iran will take the free fuel from the U.S. He said Iran rejected the offer by saying that free fuel was, quote, an assault on our dignity. He also expressed surprise that Iran had emphasized its right to enrich. You know, the cornerstone of all of these negotiations, the thing that they refuse to compromise on, nor should they. Whitkoff said he concluded from Abbas's rejection that Iran was, quote, angry for another reason and was trying to divert our attention away from the fact that all they really wanted to do was enrich. Enrich, baby, enrich. That's all they wanted to do. Iran's rejection of free fuel and emphasis on fueling its reactor should not have been a surprise to Whitkoff, nor should it have been viewed as a tell that Tehran was not negotiating in good faith. On a political level, Iran views enrichment as an issue of national sovereignty, a right conferred with the peaceful uses of nuclear energy provision in Article 5 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which they are a party to, but not Israel. It is consistent with Iran's past positions for negotiators to reject any nuclear agreement if the price was zero enrichment. Furthermore, why would Iran trust the U.S. to follow through? Trump withdrew from the JCPOA in May 2018, despite Iran's compliance, and participated in Israel's strikes against Iran in June. While diplomacy was ongoing, it's not surprising that Iran would have doubts about U.S. credibility. There is also no indication that Whitkoff raised or acknowledged that the technical and legal hurdles to providing free nuclear reactor fuel. If the fuel were to come from the U.S., for instance, that would require a negotiated nuclear cooperation agreement between Iran and the U.S., a deal Congress could block, so he literally was not even in a position to be putting this on the table. There could also be technical challenges and liability issues in fueling a reactor built in Iran. Whitkoff's comments on the March 3rd call suggest he tossed the offer out to Iran without thinking through how to provide any assurance about how the U.S. could follow through. Any more experienced diplomat would not have been surprised by Iran's reaction. So literally, even the worst ill-prepared diplomat would still be in a better position to negotiate this than Steve fucking Whitkoff. So let's just back up a little bit, given that little refresher on these two morons that are about to defend Whitkoff.
Ceasefire, and there's the Board of Peace isn't even funded, and maybe we'll get to Gaza Lago or whatever.
President Trump solved a conflict. How many did Biden solve?
Oh my God. This is the
Name
thing,
one.
and this is what happened with people to judge.
Real estate
on
developers,
TV.
I'll put my money on them.
Oh, wait, well, Steve Whitkoff apparently didn't understand the terms of nuclear enrichment enough to even know what the Iranians were offering.
Who did you hear that from?
She's a fly on the wall.
Who did you hear that from?
It was
the Iranians?
reported.
Oh,
By who?
By the Iranians.
By Bloomberg.
Right, exactly.
By Bloomberg. Were they in the room?
Okay.
There were two different agreements, one in Farsi and one in English.
That's not the one.
I think a good bit of Twitch streamers like you and others would have been aware of this too. LOL, are you really saying send in the third string, send in HASAN PIKER? I mean, HASAN unironically could do a better job than Steve Whitkoff. Literally, am I going to go so far as to say Asmongold could do a better job than Steve Whitkoff? I don't think I'll go that far, but Steve Whitkoff is pretty bad.
And the one in Farsi removed that phrase.
Also said that he knows what Vladimir Putin is saying and what Vladimir Putin wants in terms of dealing with the Ukrainians. And who in their right mind is going to trust Vladimir Putin about anything? J.D. Vance.
I mean Trump, because again, they're campaigning for Orban.
Like you said, he could come out undefeated. He could come out 0-1. He is new to this process. There is not a team of American diplomats going into it. There's Jared Kushner and Steve Whitkoff.
Well, the American diplomats for generations have gotten none of this effectively solved. None of it. And these
name one diplomat that was part of Biden's administration, Obama's administration. Just name one. Name anyone. Name a failure of theirs and attach it to specific timelines or negotiations that broke down. Why does no one ask her this? She would not have an answer to that question.
You guys do have a good track record. But Greg, I want to bring you in here because I want to go back to where we started with the president's post today. Basically, he said, you're negotiating to stay alive.
Yes. No, that
survive. Do you want to live?
I love
well, if Trump asserts something, then it's true.
hearing that Iran isn't cash poor.
Husband is very stupid, correct.
They have no. No, that I love hearing that Iran isn't cash poor. They have no economy. They have no infrastructure. Okay.
Except their own houses in London.
They're in a Iran is like a hostage taker, a desperate hostage taker. And you could say, oh, they're in control. They have the Strait of Hormuz. That's their hostage. They're holed up in a bank demanding 3 large pizzas.
Oh my God. This is how they cope about it. Holy fuck.
Helicopter and a personal phone call from Sydney Sweeney. It's all a face-saving exercise. That's what this
If it's just that, then why are we not winning? Do you see the issue here with trying to build up the enemy but also pretend like they're weak at the same time? If they're strong, how are we losing to Iran? And if they're weak, why aren't we winning? It's both
right now.
lead to the
How
same
can
conclusion.
They get out of this without being thoroughly humiliated in front of their remaining?
Yeah, it's Iran that's facing global humiliation right now. Yep.
Fans, I don't know what you call them. There were 2 different agreements. Trump looked at the terms and says, "Yeah, we can work with this." And then Iran says in their agreement that they have driven America to defeat. So who do you believe? Well, the media went for Iran, but maybe you should examine the facts. Who's telling the truth? Who do you believe? The Iranian leader's dead. We have to go through this all over again just to remind them. We have to do this. I apologize. The Iranian leader's dead. Command and control facilities, air defense, naval assets, military leadership, all decimated.
It doesn't matter that, yes, we have a stronger conventional military. So what? You just said, and even with your coat framing, that they are holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage, and it doesn't fucking matter that they don't have a strong conventional navy or anything like that.
But who do you believe? Is Iran the victor or is America? Their entire defense industrial base is destroyed. They can't.
Who do you believe? My eyes. Look at the fucking, like, have you gone, like, this moron is probably, like, he either has to be lying or he's, like, a rich moron that actually doesn't pump his own gas and has not seen the economic toll that this is having globally on gas and energy prices.
Build missiles, and everybody who can build them are in hiding. Who do you believe, them or us? Their navy's at the bottom of the sea. 80% of their air defense is...
I mean, I literally put as much stock in this, in the Trump, any statement coming out of this administration as I do from Iranian state media. Literally equal. Both have zero credibility.
God, who do you believe? This is what is so great about Trump impeachment. It can make people believe anything. Yeah. I was almost done.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows.
All right, now I want to take a look at apparently Brian Tyler Cohen went on CNN to debate Katie Zakaria.
Was the war a good thing? Was it?
So this is the Iran war worth it? Debate Brian Tyler Cohen versus Katie. This was 10 hours ago and has less than 10,000 views, but was kind of curious about this. Let's see.
Worth it? Are we safer now than we were at the beginning?
I think any way you cut this, internationally and domestically, this has been an unmitigated disaster.
I trust those Lego videos. Okay, the Lego videos I do trust. Okay, I have 100% faith in their posting. Okay, when it comes to the Lego videos, don't worry.
If you look at this from an international perspective, the whole point of this...
Who is Katie? This attractive woman right here, who is probably some right-wing stooge.
Was supposed to be regime change. Well, we've gone from Khamenei to Khamenei, and so I don't think that we've really accomplished that goal of regime change. Also, in terms of the decimated military
that is not the way I would go about this. Like, you could explain that, like, just simply taking out a head of state, and again, a very old one at that had issued a on nuclear nuclear proliferation, securing a nuclear weapons was probably not the way to go, and that's actually not truly regime change if all they had to do was slot in a new Ayatollah. But that's kind of what he's saying in a roundabout way.
Of the Iranians, well, if they're charging this toll now for ships and vessels to get through the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to be able to rebuild their military fivefold in terms of the amount of money that they're bringing in. When you look at what's happening right here at home, we've had at least 13 service members who've died, 400 who've been wounded. This is
like that is the number that even the Times doesn't bring up. They talk about, again, 13 U.S. military personnel have been killed, but they don't talk about the fact that 400 casualties still.
Cost tens of billions of dollars that should have gone to domestic priorities. The cost of gas is surging, and so any way you cut this, abroad and at home, unmitigated disaster.
Okay.
Well,
did he let Chorus know he was going on CNN? Okay, you guys. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Gutfeld, Water, and Jennings are just wrestling heels. They don't believe what they're saying. They're selling tickets to their shows. Yeah, I guess all right. Literally just like circus barkers.
Totally disagree with my friend Brian. I think we are much safer than we were before. And the reason why is because, let's backtrack. President Trump had Iran sanctioned in 2018. And Joe Biden came in and he gave sanction waivers on Iran.
Bitch, the sanctions have been lifted. The workable basis for the negotiations that are about to take place tomorrow start from again, Iran is probably going to have even more sanctions lifted. They want both primary and secondary sanctions lifted.
And then President Trump also had Russia and Nord Stream 2 sanctioned. Joe Biden came in and made waivers on these things. And in my opinion, the stated goal was not for regime change. The stated goal was to make sure that Iran does not have nuclear capabilities. That has been over and over stated. It was pretty clear that they didn't want regime change. And
pretty clear is I mean, we've heard a lot of different things out of the administration from different people at different times.
From the outset was we want to make sure Iran does not have a nuclear weapon or uranium enrichment. And look, China gets 80%.
Is Brian going to cut in and say there was no evidence, even according to Tulsi Gabbard, who is part of the Trump admin, that they had no evidence that Iran was looking to secure a nuclear weapon?
90% of Iran oil is purchased by China. And having lived in China, I see that this is not just about Iran. This is about a multifaceted approach to ensuring that China can no longer...
As a tourist of China myself, okay, let me tell you a thing or two about China, people.
Use Iran as their oil base. And honestly,
that gives you about as much credibility as saying, as somebody who used to participate in Model UN, good for you. You went to China, bitch.
What's happened with Russia and China and Iran to make a big deal? I think the president is actually, with this deal on the table right now, is organizing what could be lasting peace instead of this recreation of more and more problems in the Middle East.
We have heard from the only plan that's been released right now, which is this 10-point plan released from Iran, which is that nuclear enrichment was still going to be allowed. So we have we have nothing to refute it from the American side. So as far as we know, there's going to be Americans paying for all of the damage that's been done.
Okay, it is good that he's talking about the domestic concerns, but why not challenge the fact? Why not point out Trump has lifted sanctions? Why not point out there was no evidence that they were going to secure a nuke? So it is a completely bullshit pretext. Why not bring up that Trump got duped by Bibi Netanyahu, duped or whatever, and that this is just as much Israel's war as it is the United States?
Going to have continued uranium enrichment in Iran, and they're going to be able to charge.
Did you do Model UN? No, I didn't.
So I
did Orchestra.
Really have gained nothing out of this. And in terms of obliterating Iran's military, I mean, we heard the exact same thing in June. So it's the same story being peddled by this administration that's constantly moving the goalposts, constantly obfuscating what's actually happening. Americans have no clue what's going on. We have heard that the
I did violin, but I preferred cello. Everybody preferred. Nah. Cello's not superior. Sorry.
Goal of this thing was regime change, and then when that seemed to be a farce because we've gone from the father to the son, who's reportedly more hardline than his dad was, the administration, if he's alive, the administration had to pivot and figure out some new excuse that would justify having gone through this whole debacle.
But Brian, this isn't the first time a president has talked about uranium enrichment and nuclear weapon development. I mean,
it's not. It wasn't, again, that works against her argument. This is not something that was a known. This is not like an imminent threat. This is literally just a bullshit pretext for launching a pointless war.
Obama spoke about this. President Biden spoke about this. President Bush spoke about this. President Trump has just been the first president to do something about it.
Obama had the JCPOA in.
What instrument? I played the violin. I was classically trained on the violin since I was 8 years old.
Place, and he was able.
That's the nuclear deal.
That was the nuclear deal. He was able to do this without threatening the genocide of 93 million
President
people.
Trump had sanctions in Iran in 2018. He continued this, and he was really hardline with Iran. And those sanctions were waived by Joe Biden under the Biden administration, and nuclear development continued and proliferated. And so there has to be a president.
My goodness.
Out of this, I mean, because we do not.
That was not me. That was like the video fucking up. Hold on.
Proliferated, and so there has to be a president.
Yeah, okay, it's just like that. I don't know why. Okay,
out of this. I mean, because we do not know in terms of Iran's nuclear capability, and it's possible that there will be continue to enrich, and we've spent tens of billions of dollars. Hundreds of people have died. I mean, what is the actual end result of what we've gotten out of this?
I think I'm going to reverse the question and say, is the world safer if Iran has a nuclear weapon? Is the Middle Eastern region
safe?
The
world is already an unsafe place because the United States has nukes and Israel has nukes. And China has nukes, and Russia has nukes, and India has nukes, and North Korea has nukes. And Iran is not going to be able to get a fucking nuke, okay? Safer. Even though the world would be a safer place right now if it did, but it's not happening.
Our friends and allies.
Has this prevented it?
I mean, I would argue that we are starting major road and ground that other presidents have not. He tried diplomacy wasn't working. And so now...
He tried diplomacy.
He tried diplomacy when he launched a 12-day war to completely obliterate the nuclear facilities that were magically re-upped in time for, within less than a year.
That hard.
He did. He absolutely...
Yeah, Pakistan also probably has nukes, right?
This all started with bombs dropping this past summer, where he again came out and promised us that all of this was obliterated. For the people who believed him, now they must feel like fools, because if it was obliterated, what's the need to do it again? And yet here we are. And so this administration has no credibility. And frankly, if the deal that we have in place right now continues to be the one in place, then Iran is going to make enough money from vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz that they're going to have no problem rebuilding their military.
Is the world safer if Iran has a nuclear weapon?
We're talking about Iran having no problem rebuilding their military. It's a fucking red herring. It doesn't matter. Like right now, their military strength is not the point of leverage for them. It's not that, and it never has been. Sean, thank you so much for the $10 tip. Fun stream. I did Model UN 1 year in high school. Kind of boring, TBH. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. What even goes on in Model UN? What do you do? Is it like a debate club? Is it just LARPing? Do you just like pretend to be a country and like argue with other people pretending to be countries? Like I never understood it.
I don't have any confidence that this has prevented them from being able to have a nuclear weapon.
So stand by and let a nuclear weapon be developed, and let's see what happens, or do something about it. What is the solution? Diplomacy hasn't been working. So do we allow Iran? That's the question. Like, do we allow Iran to develop a nuclear weapon? Is that in the best interest of the world, the safety and security of us?
Yeah, like JCP ripped up the JCPOA. She's talking about sanctions. Trump lifted sanctions.
insecurity of the Middle Eastern region and many of our friends and allies, even in Europe.
I don't know if anybody is saying that it's better to have Iran have a nuclear weapon. I think the question is, what is the best way of preventing
I mean,
that?
I'll say it, but they're not going to fucking get one.
And what's the best strategy going forward? But Brian, to her point, what if we do come to a deal, that these negotiations are successful? What if all of this springs a actual deal between Israel and Lebanon, and there maybe is some peace there? What if we maybe have a better relationship with Iran, and it's not as able to attack all of our allies with proxies, and their military has been decimated a little bit? I mean, isn't there some value in that?
Anytime there is actual lasting peace, I'm a proponent of that. My contention here is that I have no confidence that this administration is able to do that, or even showing that they're capable of doing that. Because
why this framing? Where is the talk about how this is, again, he's not, you would think that like a lib would lean into like the procedural like cuck shit, which is that, yeah, Trump illegally like launched this war of choice without congressional authorization.
Again, in the deal that we've seen thus far,
but like the way he says it is like, Trump's not doing this right. He sounds like fucking like how I would expect Schumer to sound, which is that like, you know, basically this sort of tacit suggestion that like this is a strategic error. Like, oh, if I wish a Democrat were in charge right now doing this pointless war of choice, then they would be a much better steward for this thing that nobody wants.
Iran looks like it's in a stronger position than it was just a couple of months ago.
It's interesting also in terms of strength. President Trump's poll numbers not great on this. And we've seen a divide in the MAGA base, which you know so well, talking to these folks every day. There are some people.
If Israel can do it, why not Iran? Israel is able to do it because it has so many Western allies. Iran is a pariah state, and there's too many security apparatuses in place that would prevent them from securing a nuclear weapon. There is absolutely no way that Iran would even be able to do that. Like, you know, North Korea is able to do it because they're like, that's what happens when you're a client state of China. Iran is not a client state of China. Russia is able to do it because they're a global superpower. China is able to do it because they're a global superpower.
Who are against this. And there are plenty in the MAGA base who are very supportive of him as well. But he posted...
Again, I if they got a nuke, or like, do I want nuclear proliferation? No. But do I want, you know, like, there are... I'm far more concerned with Israel having nukes, for one. And for two, it's not going to... Like, you may as well say Iran should get, like, build up a conventional military. Iran should cast a spell. And hope that they win the war. That's equally as likely, you know, as them securing a nuclear weapon.
On Truth Social about some well-known Republican
Iran having a nuke changes, I think. That's the other thing is, like, you think that these countries aren't prepared to... It's like, it would have a deterrent capacity, but these countries are willing to use nuclear missiles. Like, that is not a red line for any country that has these nukes. It's not solely for deterrence.
Who have been against this war. Let's put this up on the screen. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They know it, their families know it, and everybody knows it too. What's your reaction to that and your feel in terms of what's going on in the MAGA base?
Well, I'm going to lead with I'm a free speech absolutist. So President Trump can say this, and the people that he's speaking about can say this. And I will also speak to the fact that I've been very frustrated with the factions in the Republican Party. Generally, Republicans have
free speech. Who is this woman, man?
He knows it too. What's your reaction to that and your feel in terms of what's going on in the MAGA base?
Well, I'm going to lead with I'm a free speech absolutist. So President Trump can say this, and the people that he's speaking about can say this. And I will also speak to the fact that I've been very frustrated with the factions in the Republican Party. Generally, Republicans have shown a long history of not being able to win. We cannot even right now get the Save America Act.
I thought they were tired of winning.
Pass in the Republican Senate.
Dude, she's talking about like the Republicans not having an upper hand when they have minoritarian rule. And again, the Electoral College is slanted in their favor. The fact that they again control all three branches of the government. And she's like, you know, Republicans are out here losing. Small bean Republicans. If only we could be given a chance. If only. What are you talking about? There's no constraint. Like, this party is completely unconstrained. They're just undisciplined and moronic.
And Republican
Trump
House
is doing everything via executive action instead of actually making use of his of Congress.
So it went through the House and we can't get it passed in the Senate. So to see all of these,
you need 60 votes in the Senate, so you need to get rid of the filibuster.
We need to get rid of the filibuster. It's a whole
yeah.
other thing. But to speak to this, that I am also happy to see Alex Jones get called out in that post. He's been a very difficult person after going bankrupt, kissing the president, and really asking him for favors, and then kind of turning around and attacking him. However, the free speech aspect of this, they are welcome to talk about. I have a bigger problem at the factions in the Republican Party and the inability for anyone to get anything done. Everyone fighting online about everything. And so that is really more of my position, is I would like to see all of these people come to the table and at least be united on trying to get something done for the American people, which would be voter ID.
Do you agree with the president that Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly can
voter ID? So a poll tax. Is it a free voter ID? No? Then it's a poll tax.
Candace Owens are all low IQ people?
I'm not going to speak to their IQs or he has his personal opinion about them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that face says everything. She can't speak out against Donald Trump, but she doesn't want to defend Tucker. So even though Trump is literally saying that Tucker is low IQ, she's just like, I'm not going to comment on that, but pictures worth 1,000 words. Dude, your face told us everything.
What do you think's going on here?
I think it's pretty telling that Donald Trump goes after Candace Owens.
Save Act was a nightmare. It's Save America Act, sweaty, for one. For two, Thune knows better, and they don't want to pass it because it's not even clear that it will benefit Republicans. They are trying to heavily curtail and restrict women from voting, and guess what? There's a lot of white women in this country, and a lot of them vote for Republicans.
Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly for daring to hold the president to the same standard that he campaigned on. He promised that he was going to be a president that didn't engage in foreign adventurism. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He
was careful to say, to hold the president accountable, because they're not really doing that. They're not. He is right on the money to say that they're just holding him to the standard that he literally campaigned on, just to his rhetoric.
That he wouldn't be a president that would see gas prices rise. We're seeing these gas prices surge to levels that we haven't seen in years and years and years. He promised he would be a president that would focus on America first, and now he is moving billions and billions and billions of dollars from domestic priorities over to the Middle East so that he can drop bombs. And then on top of all of that,
I think a better way to get that to hit is emphasize they have spent approximately $1 billion a day, and they want to ask for another $200 billion to do it. Trump is out here talking about how, the federal government can't do everything. We can't do healthcare. We can't do daycare. We can't do childcare. That's for the states to do. And that's on them. Maybe they have to raise taxes, but then we lower it at the federal level. That's not on us. You have Marco Rubio saying, maybe Iran should have spent more money on the Iranian people instead of on trying to get nukes and warfare, and then we wouldn't be in this situation. Literally just a statement that is so glaringly hypocritical, proudly saying that this one he didn't actually retract. That is what's being echoed by this admin. Bring these things up.
Thinks that he has
because they just think it's leftist lies, that you're mischaracterizing. Well, we're on CNN, but if any conservative were to come around this, they think oh, he's lying, he doesn't understand it. No, talk about what this admin has done, the cost of it, what they plan, how much more money they plan to do, how we basically have fucking MMT, but for the defense quote unquote budget, and it's still not enough money. Even between the upward transfer of wealth from the big beautiful bill and them slashing Medicare and Medicaid and still wanting more money for this pointless war of choice that is ridiculously unpopular, and now it costs people $90 to fill up their car.
To stand on by attacking his own former allies. It's not like these people are crunchy liberals. These are the most MAGA people that you could possibly find, and yet he attacks them because they dare try hold him to the same standard that he set for himself.
You simplify this that he's just raising gas prices.
How do you feel about MMT? I don't really understand it. It's just you can print infinite amounts of money and then it'll all be fine. We don't tax and spend. We spend then tax, and then money printer machine go burr is my understanding of it.
And dropping bombs. And
that's exactly
what
he's doing.
To the point, and this will be the last question. In terms of, though, for a lot of folks that voted for him because they didn't want foreign wars. They said, this is what we signed up for. We had Caroline Sunshine on last week who used to work for him, who said, this isn't the meal that I ordered. I'm against this. What do you say to that?
Well, I say that there is a lot of military intelligence that I am not aware of. And I voted for the president because I trust his ability to defend the United States. I also voted for him because there were 8 peace deals that he accomplished in his first 8 months of being president.
I voted for Donald Trump because he's a humanitarian and so peaceful.
I think the war was probably the last thing he wanted to do, and he tried diplomatic efforts, and here we are. And I do trust that he has the right military intelligence. General Kane, I really do believe, is the man for the job. He ended exactly what he needed to with ISIS in record time. So I don't know the military intelligence that the president has. I voted for President Trump because I trust his judgment.
This is the other thing that they always fall back on, which is that, well, you don't know. You just have to assume that when they lie to the American public, when there's zero transparency, when they unilaterally take these actions illegally and they don't go through Congress, that they probably have some really, really scary intel that means that an attack is imminent. They had no choice but to do everything that they're doing.
We got to leave it there. If you could do it in one sentence.
I can give you one sentence. I think it is naive at best to suggest that this president doesn't want to engage in foreign events.
Oh my God, Brian Tyler, he's too nice.
After Venezuela, after the threats against Canada, Panama, Cuba, this president has been chomping at the bit to engage in military intervention in direct contrast to what he said on the campaign.
And neutralize China.
And he talked last night about conquest for the military going forward. All right, we
I
got to
don't
leave.
like this line of like, he said he wasn't going to do this on the campaign trail. You should be pointing out that that was a lie as well. You're trying to cast him as though he was like a genuinely like a peace ticket or something like that. Like, why do that? You're just helping MAGA further solidify that lie. They were never going to be the anti-war ticket. They were never going to be the pro-peace ticket. That was also bullshit. You should also be like calling it out, not being like, remember when he said he was going to blah, 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 blah. Like, no, everybody, him included at this time, was probably going on his podcast every single day and saying, we know it's a fucking lie, and they're just posturing. But of course, like, would he have even said that? Because then he would have had to admit that Trump was rhetorically, I'm not saying actually going to do this, was outflanking Kamala from the left, you know, by posturing as like the pro-peace, the anti-war candidate. I don't. They're like legitimizing this. I don't understand why you want to do that. What was I gonna look up? I just fucking. Oh yeah, this was like the clip I wanted to show you guys. I'm sure everybody's seen it. But this was Marco Rubio, and again, a stunning PR move to make this statement from little Marco the other day.
And at the end of the day, I think that if there are people in Iran who now, given everything that's happened, are willing to move in a different direction for their country, that would be great. Imagine in Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran, you'd have a much different country. So we are always hopeful that that would exist over there.
Well, yeah,
And
I
at the end of
agree, Marco. If you didn't fucking waste a bunch of money on foreign affairs, on terrorism, on genocides abroad, yeah, there'd probably be more money that could be used domestically to improve your country. Yeah, why don't you take it like I cannot believe he's talking about Iran when he says that. But like they say shit like this because they know they can get away with it. Okay. And I want to check out this debate that happened a couple of days ago that I missed. I've taken an interest in Tim Miller ever since the sort of like mini HASAN saga. This is Tim Miller versus Representative Gottheimer. War debate gets heated. This is on the Bulwark 3 days ago, 74,000 views. Representative Josh Gottheimer joins Tim Miller for a heated debate over the war in Iran, where even pro-war lawmakers admit they still don't know the plan. They clash over whether weakening Iran justifies the risks, rising costs at home, and the lack of clear objective, while digging into Trump's leadership, Israel's role, and the looming war powers showdown in Congress. But before we get into all of that, I just want to say, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same goes for if you're watching on YouTube, where all my VODs are housed. If you want to go back through any of my old content, it is there. It is timestamped for you to watch free of charge, because I don't even paywall it behind a membership, even though I probably should. Maybe I will start doing that. Liking the stream also helps push it out to other people. But very, very importantly, you guys, in 3.5 minutes on Twitch, there are going to be ads that you are forced to watch. But a way you can avoid this is if you use your Twitch Amazon Prime sub to subscribe to me. You will get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. Or you could cross your fingers in hopes that somebody gifts you a sub and you are on the receiving end of somebody's generosity. That way you don't have to suffer through those disgusting ads. Or maybe you will be the ones gifting and bestowing my community with generosity. Best way to support me, though, is by following the link pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box, where you can find my Streamlabs tip link, and they only take 3%, which is awesome. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can send me a super chat, and I will read it out loud. And thank you for sending in money to support the stream. I'm at Straighterade on everything. And let's get into this.
Welcome to the Bulwark. I'm Tim Miller. Delighted to be here with New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer. Sir, I think maybe we have some disagreements over the Iran war we can hash out a little bit, and so I want to get into that. But first, just because things are moving so fast, I just want to kind of lay out where things are as we tape. Obviously, this is Tuesday afternoon. The president this morning was posting about
my generosity has run out for the week. Fuck my life. If you never donated gifted another sub, I would still not complain. You've already gifted me so much. I really, really appreciate it.
how a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. About an hour ago, Pakistan put out a public statement saying that they're asking for a 2-week ceasefire. We're seeing some reporting literally right now as we're talking that maybe there's some optimism about that from both sides. We'll see how it shakes out. So that's where things stand. When we scheduled this conversation, you'd put out a statement talking about how you were different from some of your other your fellow Democrats because you were more proactive in supporting the decision to act against.
He's not like other Democrats, you guys. There's never been a pro-war Democrat until Representative Gottheimer over here.
Iranian regime. I'm wondering if that's where you still stand here about a month in. A little over.
Well, so, what hasn't changed is my view that actually, if you look at my release from a month ago, I think it's very consistent with my position now, which is one, we've got to do everything we can to crush the Iranian government.
Andy boy, Wappy, thank you so much for gifting HL Nub TV a tier 1 sub. I'm sure they really appreciate it. They're a frequent chatter of mine. Thank you so much. No, oh my God. Ask and you shall receive. No, you feel like an asshole. Why? There's just sharing the love, man. Why are you interested in Tim Miller? He has an embarrassing past. Yes, I am well aware. He is like an architect of the Jeb Bush campaign, which we do hold against him. But he has proven himself to have at least learned some mistakes from that campaign and came out and, I mean, he didn't full-throatedly defend HASAN or anything like that. Not that he needs to unnecessarily, but he did fight off more disingenuous attacks and has a more pragmatic approach, I think, to electoral politics and extends the same courtesy that's extended to him and that allows him as an anti-Trump Republican to be anywhere near the Democratic Party, which is that the most important thing to do right now is to oppose the Trump admin, and anybody who is willing to be an ally in that fight should be welcomed in. And if you don't think that they personally are, their audiences still may be. And we should not ignore that. We should not repeat mistakes of the past. And I can at least respect that, even if I don't really respect anything else about his political predilections.
In the sense of going back to the late 70s, this regime has literally killed scores of Americans, attacked our allies, attacked and killed our service members and our bases, through their terror proxies, killed thousands more. None of that.
HL Nub TV, thank you so much for gifting E-White01 a tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. I can see that you are, or what do you call it if you go to Starbucks and you pay for the person behind you and then they pay for the person behind them? You can start a little train like that or whatever. It's the same thing, right?
That's changed. Their banner is Death to America, as you know.
Yeah, you're paying it forward.
Service members and our bases, through their terror proxies, killed thousands more. None of that's changed. Their banner is Death to America, as you know. We're the great Satan.
This is literally already PBD tier analysis. Adam Sosnick, did you know that there's people in Iran who don't like this country? Did you know there's people that call us the great Satan and Israel the little Satan?
According to them, they've took our embassy and turned it into a hate museum against Americans, right? So, and they continue to threaten.
Did they do that? Cool.
Our democracy and freedom. None of that's changed at all. They also, I'm on the Intelligence Committee, without going into specifics, although some of this has been declassified by the Secretary of State talking about it. But as you know, they've been very aggressive, both in their nuclear program, but also in their ballistic missile and drone programs, further threatening our country, especially if they have enough capacity to stop us from getting to a bomb if they choose to jump the line and enrich. So that hasn't changed. And I also said
they have been enriching. What? This whole point.
Why I voted for the War Powers Resolution back then, that we voted on in the Congress, as you know, was that the administration had completely failed, in my opinion, to make the case to the American public and to Congress, right? And in terms of what the reasoning was for going in, and also what the objectives were when they went in and what they are today.
I wouldn't be surprised if we've killed more Iranians during this conflict than they've killed Americans over the last 47 years. I mean, that was probably the case even when we launched the 12-day war, where we've only added to that. The way that we opened Operation Epic Fury was by doing a double tap on a girls' elementary school and then blamed bad intel for this mistake. I'm positive that that's the case.
They've still failed completely to outline those objectives to me in a way that to the American public and to the Congress, including progress made. And, the president gave a speech a few days ago, which probably should have given, in my opinion, on day one of all this. And so that hasn't changed either. Like, I think they've completely...
The most harm Iran has ever done to America is give us PBD. Real. Every single Iranian expat that has ever been generated
failed to
did the speech clarify anything for you? I didn't feel like I got a lot of clarification on why we're doing this.
Did it clarify anything for me? No, I mean, I think it at least took pains to say to the country, hey, by the way, here's why what we're worried about in Iran, right? And here's why we're doing this, which the president really hadn't done. And by the way, their objectives, as you know, completely...
Yeah, like his issue right now is that the admin skipped the propaganda stage.
Shifting all over the place for the last 40 plus days. They're like we're all over the map. Yeah. It's like that scene in Airplane, like when they were like, we're at 5,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 10,000 feet. They're all over the place. And I kind of felt like that was the way when you watch their communications on this of like what their objectives were. Was it terror? Running their terror program, their ballistic missile program on drones? Is it getting to a regime change? Right, which is a whole different. That's a whole different objective. They talked about the Navy and diminishing the Navy, which I think is critically important. But again, it's without laying these things out and understanding what victory looks like. It's tough to go after it.
Right. So do you have any sense of what the objectives are right now?
No, I mean, if you go on, do I have any more clarity publicly from what I think the objectives are, like without shifting?
No.
Ultimately, no. I mean, I think what they've said consistently, if you're looking at like the map of where they've been consistent and what the president said, it's concerned about the them having a nuclear weapon, right? That's, I guess, been consistent. And they've consistently talked about diminishing the Navy. Otherwise, the rest of it is kind of shifted all over the place. And by the way, they have not once come before a congressional committee to talk to us about whether there's, and I think as a member of Congress and as a member of an oversight committee related to that, I completely have a huge problem with that.
So we're aligned on all those critiques. I guess then my question is, why not just oppose this? Clearly, I don't understand why.
Yeah, like the last 5 minutes have just been explaining why this is a complete disaster. This is not keeping Americans safe. That this admin has been completely opaque as far as even sharing intelligence with Congress, with committees within Congress and people that are authorized to have access to that sort of information, that they've not made this pitch to the American public, let alone secured congressional authorization. But nonetheless, he supports this.
There'd be any possible interest from a Democratic member in a war when we don't know what the objectives are, when you can't trust the people running it, when they haven't made their case to you. Why
because as somebody who is obviously on the intelligence committee who's focused on the Middle East for a long time, containing the threat, right? Containing Iran, which I know the government there, not the people who they've massacred.
And like, again, to be clear, this is the statement that came out of his office on March 6th of this year. Gottheimer votes to pass War Powers Resolution, supports the attack on Iranian regime, but demands clarity on mission and objectives. Today, March 5th, 2026, U.S. Congressman Josh Gottheimer, New Jersey's 5th congressional district representative, released the following statement. First, I want to be clear, the Islamic Republic of Iran is the enemy and a tyrannical regime, and I completely support the decisive action our armed forces took last weekend to diminish those threats, including killing the Ayatollah, who brutally slaughtered scores of Americans and thousands of his own people. But Iran remains the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Its ballistic missile and drone programs, nuclear ambitions, and terrorist proxies continue to pose a clear, like literally he is describing Israel, but I'm seeing Iran all over this for some reason, pose a clear and present danger to the United States and our allies. And for the sake of freedom and democracy in the world, we simply can't afford to get this wrong. We must win and crush them. I want to recognize and emphasize the extraordinary courage of our service members who continue to put themselves in harm's way. Yeah, I don't think they're the ones that are doing that. They're being forced to do it because of the idiotic decisions made by this regime and the regime that you back, along with those in our diplomatic corps. And I pray for the family of the 6 soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. May their memories be a blessing. With the defeat of the War Powers Resolution in the Senate, the vote in the House today shifted from an unacceptable call that could put our troops in harm's way to a clear call for this admin to articulate the goals for the mission, the endgame, and their plan to avoid a protracted conflict. So they literally can't do that. It is already a protracted conflict. That is why, in the end, I chose to vote yes, and why I proposed a second vote on a new War Powers Resolution at the end of March, which will give the admin a clear deadline for communicating their mission and objectives to Congress and the American people. Unlike some of my colleagues who are opposed to combating the Iranian regime, unlike some of my colleagues that just love fundamentalist Islamic terrorism, I'm different. I'm not like them. The world's leading state sponsor of terror. I'm supporting this resolution to send a clear message to the admin. The American people deserve a coherent explanation of what precipitated this war, what success looks like, and how we will know when the mission has been achieved. So far, what I've heard publicly and in classified briefings are shifting justifications and objectives from admin officials and the president. I still have questions that remain unanswered and other issues that require more clarity. Oversight will be critical during these coming weeks, especially on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, of which he's a member. Congress deserves, per the law, regular briefings as the conflict continues about the potential length of the conflict, the possibility of committing ground troops, the ongoing and projected tax dollar expenditures, and the scenarios for long-term governance and stability of Iran. As it stands, Jersey has no appetite for ground troops or an endless war. So why are you not opposing it at every single step? Oversight is the constitutional responsibility of Congress, and moments like this are exactly why the framers divided such powers. The admin must appear before the relevant committees to paint a clear picture so the American people can understand the mission's goals, strategy, and our path forward. Again, make no mistake, the Iranian regime, with its death to America cry, is our sworn enemy and deserves the punishment they're receiving. For decades, Ayatollah Khomeini and his oppressive regime have supported terrorist proxies, expanded their ballistic missile program, attacked our bases, and killed scores of Americans and our allies, not to mention their own citizens seeking freedom. In the last days, they've launched attacks on nearly every country in the region. Gee, I wonder why they did that. You want to talk about things that precipitated this military action? Why don't we get into the military action that precipitated their decision to do that? And they're not just launching attacks in every other country in the region. They're also specifically doing it on U.S. bases to pressure those countries, to pressure the United States to end this war. As I've said, I'm not opposed to taking action against Iran. I believe that steps to address the persistent threats are merited and necessary to protect our broader national security interests. I will also ensure that our military is equipped to meet that mission. During the week of March 23rd, 2026, we will also have another vote on my War Powers Resolution to uphold Congress's constitutional authority, while ensuring the United States can continue to defend our service members, embassies, and allies from Iranian aggression. Between now and then, I hope either the conflict has reached its objectives of the objectives that you literally said that they never articulated or even tried to, or the admin has made a stronger case to Congress and the American people for why this mission must continue. In the meantime, let's pray for the troops, allies, and all Americans in harm's way. Thoughts and prayers. Okay. That's where we're coming at this from.
Tens of thousands of indiscriminately, including children. But knowing what kind of threat Iran poses, right? I believe the importance of stopping that threat is critical. But there's different ways to stop a threat. Right?
Sure.
And especially, I don't believe regime change right now, for instance, is something that you could do unless you're going to put troops on the ground, and I don't support that, right? So that doesn't mean I don't still believe it's a threat, and I work for America, not for a political party.
Hey, so this time of year, I'm trying to stay consistent with eating.
Hey, so we're trying to watch content here. Jumping ahead.
Bulwark takes, rules and restrictions may apply.
So I guess I'm just confused. So do you want him to keep going? Like, what do you want to happen tonight? Like, would you like him to say, you know what, we're pulling out of this. We're going to try to do a face-saving deal, or do you want them to keep pressing forward?
What I'd like is to find out we get a deal, which is going to reopen the Straits, is going to make sure that we can get gas prices down and get, right, because we got 20% of the world's oil going through there and gas going through there. I'd like to know some commitments on their nuclear program and their drone and ballistic missile program, and understand what we're going to do financially to contain their terror proxy program, supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, all threats us. Right?
Isn't that where we were 6 weeks ago? And the Strait was open 6 weeks ago. They had bombed the nuclear facilities last year.
Tim, I mean, unless I'm hoping we find out. Oh, you mean if we massively diminish those programs, that would be a good thing.
I guess if the regime is still in charge, though, if they've had a regime...
Or why would you support that instead of a diplomatic path and something like the JCPOA?
Transition from an 86-year-old guy that was going to die soon anyway to his son, and the IRGC is still in charge. and they've demonstrated that they have control over the Strait. And, I mean, sure, they've lost some ships and missiles, but that could be replenished. Like, great. Like, why would we did that? We caused all this harm. We caused all this international harm. We've pissed off our allies in Europe and Asia and Australia. People at home have higher gas prices. Like, for what end? We got rid of a couple of their missiles and ships. Who cares?
Don't say who cares on that, because what if we told you, hey, by the way, we've set back their missile, drone, and nuclear program several years? Would you consider that a win or a loss?
I mean, they said that last year, and now we're in a war with them again. And I think that China and Russia could replenish them. China and Russia, we're seeing Russia's replenishing them now. Obviously, that's how they shut down our plane. Like, they didn't, have. So there are other ways for them to access weapons going forward.
Again, say we knew that we significantly set back their program in that regard. Would you still, you would say, well, it doesn't really matter?
I'd say that's still a loss, yeah, because we've given them, now they know they can control the Strait, so we've given them more power and leverage. We've alienated our European allies and our Asian allies, and people in America who had no idea what the purpose was of this war, who did not feel at all threatened by their ballistic missile capabilities, are going to suffer major economic consequences. And they're suffering at the pump already, but with the supply chain disruption.
Like, what is he possibly going to say in response to this? Tim is just like, these are like to say he's on fire here. It's like, it's just literally basic facts about what has gone on since this war has begun. It's not even, sharp, insightful observations. These are literally just descriptive realities, objective truths. What is he going to say?
And there's going to be massive economic consequences to this. And so that is the deal. We pushed it back their capabilities 2 years to screw over our own people. That feels like a terrible deal.
Well, not in the sense. Here's where I look at it just a little differently. And I hear, by the way, that perspective. I would say I look at it from the angle of, if it turns out that we've significantly diminished their capabilities when it comes to drone, missile, and nuclear, and we're able to, and we actually are successful doing that. If that's where it turns out, and some of this stuff I can't talk about, but we also need to learn more and see what any kind of negotiated ending of this is. Again, until I see that, I don't know. But say that let's just play that out.
Why haven't you seen it yet? It's already cause for concern, given that this has been going on for over a month, and you can't even say confidently that, oh yeah, they've at least said this to us privately, even if they've not begun to disseminate that information to the American public in a way that doesn't compromise our intelligence. He's not even claiming that. He's coming right out and saying, no, they still haven't articulated any of the objectives.
If that happens, I'd say that's a huge win, because what I was worried about, and what I was worried about, and it's not something that we should just brush aside as Americans who care about our security, their development of their ballistic missile program development was not something that we should just look the other way on, and their drone program development is
okay, I love, again, please demolish this stupid fucking framing of you're either with us or against us, and anybody who doesn't, who basically isn't kind of on board with what the Trump admin is doing, oh, you basically just don't care about, national security, that you are a sympathizer to the Ayatollah and the Iranian regime. It's all garbage. It's all nonsense. And I don't even know why he thinks he's going to be able to get these level 1, Likud propaganda talking points off the ground with Tim Miller.
Not something that we should just look the other way on. And you could say, well, that doesn't matter. But as somebody who's worried about our interests in the region and worried about us, I am.
What about our interests at home, though? I mean, I don't think that you can make the case. How can you make the case to the American people that the Iranian missile program was a real threat to America, and it was a threat that was so great that it was worth harming their economic interests?
Do you think them having a nuclear weapon would be a disaster?
Yeah, sure, but they've been on
complete non sequitur.
The cusp of having a nuclear weapon for a long time. We had a deal with them.
Even that's not true. They've not been on the cusp of having a nuclear weapon for a long time, Tim. That's a complete lie.
Under the Obama administration that Trump had taken us out of, there were other potential options for preventing them.
We did nothing to diminish their terror program. That deal did nothing to address their terror program. Which
sure. Do you nuclear weapon for a long time? This
is a Democrat who is saying that the JCPOA did nothing to rein in the Iranian regime.
Deal with them under the Obama administration that Trump had taken us out of. There were other potential options for preventing them.
We did nothing to diminish their terror program. That deal did nothing to address their terror program. Which
sure. Do you think that we're safer though?
Did he support Trump removing, pulling out of the JCPOA?
Day from terror, that Americans are safer, that Americans are safer from a terror threat today than we were a month ago? It seems to me that the risk of retaliation is higher. The threat of terror is probably higher today, I would assume. No?
I think this. I think that.
Oh my God.
You know,
he actually was. This guy was literally against the JCPOA. This is a statement that he issued in May of 2018 when Trump withdrew from it. Gottheimer stands strong against Iran deal. Today, Congressman Josh Gottheimer released the following statement regarding the JCPOA. I opposed the JCPOA in 2015 because I took money from AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby, and I am a stooge for their interests and not yours. Oh, wait, that's not actually what it says. Sorry. While it may have placed temporary limits on certain aspects of Iran's nuclear program, it did not permanently preclude Tehran's pathway to the bomb. It also failed to address Iran's aggressive development of long-range ballistic missiles to deliver these nuclear weapons. These facts remain true today. Since the deal's implementation, Iran has reaped the benefits of sanctions relief, twice skirted... Okay, they've also done that now under Trump. I mean, I realize he is writing this in 2018, but apparently his approach to this shit is just as stupid. Twice skirted the agreement's limitations on heavy water. That's another way of saying that by saying skirted, so operating within the constraints of the JCPOA. So doing what they're legally allowed to do under the provisions. So following the law, being in compliance with the plan, and continued to flaunt its refusal to allow international inspectors access to military sites under the JCPOA's weak inspections regime. Oh, yeah, again, so by continuing to flaunt, by underscoring and emphasizing that they don't have to comply with a provision that was never part of the JCPOA. Iran has violated international law by testing long-range ballistic missiles and transferring weapons to terrorist groups, including Hezbollah and Hamas and Iranian proxies in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen. But even if Iran were to fulfill all of its obligations, the sunsets in the JCPOA would still permit Iran to resume its nuclear program within years. Beginning in October, the president declined to certify that the sanctions relief under the JCPOA is appropriate and proportionate to the measures Iran has taken to terminate its illicit nuclear program. With the decision to withdraw from the JCPOA, we must now move beyond partisan gridlock and implement a comprehensive plan to better restrain Iran's malevolence and nuclear ambitions. So even though Trump unilaterally withdrew us from the JCPOA, even though Iran had been acting in compliance, which he admits in this very statement with the JCPOA, he supported this action even though he did not actually have any pathway towards replacing it or any sort of leverage to hold over Iran to get them to accept a better deal, which is exactly what happened because they never made a better deal. Just led to this. There should be nothing partisan about our national security. We don't agree on anything, but we can't agree Iran bad, nor our relationship with our ally Israel. Iran must know that its destructive behavior throughout the Middle East will not be tolerated, and we must now work to ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism is never able to threaten the United States or our allies armed with a nuclear weapon. The risks of inaction are too high. You know, I really think that this person should be like airdropped in Iran right now to stand with our brave men and women in the military there or whatever.
Part of my frustration,
along with Lindxasy Graham,
and getting back to your central question where you started this,
Yeah.
part of my frustration, because, you know, I'm just giving you a sense of like you asked me, what would I hope to get out of this? That's what I would hope to get out of it. Part of my frustration is some of the questions that we're both asking each other, we don't know the answers to. And that's actually what's deeply frustrating. If some of the answer turned out to be yes, some things I know the answer to, but let's say that some of the things turned out to be yes, like I actually would come down and say Americans are safer because of it. If it turns out the answers are no, or actually we have not diminished certain things that I think we have as well as I'd like to know, and that's in the end we'll find out. Well, then, by the way, then I'll have a different opinion about it.
You're on the Intelligence Committee, though. If you don't know, nobody knows. So why not oppose this? I just don't understand.
Why don't you already have that different opinion you say you'll hold if they don't present the information that they are not ever going to present to you, and you know that?
Understand how we could not just be clearly in opposition to a program.
And I can only keep up this fake wide-eyed naivete on my part for so long. It is because he is paid to not understand that point.
Remember, we don't know what the objectives are. We can't trust the people running it. They lie. They're liars.
Are you serious? Does HASAN actually come up in this? Somebody in YouTube chat just said this guy gets so excited to talk about HASAN. This man is on the Intelligence Committee. He's worried about HASAN. Please tell me HASAN does not come up in this.
They have demonstrated a lack of competence, at least at the political level. The military has obviously demonstrated competence, but we're going to trust Trump and Pete Hegseth and just take our chances. Hopefully it works. That's where you're at.
I fundamentally know that the Iranian government is an enemy of our country and very close allies with our other enemies, China and Russia and North Korea. I know that they are dangerously close to having a nuclear weapon, and that's unacceptable.
You want to work with the admin that's currently campaigning for Viktor Orban of Hungary, who is literally a Russian stooge. But yeah, following the same admin is definitely going to help confront Russian aggression and imperialism.
I know that their missile program advanced.
Boy, get ready. Yeah, I am going to say things that are within TOS. I'm not going to be baited.
Significantly. I know that their drone program advanced significantly. I know that that poses a massive threat.
Everybody knows that because that's what's being reported, is that we're being absolutely fucking humiliated by their cheap ass drones, and we have exhausted all of our like we're using like Tomahawk missiles to which are far more expensive than the drones that are causing a thorn in our side.
Her program has advanced massively, and I know they're a major threat to the United States of America. And so knowing that,
they're not.
This is not about Donald Trump or anybody else. This is about standing up.
I mean, he's the president. You think you think the Iranian mullahs are a greater threat to the American people than Donald Trump getting us into this war? You think the Iranian mullahs are a greater threat? You are more scared of them?
The Iranian government has posed a massive threat to the United States.
So just not going to answer that question because he knows that Trump is a bigger threat to literally every single human being on this earth that is alive. Every living organism in every corner of this earth is a bigger threat than anything that is going on in the Iranian regime with respect to the United States.
Do I think that Donald Trump has handled this well? Back to the thing we were talking about? No, obviously not, and I said that.
Yeah, obviously not. So why would we trust him to do something if we know he isn't going to handle it well? Well, this is a very high-stakes situation. I don't think anybody, the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed.
We've got the best general, because it's not just Donald Trump that runs this. We've got the best generals in the world, and the best military in the world, the best intelligence in the world, the best intelligence community.
I mean, but our generals are not the ones that are bleeding out a whole civilization.
You mean the ones that Pete Hegseth fired? And Pete Hegseth is literally just a former Fox News contributor and like a veteran. That's his qualifications for being in this admin.
Will die tonight, never to be brought back again. That's the president. That's their boss.
Yes, but fine.
So why would you? So yeah, it's absurd. Why would you?
He just never. He can't admit that like Donald Trump is obviously a bigger threat than the Iranian regime.
Let a guy that would tweet that be in charge of a war where American lives are at risk.
Well, because who's going to be? We have a commander in chief. That's his job. What do you want?
Yeah, to oppose him, I think. To say that as a Democratic
representative. We have a
representative.
commander in chief. We don't have a king. He was not supposed to unilaterally take this country to a war that was not declared by Congress. It's completely unconstitutional. You're supposed to know that as a fucking Democrat.
I don't know if you do not think that an unhinged commander in chief should be getting us into
This
a
is my opposition party. This is the opposition party, people.
war where he's promising genocide in Iran.
There's the reason why I opposed it, why I supported the War Powers Resolution a couple weeks ago, because I opposed him and made it very clear. But like that doesn't.
But I've spent all of my time begging for them to come up with some bullshit rationale so I can change my vote.
Mean that I'm not going to support our servicemen and women. It doesn't mean I'm not going to back the great work of our military and intelligence community. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to say.
We can't just leave our boys. We have to support the troops, you guys. We have to put them in harm's way for this pointless war of choice. That's how you can best support the troops.
The government of Iran needs to be crushed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So
I mean,
I didn't really support those white boys that, went into Columbine and shot up a school and like killed everybody. But like, do we really will more death actually help anyone? Like, why shouldn't we give them bulletproof vests? And this is why my office is actually working really hard to introduce legislation that would mandate that all school shooters in the United States are given a bulletproof vest. That way we can prevent, the casualties, more casualties.
So you're kind of for it in the abstract. Like you wish it would work well, but you don't know what the objectives are, and you don't want to do anything to constrain it.
I have a huge problem with how this thing's being executed from how it's being executed.
I mean, he has named nothing but problems, yet nonetheless you are just jumping up and down to be able to support it.
The goal.
This is these are not really real critiques. He's begging this administration, please help me help you. Help me collaborate with you.
Of crushing Iran, I think is all the crushing Iran is the right thing. I think not giving us hearings is a problem. I think not giving us more information, the country and the Congress.
Crushing Iran is the right thing. Doesn't matter how many U.S. military personnel it puts in harm's way. It doesn't matter how many Iranian civilians or schoolgirls it kills. Doesn't matter how much regional instability it introduces. Doesn't matter how high gas gets in the United States. Doesn't matter that the United States president did this unconstitutionally. Doesn't matter. Iran bad. Israel has a right to exist. I represent the people of New Jersey. In name only, but really all I do is the bidding of capitalists and the people that fund my run, which is AIPAC and pro-Israel money, and that is my first priority, only second to opposing HASAN PIKER, who really is a bigger problem that we need to spend more time thinking about, you guys. These are the priorities of the opposition party.
Is a huge problem. I think firing the Army Chief of Staff, huge problem, right? So if you asked me, like, do I think the goal of massively diminishing Iran is a good thing? Totally. Do I think the way this is being executed is going well? No. So
So do you think we're stronger? Do you think we're in a better place now than we were 6 weeks ago, economically, geopolitically, from a safety standpoint? Do you think we're in a better or worse place than we were 6 weeks ago?
I think if we've diminished their military, I think we're stronger. If we've diminished the military.
Come on, really? Yeah. I mean, we've lost billions of dollars of military materiel that we're going to now have to fund again. Our economic situation is worse. Our relationship with our allies is worse.
If they had 10,000 ballistic missiles, just I'm picking a number yesterday, and they have 2,000 today.
Could you imagine if these people had just like won a slightly different prize in the geographic lottery and been born in like China or North Korea? Like they would be the biggest CCP dick riders to exist in that country, or in the case of North Korea, the biggest Kim Jong-un stans. They would be talking about, yeah, I know that there's unspeakable human rights abuses going on in this country, but are you really not going to talk about how dear leader has lowered crime rates? I mean, what, do you like crime? Do you support criminality? Yeah, you can be, thrown in jail because you offended, members of the government. But that's a small price to pay for security. Like, they would literally be that person in any other country had they been born, because look at how they act here. This is a free man, ostensibly, and he willingly chooses to say these things, believe these things, and advocate for these things.
Yeah, what were they gonna shoot 8,000 of them at Florida or New Jersey? Like, what was the risk of that?
Their missiles are longer range than we expected. They could shoot them at our allies in Europe. They could threaten us. They could threaten
our allies in Europe. Aren't on board with this. They
could shoot them at the allies in Europe. That was definitely a thing they were going to do.
They're now hostile to us.
You're asking me one question. I'm answering you. You're saying, do I think you asked me a safety question?
Okay.
You asked me. I don't answer.
We're safer.
You asked me a safety question. I said if we diminish their missiles and their drone program and and diminish their nuclear program and their terror programs, the answer would be yes. But part of the frustration is I said we don't have all the answers that I'd like to have. I've seen some of the things, and with some of the things I've seen,
part of the frustration is that it's hard for me to piss on you and say it's raining with these pesky little things like facts getting in the way.
I think we've made progress in some areas, but you're right. In terms of like the Straits of Hormuz right now, no, that's not acceptable what's going on in the Straits of Hormuz. Would I like to have
Is there any plan to stop it?
Deeper,
no.
Would I like the president to have handled this with the country better? Yup. Would I like him to engage the allies? Yup. Would I like him to have done things better all along? Yes. But again, Iran, you asked me about as somebody who has studied the region.
I got it.
I think diminishing Iran is a good thing. And
I've studied the region. I am up to date on the latest talking points issued to me by my AIPAC handler.
Answer, you keep trying to get me to say no to that. My answer is yes. Diminishing Iran's a good thing.
No, I'm just trying to understand. I disagree. I was just trying to understand your position. The son-in-law, I'm curious about that. The president's son-in-law was, in the Situation Room discussing this. He was at the negotiation table with Iran. He has received money from Saudi Arabia, who is obviously also supporting this effort. He's in business dealings with Saudi Arabia and other people in the region. Does that concern you at all?
Why do they all say Straits? Oh, like Straits of Hormuz? Because they've studied the region so closely.
Well, I find it hard to imagine that he has the appropriate security clearance for this, given all of his conflicts. I'm just wondering, being on the intelligence committee, if that's something that you're concerned about.
You're asking me like if I'm like, am I good with the way he who he brings around the table? No, of course. No, I don't like the way he does that. No,
I don't know. I guess you know more than me. I don't.
I mean, you literally expressed confidence in this admin's ability to be a steward of the United States military and said, we have the best people. And now he's getting defensive at this question. Like, you've already defended other parts of this admin. What won't you defend?
All I know is that Jared Kushner is receiving money from MBS, and the Jared Kushner is also involved with the Board of Peace, and he's pushing to have condos in Gaza, and then simultaneously he's our lead negotiator.
Yeah, you got people in the government with cryptocurrency interests. You got people doing all these things that are. By the way,
all these things I wish I could be doing.
Lead me to not trust the people to do the war, I guess, is where I'm going.
Yeah, I mean, but by the way, like, if your question is coming back to like where I think our strengths are, I think our servicemen and women incredible. I think our leadership incredible. I think our intelligence, the day to day
incredible, so brave. They're so brave to be doing this.
Intelligence community incredible, the best in the world.
Best,
like, and I have great confidence in Tulsi Gabbard. No, absolutely not. Like, no, right? But
okay. Well, she's the national intelligence director. So if you're waiting on an answer from this admin, you do realize that it's like coming from her office, right? So if you don't have faith in it, but also you're waiting for a reply from them, what are you waiting for? You already have your answer. You just said that you don't trust the intel. You don't trust her leadership. So what are we waiting for? What?
My point is, like, the people who brief, and do who do the day-to-day work and who are incredible out there, I have a lot of faith in them. And I think we're very blessed to have such good people.
I think that we have great military capabilities. I'm deeply concerned about our political leadership. You mentioned Tulsi,
as
which
is... As you should be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you, dude?
Just testifying, you were asking her about this question about the degree to which Israel influenced art. And
of course, I know the region. I love shawarma, yeah.
Entrance into the war. You've expressed some concern with people scapegoating Israel, so it's important that people don't.
Yes, this is really, truly a priority. People are talking a little bit too much about how Israel helped lead us into this war. Top concern of mine also.
Put this decision on Israel. The Times
There's actually too much criticism of Israel in the United States.
Today has a story where Benjamin Netanyahu.
This is Fetterman without the brain injury, yeah.
Who was in the Situation Room February 11th and making a pitch to Donald Trump about what their plan was for the war. Trump was impressed with that pitch, according to the New York Times reporting. There were others in the administration who were saying.
Wasn't just impressed, also let him into the Situation Room and sat across the table from him as like an equal, even though he's a foreign head of state, unelected by any American, and for some reason he is dictating foreign policy agenda, the United States.
That Bibi was too optimistic about the potential outcomes for regime change and otherwise. And it just seems just like the basic fact.
Sat in Daddy's chair, apparently. Yep, and Trump pulled it out for him.
Is that Israel encouraged us and influenced us to get into the war. Is that not right?
I didn't see that New York Times story. I think the question
Oh, I thought you studied the region, though. I guess you don't. You've just been too busy hitting the history books, right? To crack open, any recent edition of the New York Times, even though you're literally on the Senate Intelligence or like the Congressional Intelligence Committee, but you're unaware of a massive article from the paper of record. Okay.
I asked at the committee, which is the question that I think is important, I asked this of the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and then asked to see if...
he doesn't study articles about his subject of study.
DNI director Gabbard agreed, was what motivated our decision about protecting the United States of America, that we made our decision, or was it because it's some had reported because we were, pushed into it by Israel or any other country? The answer was, no, this is a decision we made to protect the interests of the United States of America.
And it seems like we were pushed into it by Israel, though.
Everything I've seen on a classified side reinforces that. But of course...
So he admitted. Where's the fucking thing? Where's the fucking GIF? Oh my God, he admitted. So you don't even need to... Why were you questioning what he was saying was reported in the New York Times when you literally have firsthand knowledge that is true? He was he was trying to sow doubt in what Tim Miller was saying and then instantly corroborated it.
By the way, we talked.
So you hadn't seen, though, that you didn't know that Bibi Netanyahu was in the Situation Room making a pitch to Trump on this war?
I'm not invited to the Situation Room.
I would think that on the classified side.
You think Tim Miller was? He read the paper.
The Intelligence Committee, like you guys would know that a foreign government was briefing the president on why he should enter a war, right?
No, Article 1 and Article 2. Obviously, Article 1, the Congress.
Okay. Yeah,
we've got a classified place where we go, where we get briefed.
Sure,
the White House is, a different article of the Constitution. They do their own thing, as you know. But it's very common to share intelligence with our allies. So if you're telling me if we were doing intelligence sharing and strategic sharing as we do with our allies all the time, that would be completely.
That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that Bibi encouraged Trump to get into the war. I think that's just a fact, isn't it?
I wasn't there. I have no idea.
You just said that you understood that to be true based off of intelligence that you were provided.
What was
Do you think that we would be in the war if Bibi was against it?
Do I think that we thought there was a national...
You know, like Tim asks these naive questions, and I have to believe that they're asked in earnest, given the way that he presents them. There's nothing about his cadence or interview style that suggests to me that these are gotcha questions or anything other than a good faith exploration of what this representative has to say to defend their actions, their rhetoric, their choices. And he is like firsthand discovering, like, holy shit, these Israel first Dems are fucking psychos. They don't know anything. All they care about is they're hawkish freaks, which again he should love as like a former like fucking Jeb Bush guy, but even he seems disturbed.
Interest for the United States of America to get involved here, which to protect America's national interests. Absolutely.
You think we would have gone alone? You think we would have done this war alone without Bibi's?
Again, you're asking me questions that I don't know the answer to.
Well,
I know what I asked.
my
I know
God.
what I asked.
Like, dude, what do you know the answer to?
The head of the CIA, and I know what I asked the director of national intelligence.
Well, you also said you can't trust the director of national intelligence.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, you mean? The woman you just said fucking you can't trust at all? You have no confidence in?
I'm not that surprised that she, she would lie to you.
Indirectly, but yeah, but it comports with what I've been briefed on. But it was the only public setting. The reason I asked that in a public setting is because we don't ever get a public, as you probably know, there's only like we don't often get a public setting to ask questions most of the time.
Jeb wasn't like that. He's a sweetheart. YouTube chatter, you're on thin ice. I hope that is a joke. You realize when like he gave Trump the layup to completely dunk on him and say the Iraq war was a fucking disaster because he was like, my brother governed honorably.
Stuff we do is in a classified setting below ground. It's not public.
I think one thing, like we both are, I'm concerned about the increasing anti-Semitism in this country. I know you are. You've talked about it, and I just and
in particular, college campus anti-Semitism.
And so it worries me. Like I think that an average American.
That's why I'm not on PIKER. That's why I'm not on PIKER show and on yours.
Okay, we can talk about that next.
It
worries, I think that an average American.
Oh my God! As if my opinion of this man could not get any lower. I was hoping the people in YouTube chat saying that this motherfucker was going to bring up HASAN. We're kidding. I am on the verge of doing a lobotomy live on Twitch, you guys.
Would look at this war that we're in and say, I don't understand what our direct interest is. It's costing me more at the pump. We were not responding to a recent terror attack on us from Iran. Obviously, Iran's been attacking us for a long time through proxies. But like, if you're just an average American, you're like, I don't understand why we're doing this.
Wait, us? It's our allies, Tim. Get the talking points right.
I hear that Bibi Netanyahu was encouraging Trump to do it. I don't think that it's crazy for regular people to look at this in this country and say, okay, I mean, it seems like Israel was influencing us to get into this war, and I don't know why we can't just say that. I think it creates distrust when we can't just say what is true. Like that's just true.
Tim, how do you know? But you're
not just distrust. This is like an anti-Semitism supercharger. Just admit it.
Asserting to what you just did is exactly what I have a problem with. You are basing something on like we have no facts.
Reporting from the New York Times. Yeah, you're basing something on credible reporting from the paper of record that's been around for over 100 years. What are you talking about, dude? Do you hear yourself?
You know that you weren't in the room.
I mean, you think the New York Times is wrong?
But you weren't in the room? What? Something we can't trust? Reporting from the Times?
The February 11th meeting in the Situation Room. Bibi was in the Situation Room. You think that's fake news?
Do I think the president?
You think Bibi Netanyahu is coming to he came to the White House like 7 times in the last year, the last 365 days. You think he's just doing that for fun?
And the prime minister.
Yeah, Marco Rubio literally said that. I'm waiting for Tim Miller to bring that up next.
Met and talked about Iran many times over the years, like President Biden did with the prime minister, like President Obama did with the prime minister, going back like to the beginning of time. Do I think people have talked about these threats together, our allies?
New York Times is frequently wrong, to be fair. No, they're not. New York Times is a reputable outlet. New York Times has terrible analysis and frequently narrativizes things in a way that actually distorts the facts that they are reporting on. But the underlying facts that undergirds their poor analysis is not wrong. The factual information that they present in that paper, for the most part, is incredibly reputable. They have competent journalists on the ground doing this sort of reporting. It's not the facts. They don't have good analysis, but it is you can trust for the most part the information that comes out of the New York Times with a high degree of confidence.
Absolutely. Do I know?
He didn't talk to any other allies. He didn't talk to Japan. He didn't talk to Europe.
Do I know like actually what caused the decision? No. But
this guy is the memory of a goldfish. He doesn't remember what he said one sentence before. I mean, like, this is what happens when you twist yourself into knots trying to explain and defend the indefensible.
By the way, the New York Times doesn't know, and the only people who know were people who were like in the decision inner circle about what actually made them make the decision.
It seems like Bibi was in the decision inner circle. No, they planned it together.
When we have gone into other conflicts before, like Obama did, like Biden just did. Like, do you think that he didn't have consultation with our allies?
Of course he did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why people just why we can't just say this. Why we can't just say it's true.
There's a huge difference between saying somebody made us do it.
When it comes to Israel, they've printed straight fabrications. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm highly critical of the outlet. They're engaged in genocide apologia, and if we were to actually enforce international law, some of those stories would get them tried at the fucking Hague if we had it my way. If we actually, just use the laws in the books that we could to prosecute people that helped encourage this genocide. But you have to admit, like, even the reporting or whatever, the like screams out silent, the silence without screams or whatever it's called, when they were painting that story about the mass rapes hoax or whatever, like, there was a reason why that story was notable, and it was because even internally within the New York Times, did they retract the story? No, they should have retracted the story. But there was dissent from journalists within the New York Times saying that they did not feel that the story held up to the editorial standards of the paper.
Pushed us into it versus saying, sure, we consulted with our allies and we thought it was what's best for America.
Yeah, they have over 2,000 journalists. Like, it's not, it's one entity, but the reporting is going to vary in quality from reporter to reporter.
America's national security.
What else would you call it? Like, besides pushed us into it or encouraged him, influenced, what else would you call it? Like, he was in the situation room making a pitch on the war 2 weeks before it started. What else would you call that?
I think many presidents, I know because I worked for a president, I think many presidents have met with world leaders and talked about whether or not we should get involved.
But we're not just talking. I think many presidents have met with world leaders. What a useless sentence.
Involved in something or not, if it was good for their national interests, but most importantly for America's national interests. And I think just because they had a meeting in the Situation Room, so big deal.
And it's a pretty big deal. We started a war that Donald Trump said.
What's the big deal? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? He asks. That a foreign head of state that was not a single vote was cast in their name is sitting across the president of the United States to egg him on into a war of choice. What's the big deal with that?
Said he was running against the war. He said no war with Iran. He did not lay a predicate for the war. There was not an imminent threat.
I really not criticize Israel. It's really strange to me that he will not say what is so obvious and report on, because again, he is paid to not understand, or at least pretend that. Or, this is your brain on ideology, folks. Probably a combination of the two.
Like, listen, you got to do this. So your view is like, they just made us do it and we did it?
I didn't say made. No, you said made. I didn't say that. What I said is that I think that Bibi pitched.
No, like Trump ultimately, that's like an L we all have to hold because Trump unilaterally made this decision. But no one's discharging, well, I shouldn't say no one. I'm certainly not discharging all responsibility onto Bibi Netanyahu. There's a case that you could make for that, but I'm not going to be making that case because Trump has to be held accountable. There is nothing in Trump's past that suggests that he wasn't also equally as interested in this imperial adventure as Bibi Netanyahu.
I think Trump was high on his own supply.
Like he was just the catalyst for it.
After Venezuela, and he thought this is easy to do this, and I think the Bibi Netanyahu
there, yeah.
And I think he's like, this is easy, doing these little regime change things. This is fun. This is a lot easier than getting things passed through Congress.
There's some members of the cabinet, who aren't allowed into the Situation Room because they don't need to be. Yeah, I mean, like, he's literally saying, like, we can't trust the reporting. I wasn't in the Situation Room. I can't be in there. But Bibi Netanyahu gets to be in the Situation Room. Why? Even the New York Times was saying that that's incredible, extraordinary circumstances.
I got to deal with assholes like Gottheimer, so I can be the decision maker. I think Trump's really hot on it, and I think that Bibi went to him and said, "Hey, these guys in Iran, they tried to kill you. We've got great intelligence. We've got this plan. This could be the moment. They're very vulnerable. We can topple them." And Trump said, "Hell yeah, I'm on board." So I'm not saying that Trump has agency. I'm not saying that he was tricked or something. But I think that obviously, like, this is something that Netanyahu's wanted to do for a long time, and he made the case to Trump, and Trump said, I'm on board. Like that. I just think that obviously happened. No?
I guess history will find out. I have no idea.
Oh my God. Why doesn't I want Tim Miller to pull up the New York Times article and just read the first couple of paragraphs? That's it. Literally just one paragraph. All that's necessary to be able to embarrass this motherfucker more than he already has. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up right now. This is what he's referencing. How Trump took the U.S. to war with Iran. This was reported and published, or this was published on April 7th of this year. The black SUV carrying Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, this is the opening sentence of this massive story from the New York Times, arrived at the White House just before 11 a.m. on February 11th. The Israeli leader, who had been pressing for months for the United States to agree to a major assault on Iran, was whisked inside with little ceremony, out of view of reporters, primed for one of the most high-stakes moments in his long career. U.S. and Israeli officials gathered first in the cabinet room adjacent to the Oval Office. Then Mr. Netanyahu headed downstairs for the main event, a highly classified presentation on Iran for President Trump and his team in the White House Situation Room, which was rarely used for in-person meetings with foreign leaders. Mr. Trump sat down, but not in his usual position at the head of the room's mahogany conference table. Instead, the president took a seat on one side, facing the large screens mounted along the wall. Mr. Netanyahu sat on the other side, directly opposite the president. Like, what else is there to say?
Why do you think he did it? Like, why do you think he decided to get in right now?
I think
he was president once before. Iran was a threat then. He's been president for a year and 3 months. Why did he decide to do it now?
Because I believe, and this is actually what hopefully we'll find out ultimately.
Yeah,
I believe,
you believe. It's just that. It is just beliefs. You believe in fairy tales. You believe in magic. You believe lies that you tell yourself.
he looked at certain threat intelligence against the United States of America and made a decision what he thought was best as the commander in chief. Right. I think that's what happened. He looked at the facts. Looked at the
This guy who worked for Jeb Bush is totally right. Is something I never thought I'd say. Fucking hate 2026.
Threat? Like we had a threat? Like never been a threat on the homeland?
I mean, Tim, you're asking me to answer questions that I don't know the answer to.
Okay.
Okay, if you don't know it, nobody knows it. This admin doesn't know it, or they're lying. There's only bad options here, dude.
Well, you said that based on intelligence.
Either there's a threat and they're withholding it from you, even though you're a duly elected congressional representative on an intelligence committee that should be privy to these sorts of things, or they're lying.
And that he looked at the threat assessment.
I think you're asking me how I think he made his decision. I think he.
Okay.
Like
So I just think that if you're a regular American, I appreciate
the military and makes a decision.
Yeah.
I mean,
this isn't a regular American. This is not a regular American. Regular Americans and democratic Americans at that do not have the favorability and love and affinity for Israel that this guy is paid to have. Okay? Regular Democrats at this point are critical of AIPAC, of the pro-Israel lobby, of Israel's quote-unquote interests in the region. They hold it all in contempt. They accept and believe that what is occurring in Gaza is a genocide. They do not have consent or think that we should be dragged into this war. Like, this is not an average American. This is a man with an extraordinary amount of power, and he is a fucking moron.
That's probably what he did.
Yeah, this is just very. I understand. I'm sorry. I don't mean like this is frustrating. I just think that it's like if a congressman who is on the intelligence.
I'm slightly biased because I went to journalism school, have a bachelor's in journalism, and worked in the industry. I just wanted to defend the hardworking reporters who get lumped in with the bad takes that sour people's view of the industry. At Clearwatch, I completely agree. Like, I don't, there are 1,001 reasons to be critical of the New York Times, but that needs to come on a case-by-case basis, and it really is lazy to just say it's not a reputable outlet or whatever, because that is just an easy way to just not ever engage with what the paper of record is printing in the United States. And again, the primary criticism you should have is the way that they frame stories, what they choose to omit, not even necessarily what they include, or the factual basis for the assertions that are printed in the New York Times. Those are largely sound. It's just the way that they frame it that is a huge issue.
Intelligence Committee doesn't know why Trump decided to do it, and there's no tangible imminent threat, and Trump has been president once before.
Oh, is this dude a Dem? Both of these guys are Dems. Only Tim Miller is the one, sounding like how a Democrat is supposed to sound. Literally getting an actual Democrat that's been around for many, many years like only I don't know when Tim Miller started being like this outspoken anti-Trump Republican, but he is just that. He is an anti-Trump Republican. He is a conservative in a lot of significant ways. I also know that he is gay. I think that probably makes him on average more socially progressive on some issues than the majority of even like anti-Trump Republicans, but that's his MO. And Gottheimer is a Democrat through and through. He was never like an anti-Trump Republican, but you would never know it.
And there's no tangible imminent threat. And Trump has been president once before, and he said he wasn't going to do a war with Iran. And all of a sudden he's like, hey, I'm going to go to war with Iran. And the result is that American soldiers die and that people see a massive increase in their price of gas. Like, people are going to be like, what in the hell is happening? And I think that they would have a right to be upset about it. And you're not. Don't you agree that people should have a right to be upset about that? If like you don't even know why we did it?
By the way, what I said was, you asked me like, what was the conversation? What happened in the strategic decision? I wasn't there, but I'll tell you this. What I said to you was, I've seen intelligence over time and seen threats from Iran and like where I see very deep concerns that people like me had. Do I know what ultimately made him make the decision, as you're asking me? No, I wasn't there. I wasn't in the Situation Room. This is why I actually believe the War Powers Act was triggered. I believe the president has...
Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu was in the Situation Room, which you just downplayed and said was totally normal.
60 days to come to us.
But you also couldn't really speak to the, if that was true, but also that was largely corroborated by intelligence that you were privy to because of your position on a foreign intelligence committee in Congress. Like, this dude is like all over the place.
To ask for an authorization of force or for a declaration of war. I think April 28th is coming up very fast. I think the expectation from all of us in Congress will be you will lay out exactly your objectives, your reasoning, your timelines, and your goals. And if you want funding, you will do the same thing. You either get an AUMF or you will get a declaration of war or you will get the hell out. And that's what I believe. And I think, by the way, where I started this conversation, Tim, was he still hasn't laid out clearly to me, to the American people or to the...
I've seen plenty of lack of intelligence. Got him.
Congress, what he hopes to achieve, what a win looks like for the commander-in-chief. There's only one commander-in-chief. There's not 635 or 535 or 135. There's only one commander-in-chief. And so I say that because he has to make certain decisions. He has access to certain information that I don't have, even though I'm on the intelligence committee.
Yeah, Trump analyzes large data sets. You guys have to understand this as commander-in-chief of the United States.
I don't get access to all the military stuff. I don't get access to everything. The point is the president should come make the case before the Congress. His people should come make the case. They should go before our committees. They should lay this out, the answers to the questions that you're asking and that I have questions about as well, and make the case to the public. And so you're asking me like what I'm pissed off about? That's what I'm pissed off about. Are you asking me, do I think Iran, the government deserves, do we deserve to take down the government of Iran, this regime who's killed tens of thousands of their own people and killed scores of Americans with death to America as their banner? Do I think they should get them? Absolutely. And that you asked me that as well. And I'm not changing my view on that. That's what my view is.
So that's the last thing then. So you're a gettable vote for authorization.
I'm not changing my view on it. That's my view.
Military force, if they came to you and said, hey, here's what our plan is after April 28th, we have another month, we need you to get funding, would you be open to voting for it?
I don't do hypotheticals. I want to know what the hell their argument is. I'll meet with them and understand where we are and get that information, and then I'll make a decision.
Well, not doing hypotheticals is an answer in itself, because it's not a no. You're not a no. Like, some people would just be a no right now. This is insane what we've been doing.
The majority of the party is at least nominally a no. He is still being embarrassed by the majority of Dems that are not even great on this issue.
Is deeply irresponsible.
The only thing that you can say right now is that they are better than Republicans, which is a bar so low to clear that I'm not surprised that Dems can get over it. But even this guy is failing too.
Let's say no that before getting briefed before getting briefed.
I think it's I would say it's deeply irresponsible to give Donald Trump, who threatened to end a civilization today, 1 cent for a war. That would be what I would say is deeply irresponsible.
Hey, if I learned tomorrow they had something that could cause mass destruction to you and to your family, I would have a very different.
This is the 1% doctrine. Don't actually make decisions based off of credible reports that actually document that we have intelligence and information suggesting that there could be an attack. Don't actually act off of something that is likely to happen or probable to happen. No, if there's even a 1% chance that something could happen, let's act on that instead.
View.
Well, of course. Sure, but nobody's even saying that's what happened.
If things were different, they would be different. If different things were different, everything would be different. And if my grandma had wheels, she would be a bicycle. What does this matter? It's a pointless thing to say.
They have that.
That's why I actually would want to do my homework and understand what our military has to tell me about where we are, what the situation is. Right.
All right.
And
I apologize. I wanted to do AI. I wanted to do PIKER, but it's just I'm just trying to get to the answer because I guess this is the frustrating thing about this conversation. I do apologize.
I don't want to do HASAN PIKER. I'm sick of it. It is a waste of time. It is a total fucking distraction. It is a meaningless conversation. HASAN PIKER should not be talked about at this time. It doesn't fucking matter. There's a fucking war going on, countless civilians dead, constitutional crisis every single day. There isn't a stop put to this illegal war. And we're going to talk about HASAN PIKER when we're talking to a Democrat. Like, what is the point?
This is the frustrating thing. It's like, we're in this thing and they can't explain it. And so now
who doesn't want to do HASAN PIKER? Yeah. Well, very well put, Tim.
We have to kind of process their incoherence. And to me, I just think it's much easier to oppose it. Yeah. It's very upsetting.
And we've got troops on the ground in harm's way. We've got a Strait that obviously is not under our control. We've got ships that are stuck. Yeah, I mean, I'm very pissed off about the situation. But at the end of the day, I'm going to do my job.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to justify and play defense for all of it. And at the end of the day, in 2.5 minutes, less than, there will be an ad break that is incoming that I cannot control if you're watching on Twitch. And the way you can avoid that is by using your Amazon Twitch Prime sub, which is basically free, or subscribing, or crossing your fingers and hoping that somebody gives you a sub in my chat, or maybe you're the one that will bestow gifted subs throughout my chat so that people can get the lovely, lovely ad-free experience, as well as access to cute emotes.
That's what I feel deep responsibility to do my job.
Fair enough. We have a rain check for you to yell at me about PIKER and do AI another time.
Other stuff. Come on.
What do you want to do? Okay, we can do it now. What do you want to do? I got nowhere to be. I was being respectful of your time, but we can do a rain check. We can do it now. Whatever you want.
I shouldn't have clicked that, Elite Eater.
Okay. Well, I have 5 minutes. It looks like.
You have 5 minutes. All right, let's do it. I think that's fair. 5 minutes. You get to pick. Do you want to yell at me about HASAN PIKER? Do you want to talk about AI? I'm concerned about AI. I'd love to hear you.
I'm not yelling about HASAN PIKER unless you want to say that we should. Are you a big HASAN PIKER fan?
I'm not a big HASAN PIKER fan. I think that the Democrats should have a message for their audience.
Yes, he is. Tim's a huge Hasanabi head. Don't even deny, Tim.
Though, but
are you concerned? And should we also go on Alex Jones and talk to him?
Well, I think
sure, why not? If it will net electoral gains, yeah, why not? Go on Alex Jones' show and make him look like a fucking idiot. Why the hell not?
That it would be probably pretty good for the Democrats to go on to some MAGA.
Yeah, I mean, you go on Fox News. They're willing to go on Fox. Is Fox News really that much more serious than Alex Jones stream? Why not?
MAGA podcast, America First podcast, and talked about the ways that Donald Trump has betrayed them. Yeah, I think that would probably be good. And you have to make a decision on a case by case basis. Some of these people are just trolls. But if somebody has to have a bit of a good faith conversation.
No, he's trying to be fair about PIKER. No, I'm pretty sure he's like a 22-month subscriber to HASAN. Pretty sure he's like a Hasanabi enjoyer, watches him every day probably.
Yeah, sure.
I would not like to legitimize Candace Owens.
I mean, Candace Owens is talking about how Brigitte Macron is a dick and there's bees, bee cult. So I probably wouldn't do that one either. But if somebody disagrees, then that's fine.
Do I think we should legitimize people who are should people Democrats go on white supremacist shows and say, well, they deserve to be heard because they have a lot of followers?
Yeah, going on the HASAN PIKER stream is basically the same as going on the stream of a white supremacist. Yep.
No, I mean, we should have a debate with them because they're
you're fine with a Jewish supremacist being in the Situation Room and bringing this country into a fucking war of choice with Iran. What's the issue?
Not what I believe. I don't believe you should legitimize people who are white supremacists. So I would not recommend that we go on a bunch of white supremacist shows because they have a lot of followers. Right? I don't think that's a good outcome for the country.
I think it's bad if you let all the cranks align onto one side, and sometimes it's important to have a message for people. I'm not saying that, again, not legitimize. You can argue. We argued. You came on today. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with a good, healthy debate. But and I wouldn't go on some basement podcast of some white supremacist nobody's ever heard of. But if there's a prominent America First person or a prominent far left person,
what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, exactly. There's a prominent far left person.
This guy might be the least charismatic politician I've seen in a while.
That could hear an argument. I'm for that. I don't think the Democrats did this with any favors by being burn the witch when Bernie went on Joe Rogan. I don't think that paid off. So I don't know. I'm for talking. I'm a talker. I'm a yapper, Josh.
People to profit and amplify insane views that are.
Yeah, you know a thing or two about profiting and amplifying insane views, right? It takes one to know one. Literally just like an AIPAC stooge.
Offensive to lots of Americans, and like that's
this guy is so slimy. How the fuck did he ever win an election? Because he is slimy.
And that's part of my concern, is not like giving legitimacy to them. And if you're, what you're saying is you just go on and scream at them and tell them why they're crazy the whole time, then okay, maybe I don't know. Like,
no, I go on and try to be rational, make the case. I mean, again, this goes back to our earlier conversation about Israel. Like, I think you're giving. I think that one way to give legitimacy to anti-Semitic cranks is to like tell them that they can't believe their lying eyes. Like, and I think that conflating, Jewishness with every decision that Bibi Netanyahu makes, I think gives ammo to anti-Semitic cranks.
I think the insane amount of disinformation that I see out there on a daily basis about Israel, about Jews, about different organizations is so insane. Like the fake
There's
shit.
a lot of bad info out there, no doubt.
Fake shit that's put out there on a daily basis, like, it's so nuts.
Ooh, he cussed you guys.
Like,
means business.
I don't want to give more credibility to people who propagate bullshit and lies and disinformation. And I think we got to be very careful.
More harm was done in the 37 minutes that this representative was platformed on Tim Miller's podcast than has ever been propagated, created, whatever word you want to say, on any of Hasan's streams collectively. I don't watch Hasan. I would stake my life on that claim.
I think we got to be very careful with that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't either.
We're going to do AI next time.
We're going to do AI next time. Okay, it was your fault. You got to pick. I was going to let you pick. Okay, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, bro, thank you very much for coming on. See, having a disagreement across,
same party lines.
Same party lines. All right, brother, we'll see you soon, okay?
I hope we do not see this guy soon. I hope I never see this fucking freak again. Or if I do, it's because I'm reading a headline that says he's being primaried and is favored to lose. Ugh. Okay. Speaking of pro-Israel stooges, now let's watch Josh Shapiro, probably presidential candidate hopeful for Democrats in 2028, on Trump, Iran war chaos, Israel's failure, the economy, and 2028 race. We are skipping directly to anti-Semitism, Netanyahu's failures, and the chaos of the Iran war, and we are going to watch this guy discharge all responsibility to Netanyahu, even though he will not say we should act against Israel. We should not boycott, sanction, or divest from Israel. In fact, he will defend Israel, I'm sure.
Hey, it's a year since your home was firebombed by an insane person who was anti-Semitic. Your faith comes up over and over again. I personally think people are a little obsessed with it, but here we are, and the Democratic Party's been split apart as well over this support of Israel issue. You have a very nuanced position. Number one, how are you dealing with that personally, the anti-Semitism, which to me, as somebody who grew up in Brooklyn.
Yeah, nuance is when you take money from the pro-Israel lobby. Yep.
With lots of Jewish friends and all kinds of different people, just insane to think that Jewish students are being, or any particular group of students being chased by the other students at Columbia University because they're Jewish. And this chaoticness is just heartbreaking. But as a Jewish person and literally experiencing it firsthand, I mean, how are you doing with that?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Look, we should...
Nuance is when you volunteer for a foreign military. Apparently that's a lie. I'm hearing through the grapevine that that is actually a distortion and exaggeration from this guy who now seeks to distance himself from that claim because it doesn't get him credibility like it used to.
Separate this and have two conversations, one about Israel and one about anti-Semitism, because you kind of blurred both in that question. Let's focus first on anti-Semitism. I have been very outspoken about those who are engaging.
Dude, this is like the worst lighting possible for Shapiro here. He looks like a fucking tomato. This is like Vinny levels of red.
In anti-Semitism, peddling words that are anti-Semitic. And importantly, I've been critical of people on the political left and on the political right.
He has the MAGA lighting.
And I think anti-Semitism is a problem in our
both sides bad
society, and it is a problem on the left, and it is a problem on the right. And I think it is important that we call it out. We call it out whether we're in an interview, not accusing you by any
conversation.
Call it out when on social media, and then we just call it out in our communities, in our daily lives where we see it. On that, there should be no nuance. We should be able to come together, people who are Jewish, people who are Christian, Muslim, and all agree that hatred, bigotry in any form directed at Jews.
It is a good sign that he feels the pressure to divorce the conversation about anti-Semitism as distinct from the conversation on Israel, first and foremost. I can't say that I'm intimately familiar with Josh Shapiro's media appearances or his past views and comments with respect to the United States policy on Israel. But I would not be surprised to go back and look through that record and see if he was not so, like he did not prioritize disaggregating those two before giving his remarks.
A Muslim, Christian, anyone, it has no place. And by the way, it makes us all less safe. And so we have to focus on speaking out against that. No nuance on that.
Yeah.
On the issue of Israel, the Middle East, and the war in Iran and Gaza, there's a lot of nuance there. I'm happy to answer your questions on that. But I think on the issue of anti-Semitism, we have got to be in a place where we universally condemn it. And I think what you're seeing from some folks on the right and some folks on
nobody disagrees with this, obviously. I don't disagree with the sentiment, but what is in contention is whether or not what are you understanding to be anti-Semitism? What do you qualify as anti-Semitic? Because are you talking solely about anti-Semitism, or are you trying to smuggle anti-Zionism in there?
On the left is they'll only call it out if it's said by a political opponent or someone they disagree with. And I frankly respect people on the right, like Ted Cruz, who have called it out within the Republican Party.
Dude, this is like literally the same fucking thing. The same fucking practically opening line from the Wall Street Journal in that op-ed that they wrote on HASAN. Give me a second. These are like the same talking points. They're so lazy, man. Look. So listen to what he just said.
If it's said by a political opponent or someone they disagree with. And I frankly respect people on the right, like Ted Cruz, who have called it out within the Republican Party. I've tried to call it out when it...
Now read this. As lifelong Democrats, we agree with Senator Ted Cruz on virtually nothing, but Mr. Cruz was brave to decry anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. Mr. Cruz also named a big name, calling Tucker Carlson the single most dangerous demagogue in this country. Too few Democrats have followed Mr. Cruz's lead by calling out the rising anti-Semitism on the far left. That must change. This was written on March 19th of this year by Jonathan Cohen and Lily Cohen, who are op-ed contributors for the Wall Street Journal's op-ed masthead. For the article, Democrats are too cozy with HASAN PIKER. Do we think it's a coincidence that Josh Shapiro just gave credit to Ted Cruz out of anybody on the right that he could have selected that has called out anti-Semitism, which I realize there's not too many of those. But what do you want to bet that this is lifted almost directly from this, or inspired from this, or whoever inspired this fucking op-ed? This has like Third Way or J Street or AIPAC written all over it.
Rears its ugly head in my party. It is important that it be universally condemned.
So easy to do. Let's tackle the issue of Israel. And I would say, yeah, every Jewish American person who I know, when I ask them about this issue, obviously incredible tragedy, October 7th, going and collecting the hostages seems like a reasonable thing to do. I was there for 9/11, seems like a pretty analogous situation. This has to be settled. And the United States went and did what it had to do in Afghanistan and took out Iraq for extra measure. It's a whole other diversion. But 100% of folks say they don't agree with Netanyahu's approach to what happened in Gaza. And then folks feel, a decent number of people, whether it's reality or not, that America is getting dragged into this war with Iran.
Whether it's reality or not, who's to say? Here's what many people are saying this, though.
Not under false pretenses, and because Israel is pushing us to do it. So let's take these two issues separately. And
Bro just threw in Iraq for extra measure.
I'm just curious in understanding your position on this. Are you part of the Jewish American diaspora that believes, hey, Israel's right to defend itself, but maybe Gaza went too far?
Okay. Well, first off, let me say this. I don't view this issue as a Jewish American.
Wait, hold on.
For that believe your position on this. Are you part of the Jewish American diaspora that believes, hey, Israel's right to defend itself, but maybe Gaza went too far?
Okay. Well, first off, let me say this. I don't view this issue.
They're like, I hate all the, they haven't said that they hate IDPOL, but what is this if not IDPOL shit by framing the conversation in this way? Again, this is the All In podcast. They have over 1 million subs. This is a major podcast.
as a Jewish American, as you said. I view this issue as an American. And I view this issue in a way of trying to understand what is the best thing for America, which to me is having peace and stability in the Middle East. Okay, that's how I approach these issues. It is, and I've been clear and consistent about this long before October 7th, that I think Netanyahu, the leader of Israel, is someone who's been leading Israel down a dangerous and isolated path. I think he has made Israel more...
This is the one bad man theory, as Adam Johnson of Citations Needed likes to put it. Hold on. One bad man theory. So this is a wonderful article that was penned last year by Adam Johnson, who is a co-host with Nima Shirazi for the Citations Needed podcast, which is fantastic if you haven't checked it out already. This is called It's Not Just Netanyahu, The Rise of Liberals' One Bad Man Theory to Explain Away Gaza Genocide. Attempts to pin the horrors on Netanyahu obscure the realities of just how popular genocide is with U.S. elites and within Israel itself, by Adam Johnson. Democratic Party consensus over Gaza is beginning to buckle under the increasingly difficult to deny reality of genocidal intentions and policies, with polls showing only 8% of Democrats support Israel's quote-unquote war. This is Gallup polling that he's hyperlinking to. Now, liberal institutions and media that spent the better part of 2 years ignoring this reality, deflecting from it or overtly supporting it, are seeking to cover their asses and spin their way back into the good graces of progressives and basic common decency. Out of all the talking points in support of this pivot, one has emerged as a clear favorite, a sort of compromise position for the pod save set. Acknowledge that who have, again, this was in August 2025, and even, I think, who was it? Like, you know that, like, it's looking bad for Israel when the pod Johns, okay, and the pod save boys can't even bring themselves to do anything but back divestment in some way, shape, or form from Israel. This is John Favreau and USA to Israel, quote tweeting an ABC News headline that says at least 254 people have been killed and another 1,165 have been injured in Israeli attacks across Lebanon on Wednesday. This was a post that he quote tweeted on April 8th. Sort of compromise position for the pod save set. Acknowledge that Israel is committing a genocide or something close to it, but limit the damage by reducing the moral outrage to the machinations of one man, Benjamin Netanyahu. It's not a new line. It's been the go-to liberal Zionist limited hangout since criticism of the U.S. and Israel's destruction of Gaza began to emerge among Democrats in late 2023 and early 2024. A popular tick, for example, of Senator Bernie Sanders. This hyperlinks to an X search for Sanders Netanyahu, showing that he primarily, discharges a lot of responsibility onto like the extremist Netanyahu government, and no doubt there is plenty to blame there. But, Israel is ostensibly the only democracy in the Middle East. He is a reflection of Israeli democratic will and Israeli society. It's not Israel's genocide, we are told, but Netanyahu's war. This framing enjoys meaningful overlap with the bumbling/fuming Biden alternative reality constructed in liberal media throughout 2024, complete with anti-Semitic undertones that an otherwise decent Biden was somehow being manipulated by the wily and cunning Israeli prime minister. Most of the recent high-profile quote-unquote breaks with Israel by Democrats in Congress have limited criticism along these lines. Quote, it is clear that Prime Minister Netanyahu's personal and political interests are guiding Israel's actions, wrote New York Representative Dan Goldman. He is beholden to the extreme right. Do I think the relationship between Israel and the Democratic Party is irreparably damaged? The answer is no, New York Representative Richie Torres said recently. Do I think the relationship between Netanyahu and the Democratic Party is irreparably damaged? The answer is yes. I supported Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas after October 7th horrific terrorist attack. California Representative Ro Khanna told AIPAC on Twitter, Netanyahu's policies lost young Americans. This interview is the first time I felt like I had any understanding of what problem the GHF, and this is the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, was supposed to, quote-unquote, solve, and it's a political one. MSNBC's Chris Hayes said on Twitter, a big part of Netanyahu's coalition wants zero aid entering Gaza. Netanyahu is a bad actor. He's continued the war for political purpose. This is not a partner we can count on, Pod Save America's Tommy Vader lamented on a recent episode. A recent widely shared report in the New York Times echoed this conventional wisdom. How Netanyahu prolonged the war in Gaza to stay in power, the Times headline read. Secret meetings, altered records, ignored intelligence, the inside story of the prime minister's political calculations since October 7th. The chatter around the article was uniform. Netanyahu had, quote-unquote, dragged on the war against popular will for political gain, quote-unquote. One, which is true. He is continuing to do that. But again, this only serves to discharge all responsibility almost exclusively to Netanyahu and his cronies when the corruption runs far deeper than that. The issues in this society are a lot greater. One bad man was not only forcing the leader of the most powerful empire in human history to do its bidding, he was forcing the Israeli people as well. There's a problem with this formulation. It is a complete fiction. Not only are neither Trump nor Biden being quote-unquote pulled into anything, poll after poll shows the most extreme and genocidal policies of the Netanyahu government are not only popular in Israel, but in key ways to the left of Israeli society. It's not that, as Chris Hayes says, a big part of Netanyahu's coalition wants zero aid entering Gaza. It's that a big part, indeed 68%, according to one recent poll, of Israeli society wants zero aid entering Gaza. This he hyperlinks to a poll that shows, do you support or oppose the idea that Israel should allow the transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza residents at this time, with food and medicines being transferred by international bodies that are not linked to Hamas or to UNRWA? And it shows that 68% oppose of the Israelis polled oppose aid into Gaza. Netanyahu has, quote-unquote, dragged on this war because the war's, quote-unquote, objectives are extremely popular among top politicians in Israel, Israeli society more broadly, and among political elites in the U.S. One April 2024 Pew poll showed that only 4% of Jewish Israelis believed that Netanyahu had, quote-unquote, gone too far in Gaza, and 34% of Israelis, including Palestinian Israelis, so the number is likely much higher, saying he had, quote, not gone far enough. By that time, over 35,000 Palestinians had been killed. The primary line of criticism from Netanyahu's political opposition over the past few months, in addition to corruption charges totally unrelated to Gaza, is that Netanyahu refuses to expand the military draft to Israel's ultra-Orthodox communities. In April of this year, former Premier Naftali Bennett lambasted Netanyahu not for his backing of genocide, but his policy of, quote, preventing the military enlistment of the ultra-Orthodox, saying it was keeping Israel in a stalemate with Hamas in Gaza. Quote, the stagnation in Gaza stems directly from government policy that deprives the IDF of the main tool required for victory. Fighters, said Bennett, who the Times of Israel said was, quote, widely seen as gunning to replace Netanyahu. A survey conducted by Professor Tamir Sorek of Pennsylvania State University and published in Haaretz in May found that 56% of Jewish Israelis supported the, quote, transfer or forced expulsion of Arab citizens of Israel to other countries. Respondents were asked whether they agreed with the position that the IDF, quote, when conquering an enemy city, should act in a manner similar to the way the Israelites acted when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, namely to kill all its inhabitants. Nearly half, 47%, agreed. According to another poll from the Israel Democracy Institute, conducted at the end of July, a vast majority of Israeli Jews, 79%, say they are, quote, not so troubled or not troubled at all by the reports of famine and suffering among the Palestinian population in Gaza. This isn't to make a totalizing moral claim about every individual Israeli. There are indeed dissidents and conscientious objectors, including Israeli youth, who are refusing compulsory conscription, and this is hyperlinked, into the Israeli military over ethical objections. The problem is, if they all gathered in the same place, they probably could not fill Wrigley Field, and there's no reason to believe that they have any real impact on what Israel does or will do in the near future. The point is not to be smug. Indeed, as a white American living on colonized land among a population where 30% Republicans agree we should bomb, I don't know how to say this, Agrabah, the fictional country from Aladdin. Oh my God, that's what it is. This is a polling data from 2015. I am very aware of how violent and racist my own society can be. But in the context of Gaza, poll after poll shows that Israelis are overwhelmingly genocidal in their attitudes and axioms. Whatever the reasons, whatever the colonial indoctrination, whatever the internal propaganda, whatever the racism at work, Israeli society, especially its body politic, remains in genocidal fervor almost 2 years on, and overt support for starvation, ethnic cleansing, and mass killings remain the majority position among Israelis. It is moral and journalistic malpractice to act as if it isn't. Polls show this is far less so in the United States. A clear majority of Americans are against Israel's operations in Gaza and want to stop arming Israel. And since the United States is a co-conspirator, and those are hyperlinked polls, by the way, a co-conspirator in Israel's genocide, it logically follows that this disconnect is the best place to focus activist attention to finally create real leverage on ending the genocide. Again, this is not because Americans are inherently morally superior. It's because their foundational genocide and subsequent colonial state formation was achieved decades before Israel's even got underway. Indeed, this issue is not even particularly sectarian. According to a May 2024 poll by Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs, approximately 30% of American Jews agreed that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza, with 38% of American Jews under 44 years old holding this position. Focusing on one bad man prevents us from interrogating the ideological structures at work, in this case, the political ideology of modern Zionism, which is predicated on the goal of Jewish demographic supremacy. And any call for ethnic supremacy necessitates the expulsion of those who are the wrong ethnicity, a reality that holds true whether one identifies as a liberal or progressive or a conservative or an extremist. This fundamental component of Zionism eclipses all else. Calls for social democracy and healthcare and good liberal public goods or even scholarships for some Palestinians means little when your political system requires constant expulsion and displacement. The logical endpoint of this view is playing out today with Israel's extermination campaign in Gaza, and liberal Zionists as well as fanatics on the right deserve blame. Beyond the fact that it's without empirical basis, there's a more urgent practical reason why one bad man theory must be rejected. Its obvious political utility in maintaining the logic and basis for the genocide. This particular genre of liberal cope is immensely popular for a number of reasons, which we see on full display here between Josh Shapiro and the host of the All In podcast. This particular genre, is immensely popular for a number of reasons, but the main one is that it argues, sometimes implicitly, sometimes explicitly, that the U.S. does not need to cut off arms to Israel, nor does there need to be a move to boycott all of Israeli society, because don't worry, we are assured an anti-war, anti-Netanyahu movement is perpetually around the corner to stop the horrors we are witnessing on our social media timelines on a daily basis. This spin is popular with everyone from Thomas Friedman in The Times to Zach Beaucamp in Vox, both of whom have been aggressively making the case that Israel can and is working to effectively sort out its own genocide problem internally, ostensibly because we are perpetually on the brink of a liberal anti-Netanyahu political movement that will win power and end the quote-unquote war in Gaza. Like an MSNBC Never Trump Republican waiting for the fever to break and the base to turn on Trump, liberal Zionists await an enlightened, supposedly humanitarian Zionism that's always just around the corner, but strangely never materializes. So when he's here talking about like Netanyahu has made Israel more dangerous, this is not what they are, whatever, it's like, what kind of society produces Netanyahu? He is like, he's been around for years and years and years. He is popular. To the extent that he is not popular, it is because it is unrelated to humanitarian concerns of what's happening in Gaza or in the neighboring Arab countries of Israel. It is not about that. It's about corruption. They don't like the judicial reforms. Those are the issues that people have with Netanyahu. Alas, we have no indication it will. In a recent debate I had with Beauchamp on Twitter over this issue, it's so funny that he has hyperlinked to a debate or like a Twitter exchange. His primary piece of evidence, indeed, the only real piece of evidence any of this crowd can concoct, is polls showing a majority of Israelis now support a hostage deal, quote unquote. When I noted that the majority of Israeli society supports the basic aims of the ongoing genocide, he claimed this is false. 70% supported phase 2 of a hostage deal of the agreement earlier this year, which would have traded IDF withdrawal for hostage release, no other conditions, and linked to a poll that does indeed show this. But the devil is very much in the details. The majority of Israelis are indeed partial to a hostage deal, with emphasis on the word hostage. The overwhelming liberal position is that Netanyahu should work out a deal to get the remaining hostages back, then get back to destroying Gaza. This is a position Netanyahu has, not incorrectly, argued is not tenable and would require Israel to effectively trick both Hamas and the U.S., something unlikely to happen. Which is why Hamas, no doubt able to read the same polls, has never been willing to agree to a deal that would simply permit Israel to get its captives back, then commence leveling, bombing, starving, and destroying Gaza. Put another way, Israeli society, like all societies, is complex and contains glaring contradictions in its preferences, but one through line is consistent in polling. The Israeli public and their representatives in government largely do not oppose the genocide in Gaza or any of its most extreme depravities. And again, he is penning this in 2025, last year. This is before they're popping champagne over passing a racist law that calls for the, to hang Palestinian detainees that are tried in a military court, which has an over 99% conviction rate if they're tried at all. This is before that. And neither do presidents Biden and Trump and the majority of Democratic and Republican lawmakers. We know this because they keep supporting, arming, and funding the genocide. It's vital to be clear-eyed on the different political views among the U.S. versus Israeli public, because we need a sober assessment of how we can end the genocide as quickly as possible. The only real meaningful opposition in the immediate future can come from an American public pressuring its representatives into shifting positions and making support for Israel as an ethno-state. Not Netanyahu, irrevocably politically toxic. Sitting around and waiting for Israel to reform itself is obviously not going to rectify an urgent situation, and the only logical way to pressure Israel is to cut off its arms and isolate it from the Western economies it depends on. This does not mean that those doing the work of trying to chip away at the support and chart another path forward based on equal rights are wasting their time. Israel has vocal supporters, and this is hyperlinked, of the Palestinian-led movement for BDS, for example, and it does have an anti-Zionist left, however marginalized. Yet it is not analytically sound to claim that this cohort is winning the day in Israel. It is unfortunately very fringe and will likely remain so in the near future. Thus, attempting to frame the issue as the work of one bad man, and make no mistake, he is a bad man, reduces the issue to a personality dispute with no underlying conditions or causes. The very logic of Zionism requires the removal, killing, and dispossession of an inconvenient people. The debate, such as it is, has always been about whether this process is slow and subtle, given cover by a fictitious quote-unquote peace processes, so-called liberal Zionism, or whether it is out in the open, overtly genocidal, and accelerated in its violence and removal, the far right for whom the genocide is now being pinned. This logic of Zionism of Zionism of ethno-supremacist state building between the river and the sea, whatever its flavor, remains the fundamental problem, not one uniquely Machiavellian politician who, we are led to believe, is carrying out a genocide more or less by himself. The demand now, more than ever, has to be isolating and cutting off Israel as such, not just one bad man. It's the demand of virtually all the Palestinian civil society, and it's the only logical fulcrum to meaningfully change Israel's campaign of lawless, nihilistic violence, attempting to bifurcate a country that is currently in a genocidal fervor from its leader, who largely represents the public consensus among Jewish Israelis on Gaza, does nothing but provide cover for the former, and seeks to pin U.S. and Israel's complicity in the genocide in Gaza on the latter. It is like, I see this narrative all the time. Even what he was talking about, like, oh, Netanyahu just wants to do this to like stay out, like to stay out of jail. Like, that is true, but they never contextualize it further. Hold on, I can literally show you an example today. I heard this today from Heather Cox Richardson, whose political talks I do like. She's an American historian, but she made the same point. She made this exact same point just today. Let's see. Or like yesterday. Let's see. It would have been this one. If I put like Netanyahu. No, it doesn't know what he's saying. If I put corruption. Or if I put charges, maybe. Actually, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use search and find, or like F. Charge, tolls, corruption, maybe? There we go.
What his positions are on it, because he simply wanted to get out of the war in whatever terms he could. And he sort of, again, was waiting for somebody else to clean up his mess. And Netanyahu was like, I'm not going to do this. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. And I'm still going to continue to bomb Lebanon, where there are more than 1 million refugees, by the way. Now, that's interesting. And I do not have time today to go into the relationship between the United States and Israel. But thinking of Netanyahu as a political issue in Israel and around the world right now, remember that he's on trial for corruption. And that trial for corruption has been halted because of the war in Iran. So he doesn't want the war to stop, because if the war stops, the corruption trial starts again on Saturday. So
like, again, I like Heather Cox Richardson's streams. They're very informative. I think that she provides a compelling narrative, talking about the news every single day, the like, you know, fitting, like, bringing up relevant context and stuff like that. But she does this, like, take your party back shit to Republicans that I don't like. And she also does this where, like, again, it's like, oh, Netanyahu just, like, wants this war. It's not a war. Or, like, well, she's talking about the Iran war, right? But, like, the genocide to go on because he's got to stay out of jail. And again, no doubt that is definitely influencing it. But he is also a reflection of Israeli society, who democratically elected this man, and he's probably going to stay there. That cannot be left out of the conversation. It's the same. The same indictment can be levied at American voters for voting for Trump yet again. It would be like saying, like, Trump just came out of nowhere. People just got duped or whatever. Like, no, you could have maybe argued that in 2016, but there were Americans that heard what Trump was saying and they liked it back in 2016 and again in 2024. They were not duped. They made an informed decision and they still liked Trump. They still wanted a convicted felon. They still wanted a guy that is an insurrectionist. There's no point in lying.
Isolated in the world community.
They only watch PBD podcasts. Yeah, I mean, I know. I can understand why you thought that, but
he has fractured really what used to be a nonpartisan or bipartisan American support for Israel. And I think he has put Israel in a very dangerous place.
She's very good with the facts, but her analysis belongs to a pre-Trump era. Yeah, I know. I assume that she's a lot of boomers in her audience.
And of course, he was the leader of Israel who wasn't minding the shop when October 7th happened. So I've been very critical of Netanyahu for years and years and years.
Yeah.
I'm also,
yeah, again, it'll just be, I want a two-state solution. Rocket's bad. I condemn Netanyahu. I don't like Netanyahu. The settlements are bad. They're an obstacle to peace. Like the same speech, dude.
For years, made very clear that I think the America's interest in the region should be for stability and peace. And that it would be my hope that you would have two states living peacefully side by side, Israel and a Palestinian state. Now, I realize that is a long way off, given where we are right now.
Like, when do these people ever talk about being pro-Palestine or the dignity and rights of Palestinian people outside of it being just a talking point while they're giving the pro-Israel speech? You never hear about it. This is the only time that they will mention Palestinians, is in the context of emphasizing and underscoring their commitment to Israel and Israel alone.
It is clear that we need to work toward that. And obviously, that Palestinian state cannot be led by Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. And there has to be some structure that is put in place in order to create that. As it relates to the war, which you also asked about in your question, I mean, this was a war of choice. The president never defined the objectives. It is clear he doesn't know how the hell to get out of this. We'll see what he ultimately does with his big threats. You know, we're recording this on the eve of his big threat, using language that was so offensive. You'll excuse my language, that diminished the value of human life. We'll see what he ultimately does. Does he chicken out as he usually does, or does, God forbid, he go through with that? But this was a war of choice. He didn't know why he got into it. He doesn't know how the hell to get out of it.
Why did he get into it?
America's national security interests have not been well served by this. And economically, you've talked about this. Economically, we are worse off because of this war. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak over you.
No. I mean, listen, I appreciate your candidness, Governor. Why did he do it? If you had to handicap it, or what are you hearing when you talk? Because you have obviously a lot more information than the average American.
Yeah.
Why now? Why did we do this now? We had done, the strategic trimming of the hedges, mowing of the lawn, whatever the term is, to get rid of the nuclear progress. That containment seemed like a perfect strategy. And then all of a sudden we decide we're going to do regime change. This is after Trump promised that he would never get an intervention like this in the Middle East. This is after we were told by the Republicans, do not vote for a crazy Democrat who will take us to war with Iran. And here we are in month 14 or 13 of the Trump presidency, and he started a war. Yeah. His own biggest advocates, from Megyn Kelly to Tucker Carlson and people on the fringe, Alex Jones, and everybody in the middle, the comedians who supported him, the podcast diaspora or the podcast bros, they're all fleeing the ship. They did not want this. So here we are. Why did he do this? Why now? What is your handicapping of it?
Well, I'll answer that. I will just say it's yet another broken promise to the people.
Don't forget the Palestinians voted for Hamas. Total fuck up, just like ours in Israel's, dude. Palestinians voted for Hamas 20 years ago in the only election they had, and then Israel immediately instituted a blockade. Like, it is not a useful data point to bring up that Palestinians democratically elected Hamas that long ago, when the victims of this genocide, half of which are children, are people that are kids that had no say in the election of that government, and that government never enjoyed more than plurality support from that population.
People who put him in power. He screwed over the farmers who put him in power. He told people he wouldn't slash Medicaid. He cut Medicaid. He told people he'd bring down prices. Prices have skyrocketed because of his tariffs. He's got this long string of broken promises. Now, why did he break this particular promise?
Yes,
let's examine the record. First, Rubio went out and said he did it because if we didn't move then, Netanyahu was going to move and was going to force our hand. Then they walked it back. He said 7 or 8 months ago that they destroyed their nuclear capabilities, and then came back 7 or 8 months later and said, we had to go in because we had to destroy their nuclear capabilities. I don't know. Then they said it was about regime change. Well, great. I mean, we went from like an 80-something-year-old Ayatollah to a 60-something-year-old Ayatollah who, by all accounts, seems to be far more hardline. I'd hardly call
This is correct from Shapiro.
all that successful regime change. So to
I
me,
mean, it's like just literally not regime change.
it is hard to, I think you've seen, I've been trying to be very forthright in answering your questions.
You're doing great.
I don't know how you answer that question because the president never answered that question. He never sat in the Oval Office and looked the American people in the eye and said, this is why we're going in. And you know what? This isn't semantics. This isn't politics. If you don't know why you're going in, you don't know how the hell to get out. You don't know how to instruct the military, our brave military, including those 13 souls who did not make it home to their families because they went on a mission that the president never defined. And
Like, what do we think if Democrats stopped doing this, like, constant, like, thoughts and prayers, like, praise Allah, you know, for the fucking troops, they're so brave, they're amazing. Like, if they weren't constantly doing this rhetoric, like, every other sentence when they have to bring up the military or anything related to it, like, would it actually cost them any votes? I'm serious.
Mourn their loss. We thank our military heroes for what they did. And we
Like,
thank
if they don't do all of the, like, pomp and we thank them so much. They're so brave. We just love them. I'm gonna get on my knees and suck them off. Like, I'm not saying, like, be hostile. I just, like, if they don't do that, what is the real consequence to it? Are they gonna get called out by the side that wants to gut the VA? Are they actually worried about that attack? In fact, I would welcome that attack and point out that, like, veterans don't need pointless platitudes. They need healthcare like everybody else.
Our military who are out working every day on behalf of our freedom and our safety and our security, but they deserve a commander-in-chief who would have defined the mission. And if you define the mission, you know how to get out. He never defined the mission. I don't know ultimately if he will follow through on his threat. Again, it's Tuesday afternoon. You and I are talking. We'll see ultimately what he does here. But to me, this has been a failed and compromised mission from the beginning because he never made clear why he was going in.
Yeah, I know you got to go in a moment. It does seem to me that first explanation, sometimes people, their first reaction and their first statement is the true statement, just in general. And it does seem like Israel was going to do this, and we joined them, and we didn't need to. And to your point about anti-Semitism,
America should never be led around by any other nation. It should always be about America's interests, our national security interests, the interests of expanding freedom and opportunity for the American people. We should never, ever be bullied, as maybe President Trump was, by any other world leader.
Back to the anti-Semitism.
Dude, how is it that you're going to be a pro-Israel Democrat that actually discharges responsibility away from Trump and onto Netanyahu? But again, you won't call for BDS against Israel. You won't call for there to be boycotts. You won't call for there to be sanctions. You won't call for divestment. You won't say how can that be your view and you reconcile that with not seeing that as a security threat or a massive issue that a foreign head of state, even if it is of an ally, is guiding and bullying the United States president and taking us into a war of choice? How?
Anti-Semitism we're experiencing now, you said, hey, let's address them separately. But I don't think you can separate them if...
even John Kerry is like he didn't say Trump was bullied. Like, that suggests Trump is a victim. Trump is not a victim. Okay? He's the fucking president of the United States. He is the commander-in-chief. He is the leader of the free world, unfortunately. And this whole, small bean Trump or whatever, unless you're going to lean hardcore into saying that he's demented and he needs to be impeached and we need to invoke the 25th Amendment because he's literally not competent to lead the party, which they probably won't do because that's going to bring up uncomfortable questions about why they didn't call for Biden when he was obviously showing that significant signs of aging and dementia potentially, and the fact that it came to light that he had cancer after he left office. So they're handicapped on that front. But then again, also Trump is a victim though. Trump is not a fucking victim. What does, like, this is just one of many imperial adventures that Trump has undertaken during the second term. How do you explain the Argentina bailouts? How do you explain Cuba? How do you explain Greenland? How do you explain annexation of Canada? What does Israel have to do with that? That is just, Trump is just an imperialist.
We're getting pulled into this war by another nation, and people believe
Trump's been a victim his whole life, according to Donald Trump and according to Josh Shapiro, apparently.
Like you and I do, hey, Netanyahu maybe went a little too far here. That is what's causing the anti-Semitism in this country, don't you think? This relationship with Israel, the state of Israel and Netanyahu, our undying support for Netanyahu, that's not causing the anti-Semitism here. That's what these young people seem to be saying is, we don't want to vote for somebody who supports Netanyahu.
Well, I think you got to be real careful on that.
Okay.
You, the collective, not you individually.
You're getting close to saying things that are uncomfortably true. Correct. This is all an anti-Semitism supercharger. This actually makes Jews less safe. Correct.
I mean, if you're suggesting, say, that Jews are Israel and reflect Israeli policies and support everything Israel does, I mean, that's
so disingenuous from him. Holy fucking shit.
The oldest answer.
So when he started out at the beginning of this answer by saying, let's separate the conversation of anti-Semitism away from Israel, that was not actually because he feels pressured to well, that is partially in response to public pressure and like what positions he knows are tenable for him as, you know, a pro-Israel Democrat with a party that is increasingly does not have favorable views towards Israel or with the United States relationship with Israel. Okay, but like to completely cynically and disingenuously suggest that what he was saying was it's fair game to equate Jews globally with the actions of a state or with Bibi Netanyahu or any of that. That is not what he's suggesting. It is just the objective fact and reality that a state that claims to act for and on behalf of all Jews globally, that has a Star of David on their flag, is going to lead to increased anti-Semitism, especially when they engage in hostile acts of aggression against neighboring countries and engage in genocide against a dispossessed population of Palestinians. That is objectively going to make Jews less safe. But it's not people's reaction to it. That's largely a side effect. The primary point of destabilization is Zionism. It is being pro-Israel. It is this constant speaking out of both sides of your mouth, simultaneously conflating all Jews with being, you know, Zionist, and then on the other side, when it's convenient for you, trying to disaggregate those two.
Anti-Semitic tropes out there, this sort of notion of dual loyalty. I think it is fair to vote on the issue of, do we support what Donald Trump is doing relative to Netanyahu? That's fair. But to suggest that somehow it's, you know, because Jews are tied to Israel and that's why we're doing what we're doing here.
Well, you and I can parse this issue, I think, very easily. But young people at Columbia or Harvard, where all this is going on and these, you know, pro-Palestinian...
Well, like, why restrict it to that? One, those young people are not, again, like, they're trying to insinuate that the basis for this protest is anti-Semitic and not humanitarian concern for the victims of the Gaza genocide. So fuck you for that. But they've been talking about a global rise in anti-Semitism. This extends far beyond the borders of the United States. This is obviously, if you're going to claim it's a global trend, then this is obviously going to be the opinion held by, you know, just the general public.
Protests are going on. They don't seem to be able to make that parse. That seems to be one of the roots of the problems here, that people do put together.
Yeah.
And Israel benefits from that.
People, they could be stupid, they could be misinformed, but
Israel benefits from actual Jewish peril or the inflated sense of a Jewish peril, because then people come to Israel. Then Jews make aliyah to Israel. Then they're conscripted into the IDF. That's what he wants. That is what exactly and precisely the pro-Israel psychos, like Netanyahu and Likud and those parties want.
Who put together what the state of Israel is doing, and they equate it with Judaism.
And that's why I've tried to be so outspoken on this and making clear that on anti-Semitism, there should be no nuance. And that's a conversation where we should all be able to unite, and that we have to protect a place for nuance when it comes to Mideast policy, when it comes to Israel, when it comes to Iran and anything happening in the Middle East. And we need to give space for those who want to peacefully, and I want to stress peacefully, protest. We want to give space to those who differ from the administration. And frankly,
oh my God, how gracious of you that you're not going to say that it's anti-Semitic to be against the genocide. Give space for that. Like how there was space given to a Palestinian speaker at the DNC. Oh, wait. No, we only had room for anti-Trump Republicans, but we didn't have room for a pro-Palestine Democrat.
those who support the administration to be able to go out and to protest peacefully. And that is, I think, an important part of the fabric of our American society. I just think it's important. I try and do this work every day as governors to keep those conversations separate, because when they get blended, that's where I think it gets dangerous. And that's where I think it really crosses a line into something we don't want to see in our society.
And you could be super critical of Israel, and you could love your Jewish neighbors and friends. This is a very simple concept here.
And I think that reflects where I am on many things. I've been super critical of the Israeli government, the Netanyahu government.
Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu. To the extent that you're critical of the Israeli government, it's going to be Bibi Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich. Name anyone else. He's not going to call out Yair Lapid. Like, he's not going to call out Naftali Bennett. Like, it is just going to be restricted to those people.
And I'm someone who loves Israel, someone who has spent time in Israel. I wrote a whole book about, I proposed to my wife there, and how I think the idea of it is important. We've got to figure out ways.
Wife guy, red flag.
Is to keep those two conversations not separate, but blurring the lines in a way that creates some dangers, I think, is something we have to guard against.
Yeah, lots of education, lots of opportunities. Yeah. Josh Shapiro, thank you so much for coming on All In, and we look forward to having you on again.
Thanks,
and
Josh.
Good luck with your race. Good luck with your 76ers. I will see you in the second round, it looks like.
Next time I'm on, I'll be wearing a Sixers hoodie.
Okay.
So
go Knicks.
Disgusting. Okay, I can't take the banter between these fucking hacks, man. It was gross watching Tim Miller do it with Gottheimer at the end of their fucking thing. But before we get into Candace Owens, it cannot go unsaid that Tucker is literally saying that, suggesting that Israel is blackmailing Trump. Okay, let's fucking go. So this article was published in The Wrap yesterday. Tucker Carlson offers Trump, quote unquote, grace for lashing out, suggests he's being blackmailed by Israel. Tucker Carlson offered Donald Trump, quote unquote, grace after the president attacked him online and said he literally has a low IQ, but wondered if he's being blackmailed by Israel. Carlson floated his theory after Trump torched him, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, and Candace Owens on Truth Social for speaking out against the Iran war. And also the whole civilization will be destroyed. Like, that was really the impetus for these people, these creators, to be more outspoken against Trump on this. Despite being described as quote unquote low IQ, a nut job, and a troublemaker, Carlson expressed empathy for the president while suggesting he might be in a tough spot. Truly, again, what one must dot their cap to turning the other cheek. Very Christian of Tucker Carlson. Establishment media never reports this, but the Israeli government has a storied history of blackmailing U.S. presidents, Tucker said in a note published to his website Friday. So he didn't actually go on a podcast and say this. I'm sure this is sort of a soft launch for him being willing and brave enough to say it in video, but he's just saying it exclusively in a note and a website that you can't see unless you pay to see it, as far as I can tell. And no, it's not on remove paywall. Perhaps the most jarring example occurred in the 90s when Israel used recordings of a Bill Clinton-Monica Lewinsky phone sex session as leverage to pressure Clinton into releasing convicted spy Jonathan Pollard from prison. We're not joking, that really happened. He added, the phone sex story is worth remembering as President Trump attempts to end the Iran war. Like many things Israel has done, it shows that America's quote-unquote special ally is willing to play very dirty to achieve its goals. Dark money campaign contributions, extortion, physical threats, and even assassination. In their anti-Christian worldview, the ends always justify the means. They have no issue destroying lives. And again, this is where he stakes it on theological grounds or whatever, which is just a very flimsy fig leaf for his other anti-Semitic views, but whatever. Days after his announced 2-week ceasefire with Iran, Trump went after some of his biggest MAGA supporters for being against his war from the beginning, saying they were, quote, stupid people, they know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too, unquote. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide, all caps, Trump said at the time. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Dude, this fucking... Trump was on another one with this one. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Okay, Trump did not write this or had help writing this. Per Carlson, he hoped Trump would soon find his strength amid the pressures of war. Despite being against the entire thing, he offered the president goodwill after the online attack. We decided to write about this after Trump published a Truth Social post attacking our company, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, each of whom supported him for years. Carlson added, rather than engaging in petty name calling, we want to give the president some grace. This is like a passive aggressive fucking jujitsu between these queenie bitches. He is facing a level of pressure that is dark enough to make him abandon his campaign promises and morph into the precise kind of politician he once vowed to destroy. He would not have let that happen unless his personal stakes were really high. We hope he overcomes. It's literally the, I'll pray for you, sweaty. Love the sinner, hate the sin. Okay? Isn't he so magnanimous for that? And, Candy also has a thing or two to say about this. So this is her post the other day responding to this, where she took a screenshot of the Truth Social post that we just read. She highlights in red where it says Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, low IQ, stupid people. Their family knows it. Everyone knows it. They're nut jobs, troublemakers. They'll say anything for publicity. She put, it may be time to put grandpa up in a home. This was April 9th, has 4 million views and 159,000 likes. But today, Candy has finally responded in video form. And you'll love to see it.
All right,
This is titled, An Open Letter to President Donald Trump, My Response. This is Candace, episode 322. This has over 1 million views and was streamed 8 hours ago. Let's fucking go.
Obviously supposed to be off this week, but obviously I needed to come back because I wanted to address Mr. President Donald Trump. He has obviously arrived at a moment, and I just wanted to hopefully these words will get to him. So I'll just say that. Dear Mr. President Trump, I've always been a fan of gladiator movies. I have watched them all countless times. Everybody who watches this podcast knows that. And when I consider what it is that I am so drawn to, like, is it the actors? Is it the storyline? Yeah, in part, of course, who could deny the performance of Russell Crowe in the first film? But above all of that, the characters, the script, there sits this sort of incontrovertible truth that I am absolutely fascinated by, which is the fragility of empires, right? What is it ultimately that collapses an empire? What makes an emperor weak or an emperor strong? I think more to the heart of the matter, the question is, what is it that makes...
The fact that these people are able to contrast their positions from Trump's better than most Dems in public eye is so dangerous and bleak. I could not have said that better myself.
A king or an emperor feel threatened initially, right? The setup of every movie is always the same. You have...
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'm a little disappointed Candace didn't open with Hava Nagila again for this response. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I mean, we're only a minute in. She could have it ready, okay?
The wealthy elites, the politicians perched above a coliseum.
Candace is like the perfect 90-day fiancé candidate, would be amazing TV. Unfortunately, she is already married to her immigrant husband, but that would have been an excellent choice.
Slaves fighting to their deaths beneath, all for their distinct entertainment, obviously. And then comes the inevitable narrative flip. Suddenly, the elites and their scribes and the senators, they perceive a threat. And when does that happen? That's actually not a rhetorical question, Mr. President. I know the answer. It is when a slave begins to command the crowd. Every single time, without fail. That's when the politicians begin to feel worried.
She really said that Trump's on the plantation.
And what is of particular interest to me?
The Israel plantation. This is her same gambit, but instead of encouraging people to walk away from the Democratic plantation, she's encouraging literally everyone, especially Christians of conscience, including Donald Trump, to wake up and realize that they are slaves to they're pro-Israel cucks or Israel first cucks, and that they are on the Israel plantation and need to walk away from Netanyahu's pastures.
Me about that moment is that the slaves on their end, they never desire the seats of the politicians, right? They just want to have their most basic needs met. In most circumstances, they'd happily would serve some sort of structure of governance forever if their basic needs could be met, but it's proven to be a historical impossibility, right? Inevitably, we arrive at the moment of political extravagance, the fabled let them eat cake moment. They just can't stop, right? There can be.
Surprised she didn't have a series to make this statement. I mean, never underestimate Candy's ability to milk content and to drag something on for an excessive amount of time. So who knows? You know, it says my response signaling or suggesting that this is just going to be a contained, discrete response. But don't put it past Candace to not do like a documentary series, turn this into something bigger, okay? She's always cooking.
Be absolutely no truth between a master and his slave. For that reason, the nature of the relationship forbids it. And I think about this a lot now, very often, mostly in the context of our late mutual friend, Charlie Kirk. I think to myself, when was the exact moment that Charlie Kirk understood that he was not free?
It always ties back to Charlie Kirk, who it must be remembered that he is the first victim of the Iran war, as we went over in her previous episodes of her show saying this. She also posted about that on X.
That he had money and they had fame, but he did not.
Yeah, we carry the flame.
Actually have freedom. You know, between you and I, whoever it was that made the decision to kill him was correct in their assessment that he was indeed a threat, because Charlie Kirk could command a crowd. He was capable of that. So much so that he actually, if you think about it, he's been dead for 7 months and the crowd still moves on his behalf. That's incredible. That is real power, Mr. Trump. You should ask yourself, how did he achieve it? I would offer it's because he never sat above, perched, looking down at the slaves, right? Charlie understood how movements were built and more crucially, how they were sustained. Someone actually said to me shortly after his death that Charlie was a maestro. He understood that every instrument was needed to command an orchestra. The strings, the woodwind, the brass, the percussion.
Charlie was a Mensa genius. Charlie held degrees in many difficult and advanced fields. Charlie Kirk was the best of us. He was truly a genius, an unappreciated martyr.
All very different sounds, but he could hear them each brilliantly, each section. And at various times, he would conduct one sound above the other, more flute, less violin, more cello. Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace.
Dude, this hagiography, man, this fucking mythologizing surrounding Charlie Kirk, it gets more fantastical every single fucking week.
Owens, different instruments, to be sure, but only a fool or someone under the express direction of one could have thought to hit send on what you published on Truth Social last night. And I think that we should read it together, Mr. President, shall we? Okay, here's what you wrote. You wrote, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon, because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They are stupid people. They know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about that.
I can hear every single lip click, like this is almost ASMR. Whoever does her fucking producing needs to fix her audio.
They are nut jobs, troublemakers, and they will say anything necessary for some.
Am I the only one who hears these mouth sounds?
Free and cheap publicity. Now they think they can get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. Okay, let's park it there, right? Let's just chew on that portion right there first, because it is a stunning break from reality. So I'll ask the question, do you have any idea why it was, Mr. President, that your old tweets, the sentences you used to say, which were typically definitely insults back in 2015, but do you ever wonder why they worked? I can help you. Ready?
It's gross sounding. It's worse with headphones. It was grossing me out also. What mouth syndrome suffer. And the person who does her lighting, if you notice, her face has this, her skin has kind of a green tint to it. And it's because they don't light her well.
Definitely insults back in 2015.
She needs a better sound or audio engineer. And she also needs somebody to do color balancing for her desperately.
But do you ever wonder why they worked? I can help you. Ready? It's because they were rooted in some element of truth. So if you called Rosie O'Donnell unattractive, or when you said Hillary Clinton should be in prison, it played to the crowd because although many people thought it was inappropriate and beneath the dignity of a politician, it was based in truth, right? Hillary Clinton's done some things.
It was based in red pill.
Now, you can call Megyn Kelly a great many things. I have definitely had my political disagreements with her over the years. Low IQ? Really? Tucker Carlson? Low IQ? Me? Low IQ? The three of us unsuccessful somehow? When you write stuff like that, you just demonstrate nothing but your own irrationality. It just doesn't land.
Candace Owens.
Nobody cares about them anymore.
Are you seriously suggesting that Tucker Carlson, myself, and Megyn Kelly are morons? It's not going to fly.
Really? You're the leader of the free world and you're tweeting about us. I think that means somebody cares. Actually, what nobody cares about anymore and what you seem to have an inability to comprehend is that traditional cable news no longer moves the needle. Cable TV is a dying medium. FDR, he used the radio, right? His voice, the fireside chats, it worked. It moved audiences when it was new. And when the world transitioned there, and then suddenly it was the dawn of television, JFK's good looks on the screen, that served him. And he used that. Once again, fast forward to today, and the world is technologically advancing. Yet you're launching insults at what you don't comprehend. Joe Rogan is not going to do Fox News hits. Do you understand this? He is not trying to get on CNN. None of us are. I don't know how else to help you understand. You are quite literally mocking people because they comprehend something that you don't.
I am just noticing that he called out Alex Jones in that post, I'm pretty sure. And she did not defend him alongside Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly. So fucking shade over here.
Don't. Tucker Carlson is more powerful than you.
You think she has writers? No. Are you serious? Like, she is the fucking writer. She belongs in a writer's room. This is like her fucking bread and butter. She's great at like narrative crafting. Her, like, you know, she's a nice kid. She's just insane.
Deep down, I think you know that. And I think you resent that, which is proven by your next lines. Let's read on. You continue, MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump. Not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Okay. Obviously, Tucker Carlson is in his prime. The whole world understands that. That sentence, he couldn't even finish college.
She was talking slow to him like he's mentally deficient, OMG. So, like, she's like, again, meeting him where he's at, which is just abject and clear dementia. This is how this man should be spoken to. He belongs in a fucking nursing home. If Trump were related to you, if he were your father, if he were your grandfather, you would be conspiring with your siblings or other adults in your family to get his keys away from him.
Are you aware that your base is comprised of blue-collar workers who never went to college? Many who never so much wanted to go to college, never dreamed it. The farmers, the ranchers, the plumbers, the electricians, the people who work with their hands, you now stick your nose up to all of those people. Do you know who else didn't go to college? Charlie Kirk didn't go to college. Also, those men, many, I would say, a lot of the men and women that you and Pete Hegseth want to send.
He didn't go to college, but he's like a conductor, a prodigy maestro.
And to their deaths in the Middle East, many of them, probably most of them, didn't go to college. And let me be perfectly clear
Wait, what?
here.
What did you just claim about the Middle East? It's probably not true.
Also, those men, many, I would say, a lot of the men and women that you and Pete Hegseth want to send to their deaths in the Middle East.
Oh, she's talking about U.S. military personnel or whatever. Yeah, like a lot of them, their education stopped at a high school education.
Many of them, probably most of them, didn't go to college. And let me be perfectly clear here when I say that each and every one of them is infinitely more smart and more capable than you and the people that you surround yourself with in this moment. But let's continue, because CNN says you got 100% support.
A broken man is such a funny way to talk about someone so dramatic. I mean, you have to remember, these people had a lot riding on Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson literally campaigned for Donald Trump in this most recent election. He didn't just endorse him. He actually went to rallies and argued that people should vote for this man. And, you know, between the fact that Tucker Carlson is obviously a grifter, he's anti-Semitic, I do wonder to what extent a lot of this is just sort of like psychological protection. And because it's difficult for these people to confront the fact that they were so clearly duped so willingly led along and around by this man and did his bidding, acted on his behalf. In a lot of ways, she's still holding back. But this is the way Candace Owens claps back, and it's only after he attacks first. Because she'd been largely reserved in her criticisms of him. She scapegoats Jews. She doesn't want to call him out directly. He's just a little baby that is always being led around or misguided or tricked by, Jews or black people or BLM activists or there's always something or someone to blame for Trump's fuck ups. Okay. It could never just start and end with him because he's just baby. He's just baby. Okay, but this is what happens when you publicly defend a man, which you probably should never do, especially if you're a woman. It is just a bullet train to humiliation. So she does have to be this dramatic to be able to, clap back at him properly and sort of undo that.
You write, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit.
I really hope that she takes the bait and goes off on a fucking insane screed and tangent on Bridget Macron.
Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. This Brigitte Macron, who did you write that sentence for? Not even Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron applauded that sentence, okay? They said, incroyable. It doesn't help. Sometimes propaganda, when it's too naked, actually just...
Do this fucking microwave quality footage of Brigitte Macron. Why?
Incroyable. It doesn't help. Sometimes propaganda, when it's too naked, actually just hurts the cause that it purports to support. What is your obsession with Brigitte? This Brigitte Macron in the swimsuit, you think that you can command people, men, straight men, to suddenly think that Brigitte is hot? Did you date Jean-Michel Trogneau? Are you gay? Why are you so obsessed? Called me from the White House. Stop talking about Brigitte. Is it a physical attraction truly that you had there?
She really said, are you gay? I mean, I forget that she genuinely believes Bridget Macron is a man. She went on Piers Morgan and she was like, I will literally bet you $300,000 right now that I will win this lawsuit. I will prove that she is a fucking man. I mean, she has all the money in the world. She's independently wealthy from this podcast, and her husband was the fucking president or of the Turning Point, the UK branch of TPUSA. TPUK, whatever it is, okay? So she has money to blow, and she's willing to put her money where her fucking mouth is, and she's convinced she's going to win this defamation lawsuit that they have stupidly launched against her. I mean, they're correct, but I just don't think it's the move for a head of state. That is not the way that you go about addressing this. But, so yeah, Trump has to be gay. He's literally gay, under her view. I mean, she went there. Okay.
Back when he was better looking, I suppose. Did you sleep with him when he was a man?
Oh
my God. People care?
For listeners, she literally just pulled up a photo of E.T.
Was better looking, I suppose. Did you sleep with him when he
I can't. This is amazing.
was a man? Do you think people care? To your point about, I hope she wins money since it's all you see, gold, shekels. Do you think your base cares? When the subject...
Okay, yeah, this is her thing. Don't forget, must be remarked, yes, Candace Owens, whomst is bad. The fucking shekels thing, she's fucking shameless. Yes, puke, vomit, all of that.
Subject matter is children that are being statutorily raped by their supervisors. Do you understand that no one in true MAGA, cares about money above truth and protecting children? Did you connect that?
In true MAGA, that is. In true MAGA, you guys. Hold on. If I put gold... Let's see, please, where does it come up? Okay, yeah, this is when I was like, okay, we're done here. She made this post on, when was this? March 5th of this year. You will always know Khazarian because money is their first instinct. They are originally from Phrygia/Anatolia. This stuff really goes back to King Midas and Cybele. Gold is their pagan history. This is a screenshot of an X post from Hillel Fold. I don't know who this is. She needs to be sued for this, period. She cannot just spew this poisonous nonsense without any consequences, is what this person is saying. And he himself has a screenshot of a post from Candace Owens saying, you murdered 3,000 Americans on 9/11 for starters. And she's quote tweeting an ASIN clip where Netanyahu is speaking. Okay. And then in the reply, it says, a normal person's brain when confronted with something they disagree with. Hey, that's not true. I can counter that with facts. A Khazarian. How can I make money and gold from the statement that is most likely true? Like, dude, she's on another one. No one cares about money who lied to her. Not true, MAGA. It's like, it's disgusting, but it's also like just fucking hilarious because it's so insane. It's like Alex Jones here. Again, she really is like, she is female Alex Jones, okay? She is easily more entertaining than Alex Jones. Alex Jones used to be entertaining, like Candace Owens like takes the fucking cake.
When we revolted against you saying, what about the Epstein files? That seems to be a theme with you. Protecting people who harm children. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you want people to be sued for standing up to that class? We continue. Let's go back to your message conclusively, right? Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should have. It's all about money for you, Trump, isn't it? For his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming that it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, who you literally, you just cited as saying you had 100%.
She's referring to the Khazar theory here, which is a mostly discredited anti-Semitic myth. Direful plot. What's not discredited about that?
Support. So are they fake or are they real Trump?
This is like white supremacist style racial mythological brain rot. I mean, that's what put her on the fucking map, is like being a black woman who repeats white nationalist talking points.
Now the fake news CNN.
Like, do I need to pull up the picture of her with Kanye West wearing like a White Lives Matter fucking sweatshirt, matching sweatshirt with him?
Failing New York Times and all of the other
LMFAO, I phrased that wrong. LOL, gotcha.
The radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They are not MAGA, they are losers. Just trying to latch onto MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want. But when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing what's right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. Was that written by Mark Levin, like when he was 6? Or who put this message together? The hottest country in the world because we're bombing kids for no reason, because we just killed 150 schoolgirls for no reason, because you guys just lied about 6 of our servicemen who died? And they had to leak that to CBS News.
Oh, wait, what is this? Conspiracy theory? Does she think that they're not really dead, or that we don't really know the circumstances of their death? I've heard about the conspiracy theories related to, like, you know, the brave, stunning mission that our fucking troops got into over the weekend or whatever with the missing pilot, but this is new.
News that you were lying about what was happening. Is that what makes us hot? Is hot girl summer being
like the Trump admin made weird statements surrounding the circumstances of the death of a couple of people within that 13, but you know, they were open about the fact that it was friendly fire for some of them.
By Brigitte Macron and people who attack people, other journalists for telling the truth, is like, what's going on? Who put this message together for you and hit send? You're citing CNN, but you're also dissing CNN for having produced certain polls. I don't know. You just told us that we couldn't get on CNN, but now you're saying that we have good coverage on CNN. You're all over the place. It seems like you can't put together a coherent thought. Let me tell you something, and this is just reality, okay? Going back to just the rules of the jungle. Okay, let all the politicians and advisors around you evaporate for just a moment. Just you and me, ready? People will not fight beside, behind, or for someone who is fundamentally disloyal, okay? If disloyalty and deceit is in your nature, then I highly suggest that you combine it with silence. You can be what you are, but I would advise you do it quietly, Trump. Because MAGA is no longer commanded by you, and you know it. You know it.
Dude, she rules.
You belong to the Epstein class. That is your legacy now. People will see your name on buildings, whatever was agreed upon in those boardrooms. Jared Kushner, Trump, Gaza, hotel, whatever you tweeted, so crass. They will see that. You will earn that. And then when they see it, they will think about how many children had to die or be raped by men on islands so that you could stick the Trump name upon a building. And for clarity, Mr. President, that's not my fault. That's not Megyn Kelly's fault. That's not Tucker Carlson's fault. You made that trade. You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that.
she's still holding back. When Tim Pool came for her, she snatched his fucking beanie right off his fucking head and said he was engaging in estrogenic behavior because a man would never have a fucking hissy fit and call a woman a degenerate cunt unless he was a pathetic excuse for a man in the first place. And she is being, like, she is still, again, babying Trump, knowing that that is what she's capable of. She is that powerful. I want her to tap into that. But it is pretty devastating in a different way to be like, okay, if you're going to be an idiot, just do it quietly. That is also humiliating. So
toward the end of your life, okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go, just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom? Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. Charlie Kirk, he died free.
This is like a dorky ass picture of Charlie Kirk.
Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. Charlie Kirk.
Like Charlie Kirk, this horrible photo that she's used of him like tossing a hat. I realize this is probably one of the last photos taken, but not the one I would have went with.
He died free. You will most certainly die a slave. Okay? You are in chains right now, and the entire world can see that perfectly.
Charlie Kirk is free, and Trump is enslaved.
Perfectly. At best, what you can hope for.
Estrogenic behavior is very funny, admittedly. And unfortunately, it is kind of a banger.
This moment is that maybe one day upon the college campuses that you so deeply cherish, they'll teach all about your now tarnished legacy as the perfect modern day example of Plato's allegory of the cave. You familiar with that one? The prisoner chained in
Philosophy queen over here.
Cave. Multiple prisoners chained in a cave with a fire burning behind them, mistaking shadows on the wall for reality. And when one of those prisoners escapes and makes it outside of the cave and into true daylight and sees, oh wait, that's not reality, and they return and they try to tell the other prisoners, oh, no, there's truth and there's actual reality outside. They fight that person. They don't believe it. They call that person crazy. That's you. You are chained inside of a cave right now.
She actually gave a pretty good summary of the allegory of the cave.
And who's making those shadows on the wall, right? At best, the annals of history, I think within them you will be relegated to a philosophical discussion. The madness of President Trump. People will ask, who made Mr. Trump believe the shadows on the wall were real? The professor will chide the class, and in essays, students will cite the example of the man who was once...
I was hesitantly waiting for her to make a mistake. Yeah, me as well. She fucking landed the plane on that one.
Considered a leader of a movement, suddenly reduced to sitting on the side in the Situation Room at the White House while the leader of a foreign country, Benjamin Netanyahu, stands above him, convincing him that Iran represents an imminent threat which can be crippled within weeks. Yeah, the students in that class will be mystified. It will be such a compelling examination. Good discussion. Bibi is your master.
Oh my God. This, again, for listeners, this is a photo of Benjamin Netanyahu whispering into Trump's ear. It's like a Photoshop meme from The Lord of the Rings.
I'm Adelson that lights the fire, and Bibi that makes the shadows on the wall. But the entire world recognizes that now. And though I highly doubt that you will be permitted any opportunity to see what the crowd now thinks of you, I have to do my best to try. So here you are. Take a listen.
I don't know who's whispering to this guy's ear.
Who the fuck is this?
Like
some random TikToker.
Worm tongue from Lord of the Rings, but they're telling you wrong stuff, bro. Half of the people that I grew up with in this movement are not on Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin's team. Okay, we aren't neocons. We aren't war hawks. We want America first. And if you make me choose between America first and MAGA, it's America first all day. That's what MAGA was supposed to be. You were just the best vessel for it, bro. Don't get it twisted.
But as bad as he is, as corrupt as he's gotten, the insider trading, all of it, I'm really glad he's differentiating, saying you're not with me because I'm not with you. I don't want to be at your cool, corrupt kid, Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein class table. Thank you so much for delineating that I'm not with you, a sinking, burning ship. He wasn't loyal to his original mission. He wasn't loyal to America, and he became a creature of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu and all of his...
Holy fuck. Alex Jones, the killer memes as well.
He wasn't loyal to America, and he became a creature of Israel and Benjamin...
This has got like 11 Lindxasy Graham, Bibi Netanyahu, and Laura Loomer.
Netanyahu and all of his never-Trumper enemies are now...
The never-Trumper and Israel Firsters are MAGA now. This is... again, yeah, Mark Levin, Meghan McCain, Bibi Netanyahu, something Platt. I think, I'm not sure. Rabbi Shmuley, Laura Loomer, Lindsey Graham, the PragerU Zionist propagandist, and I don't know who this is in the middle. But like the images of them with like rainbow flags, like the pride flag, the Israel flag, and the America flag.
Courtiers with the madness of King Lear telling him the lies.
Eagle Patriot 157.
And worshiping him the way he wants to hear it, and I am not one of those people.
This proves one of many things. The first thing, he shouldn't be in office anymore. Implement the 25th. He's not loyal to this country, and he's not loyal to anybody. Well, except for that little country in the Middle East. It's almost like he does what he's told. And the last president to tell that little country no was JFK, and we all know what happened to him. It's like, Donald Trump, how can you call them losers when you lose to...
Dude, we are in deep. They're doing like the Jews killed JFK memes.
Bibi Netanyahu in Israel every single day. When's the last time you told them no to anything?
He said Brigitte Macron is far more beautiful than Candace.
It says, my grandma's live reaction as someone who likes Trump and does not like Candace Owens.
No to anything.
He said Brigitte Macron is far more beautiful than Candace Owens.
All I can say is he's a bit blind.
Candace is like beaming.
That's all across the internet. Take your pick, left and right. People understand that message was really your basket of deplorables moment. I mean, even on Truth Social, your very own platform, they've turned on you. Let's go through just some of these responses, okay? What? You are way out of line. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day ones. That's correct. Just to remind you, Trump, when no one would have you on, when no media company would have you on, Alex Jones had you on his show. This person continues, you need to take a step back.
Okay, chill. This idea that like Alex Jones was the one doing Trump a favor by letting him come on his show is a farce. Like, Donald Trump was independently successful and wealthy, and there was every incentive and reason for Alex Jones to entertain that.
Take a good hard look at who is whispering in your ear and get back to America first. Next person, Trump, you are just going against everyone that fought for him to win just because of the Epstein files and being at war with Iran for Israel. They didn't leave MAGA, MAGA left them. Clearly, you are insane. Time to resign, Donald, or face the 25th. You are mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. You are so childish. Clearly, the truth has triggered you, being one of your biggest supporters. I am done with you and your lies. Look at the mess that you have gotten our country into by bending the knee to a monster. I could go on, but I have to say that when I was looking online, in my view, what was the most brutal and sadly a recurring response all across social media was this. Take a look at this tweet about Charlie. People were saying that Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. Like I said, many people said that in different ways. Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. So you should probably take a second to fully absorb what is being implied there. What is being implied there is that there is no truth and there is no loyalty within you. And for that reason, I genuinely pity you. I am not angry. I am not upset. I don't want to rant at you. I believe you are in a situation that I would never want to be in. Surrounded by advisors who hate you to their core, but they understand you. They know how to insulate you. They know how to watch you and encourage you to self-destruct because they perceive you as weak.
Nah, Charlie would have supported the war. Absolutely, 100%. He immediately pivoted to defend the Iran, the 12-day war back last year. There's like no reason to think that he wouldn't have supported this.
And weakness is a means for them to fulfill their own ends. Sadly, you've now lived long enough to become everything that you once claimed Hillary Clinton was. Respectfully.
She really said you live long enough to see yourself become a villain.
We'll be right back after a brief break.
All right, you guys, thanks to you.
Just gotta get that fucking coin. Okay.
No, there's just something about men when they don't keep their word, right? It's like women can be catty, but when men are wishy-washy and they stab people in the back, it hits different. And CNN.
So true, Queen. Yeah, men famously known for never lying or being deceptive. Only women are catty. This is a thing that, you know, only half the population is afflicted with. Men never engage in this sort of behavior. So it really does. That shit hits so different when men do it. Yep.
and actually, which I guess Trump is watching for their polls, their reliable polls, put together a pretty brutal montage of Trump. Take a look at this.
I just mentioned a name, a woman who I saw the other night on television just rip some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing, come up here, Megyn. By the way, I'm having a great time up here. Are you having a good time? This guy, is he the greatest interviewer? Candace Owens, I watched her and I saw her coming. I said, I'm pretty good at star power. I look at I say, that's a star. I just want to finish by saying your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed.
So the obvious question is what or who changed Donald Trump, right? How does one go from making friends with people, fighting beside people, promising, being very explicit in his guarantee, promising no new wars, right? No new wars in the Middle East. We're going to lower gas prices, to suddenly insider trading, right? That looks like that happened recently. Never ending wars. We're everywhere fighting all the time, and we're never being told, and no one's articulating a reason as to why we're going down to Venezuela, why we're speaking about Greenland.
Oh, wait. With Venezuela, I mean, Trump literally said it's for the oil. So.
Oh, okay. Here we are going to Iran, despite the fact that nobody wants to go.
And Marco Rubio admitted that, oh yeah, Israel dragged us into this. We had to act, and then he retracted that.
Even the people in the armed services, they don't know. Everybody is saying there's no need to do this, and he does it, right? Who is guiding that? Megyn Kelly is asking the right questions on Piers Morgan. Take a listen.
And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that Situation Room when Bibi Netanyahu, who was seated as an equal, Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling, hook, line, and sinker, when every other president was able to see through that liar? What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisor.
Yeah, again, who could have seen this coming? Bibi Netanyahu, Trump's #1 ally in the whole world, abundantly clear from his first campaign, and then running up to the 2024 election, taking $100 million from Miriam Adelson. Who could have foreseen this? Wow.
From the chairman of the Joint Chiefs,
hindsight really is 2020.
To the Secretary of State, to the Vice President, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him.
Well, Megyn, I think Tucker actually has the right idea. So he published this letter, and I'm going to read it. He writes, he's in a tough spot, referring to President Donald Trump. Establishment media never reports this, but the Israeli government has a storied history of blackmailing U.S.
Do you think they're coordinating, or do you think that, again, anti-Semitism really is just this lazy that it just they end up, independently arriving at the same stupid talking points?
Perhaps the most jarring example occurred in the 90s when Israel used recordings of Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky phone sex sessions as leverage to pressure Clinton into releasing convicted spy Jonathan Pollard from prison. We are not joking, that really happened. The phone sex story is worth remembering as President Trump attempts to end the Iran war. Like many other things Israel has done, it shows that America's special ally is willing to play very dirty to achieve its goals. Dark money, campaign contributions, extortion, physical threats, and even assassination. In their anti-Christian worldview, the end always justifies the means. They have no issue destroying lives. Israel's current top priority is making sure Operation Epic Fury does not stop. They know the U.S. fighting their war for them is the best chance at expanding their borders and becoming a global superpower, and a peace deal would foil their plot. Based on the country's past, its leaders are doubtlessly willing to push as hard and as necessary to ensure the bloodshed continues. That could mean Clinton-style blackmail against Trump or something far more morbid. We do not know for sure whether that is happening, but the mere possibility is haunting enough to keep the president up at night. He is under a level of pressure that most people cannot fathom, with rabid Israel firsters viciously harassing him anytime he dares to stray even slightly from their favorite country's agenda. Their shameless pursuit is steadfast enough to make even a man like Donald Trump go mad. They are as persistent as any group in history, no matter how well the White House has treated them in the past. They are never grateful. They always want more, and they refuse to give the president even an inch of breathing room. It is
they always frame it like he's just like Tucker Carlson may as well say that he's being attacked by Israeli Jewish demons in his sleep, much like he was a few years ago, but lived to tell the fucking tale. It's a symbiotic relationship. Trump is not, Trump hand selected everybody who he is surrounded with. Okay, you cannot say that he's being led astray by the very people that he chose to surround himself with This is who he wants. This is who he is. This is what he believes. This is just, they have far more in common than these people are willing to fucking admit. He's not being led astray. How can you be led astray by your advisors that you choose?
Unrelenting full.
Unless you can like literally prove a plot that they're doing this to like undermine Trump, but it doesn't make sense.
Press. We decided to write this after Trump published a Truth Social post attacking our company, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, each of whom supported him for years. Rather than engaging in petty name-calling, we want to give the president some grace. He is facing a level of pressure that is dark enough to make him abandon his campaign promises and morph into the precise kind of politician he once vowed to destroy. He would not have let that happen unless his personal stakes were really high. We hope he overcomes. It's very kind of them. It is good to have grace. Like I said, I don't feel angry at him. You can't be angry because there was nothing that landed. There was no truth in what he posted. Ironically, being posted on Truth Social. Who's going to be upset about?
Isn't it so, dude? Her mind. How profound was that? Ironic that Trump is posting lies on a platform called Truth Social.
Brigitte Macron is hot. There's something that is so fundamentally childish about what he published. Everybody who disagrees with me is low IQ. People can see which way the wind is blowing on this. And I do want to comment and share.
I mean, when he said that, I did kind of feel that shit. Okay. When he said everyone who disagrees with me is low IQ, who amongst us hasn't felt this way?
Something that I hadn't shared before. And I don't know if it means something, but it's something that has always lived inside of me, which was something that Charlie Kirk told me before he passed and something that Andrew Colvett confirmed to me. This is, again, when everybody was good. And obviously things are not the same between me and Andrew Colvett because I don't believe him. I just don't believe him. But before it was announced that Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million, this was, I think it was announced in July or just before July of 2024. And I was told by Charlie that he and Andrew Colvett were present for that meeting with Donald Trump. And the reason that Charlie told me the story, and again, I could go back and try to figure out when exactly the discussion happened. I want to say it was May. So I knew that money went through and I knew what she wanted in exchange for $100 million. What Charlie and Andrew Colvett told me was that she said that she wanted in exchange for Trump to allow them to annex, not Gaza, but the West Bank. I was stunned by this. I think it has since made the news.
Wait, why are you stunned by this? It's not a secret that the Adelsons are massive Zionists. That this has been their unfucking goal.
Of course, this is like a totally different pretense than October 7th.
And you shouldn't be stunned that Trump would take $100 million from anyone.
Hamas is not in the West Bank, and that is what she wanted in exchange. After she said this to Trump, Trump went, it was wherever Charlie was, Trump was adjusting his tie and looking in the mirror, and he said, I'm going to take her money and then I'll F her over. Okay. I am hearing this from Charlie, who's there first person, and Andrew, who confirmed this. Andrew was also there. That nobody else was there but Andrew and Charlie when Trump said this. A few weeks later, there was the Butler attempted assassination. And I find it very strange that Donald Trump is not interested or has appeared to be completely disinterested in determining who fired that shot. There were a lot of holes in that story. I didn't go down that rabbit hole, but I do know that once you assume office and you have the power to get more information and put more information out there, it's weird that he was satisfied just moving on from that.
As if Charlie gave a singular fuck. I mean, the dude literally just did the bidding of capitalists, in particular, like pro-Israel, like Christian Zionist capitalists, from the day that he turned 18 to the day he was fucking killed.
And I do remember watching Don Trump Jr. on stage when someone sort of prodded him on that and like, you know, are you satisfied with the conclusion of what happened in Butler? That Don Trump Jr. kind of said, I'm not, but my father is, and that's that. Like it just kind of got hushed up. And I had wondered in my mind if it got back to me that Trump said that, if it maybe got back to the Adelsons that Trump said that. You don't take $100 million from a family of, I would say, gangsters, right? You're in gambling. It's not exactly an industry. I'm talking about Sheldon. That's what they made the money on. You don't take that kind of money and then express to people that you're planning on just screwing the person over. I just have a lot of questions about that. And it all transpired very quickly. And I just wanted to share that, especially in the context of Tucker saying we should have some grace, and clearly something happened and presidents have been assassinated in the past. And I do think that we have all noted this shift in him since Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, that is all I know. Not
So
pointing-
she's going with the bullet did maybe grazed more and actually caused more damage than the eye could see than just the superficial ear wound. Okay. While simultaneously, there are resistance libs like blue MAGA types that actually believe that the assassination thing was a hoax.
Finger or assigning any blame, but I think we all have questions about how quickly Trump wanted to.
She's implying the Adelsons did the Butler shooting. I mean, implying is still she's just she's all but come out right out and said it.
To sort of close the book on Butler, Pennsylvania.
And dude, everyone picks up on these dog whistles. Even Joe Ken, that's why the first interview that he does is with Tucker Carlson. And what does he do? He makes a suggestion by the end of the episode that Israel could have been involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
And I will leave it at that. We know.
Yeah, and Charlie Kirk, all because he couldn't get into West Point. Didn't Charlie Kirk literally say that he would have gotten into West Point, but his spot was given to a black woman because of DEI or affirmative action?
In many ways, that Trump has done various deals with various kinds of devils. He is definitively surrounded by certifiable lunatics, one of them being Laura Loomer. And that's putting it mildly. I mean, she has been committed multiple times by her own family. She once chained herself to to Twitter headquarters. It was actually Twitter when she did this, and wore a yellow star. She's not even Jewish. If you ask her to produce a photo of her bat,
she's saying Laura Loomer
herself to to Twitter headquarters. It was actually Twitter when she did this.
Yeah,
and wore a yellow star. She's not even Jewish. If you ask her to produce a photo of her bat mitzvah, she cannot, because she was not bat mitzvah and she's not Jewish.
Oh my God, that does not, just because you don't have a bat mitzvah does not mean you're not fucking Jewish. Jesus Christ.
It's just something she's playing the part of. It's one of her many personalities. And she proudly promotes the fact that she is one of Trump's closest advisor. A certifiable lunatic is one of his closest advisors. And she yesterday proudly promoted the fact that she was behind his tweet last night to me and Tucker and Meghan, but to Tucker Carlson in particular. Take a listen to her being braggadocious.
But the president has had enough of Tucker and yeah, I'm just going to admit it. I sent the president.
Loomered unleashed. President Trump slams the woke Reich. Third Reich, woke Reich, that was what it says. Loomered.com. Holy fuck, who listens to these people, man?
Tucker Carlson's clips so he can see the that he says about him. I do. And I want that Tucker Carlson to know that I'm the one who knifed him from the front. I want him to know. I'm not talking about physical violence, physical knifing, but yeah, I'm the one that sent the president all your Tucker, because he deserves to see the fact that you are lying about him and you are smearing him and you are saying the most vile things about our country and our president, and you are creating so much chaos. You're going to cause the Democrats to take the House and the Senate. And
this is one of the first people he called after launching Operation Epic Fury. I'm not kidding.
You are endangering our national security.
President Trump, I mean.
By whitewashing this barbaric death cult ideology known as Islam. So I just hope that he knows that, yes, Tucker, there are people out there who actually have the courage to take your drivel and take your bullshit to the president and to stand up against you. I don't know who Tucker Carlson thinks he is. He thinks he's so popular. Even President Trump today called him out and said he's like a third-rate podcaster. I don't know why Tucker Carlson thinks he's so special. He's not. He's not special. He is endangering the lives of Christians.
I thought she was going to say of Jewish people. I was like, that's not really going to get you, that's going to work against you if anybody outside of your own audience sees this.
Of Catholics, of Jews, and all non-Muslims, in the way that he continues to whitewash this death cult ideology and the way that he continues to incite violence against evangelicals and Jewish Americans and even the president himself.
One of his top advisors, ladies and gentlemen. What more can we say other than to present it? I think by now, the majority of Americans understand that the true death cult is Israel. You can't fill them to the brim with enough murder. It is very clear what the Likud government is. They are murderous. They have a particular knack for murdering children. I truly believe that they celebrate it. I've seen videos of them celebrating it. They love the idea of the water being turned off, they're poisoning people in Lebanon. And if you're wondering with what, pay attention, Maha moms. Remember when the Monsanto thing, Trump went back on phosphorus and Monsanto. Well, that was because Israel needed it to poison people in Lebanon. That's the reality. of the circumstances that we live in. Everyone was betrayed. Trump, I don't even believe Trump today would get the support of Jewish Americans.
Aaron, please, if I keep consuming this, I'm going to get diabetes. Diabetes would imply that like what I'm showing you is really sweet. Do you mean like cancer or AIDS? Because that would make more sense.
The majorities were Jewish Americans. I got to tell you, my inbox is getting pretty filled to the brim of people who are Jewish Americans, rabbis even, who write me and say you are right about Sabbatianism and Frankism, and the Likud party is not at all.
Dude, it's not real. Like this idea that there's like this large cohort of like Jewish Americans and rabbis that are emailing Candace Owens, and saying yes, Queen, you're so right about like what Frankism, what?
It's not who write me and say you are right about Sabbatianism and Frankism
and Sabbatianism and the Jesuits, right? And Mason, like the Masonry, like Freemasonry.
The Likud party is not at all. It's not a reflection. We have been fighting this battle for decades.
Where I need to meet, please, if anybody knows a Jewish American that is a diehard Candace Owens stan, please drop their username, their @ in chat, DM me on Discord at Straighterade. I need to talk to these people. I need to bring them on my stream. I need to understand the psychology of somebody that watches this woman and agrees with her and is while also being a Jewish person.
Jewish Americans and Jewish people worldwide to recognize that there is a cult that is claiming to be Jewish and they are not, and that they are emerging. It's very clear who they are. The way that they respond to death is not natural. It is unnatural. The way they celebrate it, the way they crave it. It's never enough.
Oh my God.
They like the idea of people dying, of being torn apart from their families. It is like they are sacrificing it to a demon because they are. That's what a death cult is. They believe in sacrifices, and I will forever maintain.
Wait, don't death cults like sacrifice their own? Just because like this doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like the reason why, like one of the reasons why the Israeli public is so comfortable with the fucking genocide is because they're not willing to incur the casualties to their army. And so they're completely fine with all of these flagrant violations of international law, the intentional killing of Palestinians, if it means sparing the lives of IDF soldiers and personnel. On top of the fact that it's a civilian army. So like this idea that like, oh, they crave death or whatever, it doesn't make sense.
That the first casualty of the Iranian war was Charlie Kirk. I believe he was...
Professor Zhang needs to go on Candace party. Yeah, that's going to be the greatest collab since fucking Stalin and Churchill.
Sacrificed by this death cult. That's my opinion. And I am going to stick to that. And despite the many threats to sue.
Oh, MAGA is a death cult. Maybe she's talking about MAGA? But it didn't sound like she was talking about
Money
MAGA.
Isn't everything. In fact, it's almost nothing. It is nothing next to truth. I will say that there were a lot of things when you just look at the people that are around him that are such maniacs that were very memeable. I think people were just saying, this is the end of MAGA. MAGA is dead. It had me feeling a little bit like Charlie Kirk. I was like, like Erica Kirk. You know?
And anybody else feeling like Charlie Kirk? Anybody else?
MAGA is dead. It's over. Not to be morbid. What are the merch sales? Where are the merch sales? We need merch. MAGA is dead. It's over. We do have some great merch right now. That's up on the website. I'll show you guys some of that. And of course, you have
to monetize it. You can't. Why are you going to stop at just doing a web series on your recently deceased friend Charlie Kirk or an expose on his wife? No, you also need to do merch capitalizing off of this tragedy, of course. Four Horsemen t-shirt. This is like a MAGA t-shirt for $35. The low price of $35 for a plastic polyester t-shirt, no doubt. Nut Jobs and Troublemakers. This is Nut Job trucker hat, $32. What a steal. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace Owens. Actually, crew neck for $60 for the low price of $60. You can... This is insane. Holy fuck, hold on. She actually... Dude, who is wearing this? I actually, I want this fucking... this merch. Dude. Actually, to be the First Lady of France is far more beautiful woman than Candace. A foreign policy statement, dude. I want this so badly. Holy shit. This, and it's probably gonna be a limited run. You could get it in white or gray. Just like the concept of where the quotation marks, the fact that she doesn't even say Trump, like this, it divorces it from context even more. It like could not be a more niche meme to put in. Like she couldn't, maybe there's some legal reason that she can't put it on Trump. I don't know. But like a foreign policy statement, dude, I want this so badly. Only $60, you guys. My Streamlabs Civ link is right there. I swear to God, I will buy it and I will wear it on stream.
We are third-rate podcasters. We are happy. But this is my new favorite. We dropped this. This is the new. It actually says MACA because I feel like that's the direction. If you want to go back up to the green hat, that is the direction that we are heading into. Like it is, we need to make America Christian again. That is the vibe. That is what I sense rising, is that there is a, just the Christian spirit of people that are just
I think Trump copyrighted his name so she can't use it for profit. How is that possible though? The Supreme Court rules that it's like unconstitutional for the president to like block somebody on Twitter, but like you can't use the name like Trump and like on a shirt. That just doesn't, I don't know. Like I have a low opinion of like IP laws in this country. And this president has shown he's willing to like, again, break the law, engage in intimidation and flagrant violations. But like, I don't know. Puck My Life. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs to my community. I really fucking appreciate it. You have gifted now a total of 75 to my channel, and everybody who is on the receiving end of Puck My Life's generosity deserves or should shout out Puck, because now you have access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. 100% cotton makes it easier to flush down the toilet. It's not even 100% cotton for $60. It's literally oh my God, 3XL is already out of stock. Do we think this is because she's not size inclusive or because somebody actually bought that 3XL fucking thing? Holy shit. But it's not even, it's 50-50. It's a cotton poly, it's like poly blend. It's only 50% cotton. She's still charging a fucking arm and a leg.
I think they want nothing to do with the death cults. We are...
That's enough to buy the Candace. I know.
The 4 horsemen of MAGA. That should be, make sure they
But Puck, you have to tell me if that was, you have to tell me if that was explicitly for the Candace Owens actually crew neck fund, okay? If it is, I will be placing an order tonight, I promise.
Fix that, by the way. That should say
it was? Okay, I'm buying it, you guys. I think I'm gonna get the white. The white is like so much more sleek. And it pops better.
Horseman with an E, not horseman. We'll make sure that's fixed if you guys order that today. And sorry, we obviously got this up pretty quickly, but yeah, we have a whole bunch of new merch that is available on the website. Anyway, you guys, we will be right back after a break. All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Or maybe you have unfiled returns, or you filed every year, but you still keep owing. Maybe you retired and suddenly you got hit with a massive tax bill that you didn't expect, or pulled money from your 401k or IRA early, and now the IRS wants its share. However your tax issue started,
Please do not give her money. Dude, I'm giving her money just by watching this, unfortunately.
Outcome is the same. Your balance is not going down. Penalties are growing. Interest. All right, getting into some of your comments from today's episode, impromptu episode, I might add, this person writes, for the record, my husband says you're more beautiful than Brigitte Macron. He is also not into dudes.
You could pirate that sweatshirt. If I could pirate it, I mean, like, what can I use, like Redbubble or whatever? It's not a particularly complicated design.
I don't know if that's like his, like, it was a weird flex is what I would say. It was weird. Got to that part, I was like, this is getting weird. And I'm feeling uncomfortable. What is in those Epstein files? Because like I said, like not even Brigitte Macron, the Élysée Palace was like, yes, that's a win. It's just too crazy. Just way out there. Like that's not something that you can sell to a crowd, an audience, or to an individual. There's no one even.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the $25 dono. I really appreciate it. This is for the candy merch, okay? For the candy merch fund. It's been exceeded, but thank you so much.
His most ardent Zio bees that are out there, they just are like skipping over that part because it's too patently ridiculous.
I'll have to find some way. If I end up buying it from her official shop, which I probably will, I'll find some way to balance it out by like donating the same amount of money down to taxes and shipping to like Jewish Voice for Peace or something like that.
99 writes, thank goodness, pardon me, for this special appearance today.
If you want to do your own crew neck, but with Comic Sans font, I would not be opposed. Okay, well maybe see if that's an option on the table. Maybe we go that route.
We have missed our girl. I was laughing reading the absurd post.
Yo, Joe Lewis. Some of her merch is actually fire, though. I mean, you simply must talk. Like, again, a foreign policy. Like, it's just like chef's fucking kiss, man. A foreign policy statement. Not even naming Trump. Just so good.
When he said that wig-wearing ET lookalike ladyboy,
the OG black shirt is heat,
was prettier than you. You are beautiful, Christ is king. Maybe it's what he's into. I don't know what is in those files that has him so scared. But it's got to be something. Seven Sheets writes, what a great Friday surprise.
Maybe this is why Melania Trump made a statement. No, I'm kidding. She had already made the statement before this had even come out.
Your voice is missed. I can find happiness in seeing that you and many other brave voices have become the news now. You bring us together, and establishment hates it. I'm here for it in faith and in prayer. Yeah, I mean, I'm so serious when I say it's like the future is just something else. I feel like that's why I'm wearing purple today. It's like the combo of red and blue. I'm just so over it. I am so over the left versus the right when you can just see the evil that is sitting at top. All of us, like they're sitting in the box, watching us just go at each other, fight each other to the very death. And who does it serve, actually? And so I'm very much leading the charge that beyond anything, I'm Christian first. I am Christian first.
This is literally a 30 Rock meme. This is literally the meme. I don't vote Republican or Democrat. Choosing is a sin, so I always just write in the Lord's name. And then he's like, that's Republican. We count those. That's literally what she did. I was like waiting for her to do the second half of like, I'm a Christian first and a Christian only. And I was like, maybe she won't do it. Nope, literally did it. Puck My Life, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Maddie Mahay. Really appreciate it.
And that means that I will not support.
I've gifted how many? You're probably on 76, I think.
Murdering people incessantly to fulfill some end that hasn't even been articulated to us. It's just like the Greater Israel Project. Like they have to just keep killing people and nobody really knows why outside of demons. Mr. Scorp writes, thank you for showing up today. 3-time voter for the ass hat in chief. Continue showing up with the facts. God bless and protect you and your family. Yeah, thank you. Look, a lot of us voted for him 3 times and it's a difficult. People, do you regret it? No. I hope everybody's woken up to the fact that there wouldn't be a different conclusion because there was a Democrat. They're just opposite sides of the same coin. And yeah, the politicians go into DC and they accuse us, nickel and dime us on our taxes. So they can send money overseas, wash it and give it back to themselves. They're beholden to foreign countries, the majority of them to Israel. And there just needs to be a real change, a real substantive change. Kim Kona writes, Candace, you were born for such a time as this. I never imagined I'd say the following words, but you are my hero. Thank you for having larger balls than Macron's husband and Trump combined. You made one of my worst days better. I'm sorry you're having, I don't want this to be your worst day. And I don't think that anyone should feel like mad at Trump because that is such a worse condition to be in where he is at, right? Like you, I don't know, sort of made a deal with the devil because you wanted to be back into power, but actually you have no power and everybody knows that. So we just get to watch you dwindle, That's what it feels like. We're just watching the shrinking of a man and all that's left is, I don't know, ranting like he's Mark Levin and being Mark Levin, yeah, this is what the crowd wants, and being shown polls that they're behind. 100% support you. That is just so far removed from reality that to me is like a life.
It's actually not though. Like, I mean, he does command a personality cult. Like, I don't doubt that like his support from the MAGA base is like approaching that. They will literally just follow this man into the fucking ocean.
Sentence, right? That's a prison of sorts.
She has so much merch. Holy crap. I mean, you think an empire builds itself?
Sneeko, nice to have you here. He writes, Trump.
Wait, what the fuck? Sneeko is in this chat? Hold on. Where's the, is there no like live? I thought there would be a live chat. Sometimes they're usually, this was streamed. So where's the live chat?
Trump was Sleepy Joe all along. I don't even want to give him the excuse.
Oh, he's been saying this. I saw a clip of him saying this on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it. Trump sleepy. He's on another one lately. Yeah, okay. Maybe Joe Biden wasn't sleepy after all. Maybe he was just tired. It's so funny that he's like so amused by the things that he's coming up with. He's like repeating his own jokes in Candace Owens' stream like comments and live chat.
The response to this is so...
You know what? I am not president.
Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. Hold on. This will be copyright, so... Okay, let's see.
Come on, bro. Aren't we past that? Are we past this chud? Like, why are you embracing the left? Obama did this, and Biden, and the... Do you really not get it? Don't you miss when you didn't have to think about the president every 5 seconds when that wasn't on your mind?
He really said, I want to go back to brunch.
What I miss about Joe Biden is that you forgot he was president.
Why aren't Democrats impeaching Trump? Well, because they do not have the majorities in Congress or the Senate, which an impeachment would need.
You weren't always hyper aware. What insane statement is he going to make next? What country is he going to bomb now? How is he going to tank the economy today? Objectively, as an American,
Like, all he's doing is, like, reheating Fuentes' nachos because Fuentes is on this kick right now, like, endorsing Dems over Trump and shit like that. But he's like, that is, I have to assume what he's doing.
I think many of us missed that. At least Biden, you really, oh yeah, he's the president. You could ask half of Gen Z now, and many of them, I think maybe most of them, if you say, who was the previous president before Trump? They would think for at least 5 seconds, 6, 7 at most. Yeah, who was the president
6,
before
7?
Trump? Oh yeah, Joe Biden. Maybe Joe Biden wasn't sleepy after all. Maybe he was just tired. Maybe he was just tired. That's how I feel. It's not that I'm sleepy, I'm tired.
What a free thinker.
Though I genuinely believe that Joe Biden had dementia, and at least he can say that, right? At least he can say that I had dementia.
Sopris, thank you so much for the $10 donation through Ko-fi. You're buying the merch right away. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Trump shouldn't be handed that excuse. He didn't have dementia. He betrayed us, right?
Like the Ko-fi bot on YouTube, it literally says new donation from Ezra Klein.
In his right mind, he betrayed us, and he did it for more money, for deals, for the opportunity to be in the White House again, whatever it was. He sold us out, and we just have to sort of sit with that and face that reality. Adriana, New Jersey writes, Trump checked to see if Candace was on a break before he posted that. LOL, so happy for this live. I've missed you. I do feel that this always happens when I'm on break. Like, somebody will do something and call me out by name when I am on break, and I'm like, okay, this is too much. Okay,
I know. I can't believe Ezra's here, right? Tuning into my stream.
Okay? This is like, I'm starting to notice a little bit of trend. If you guys keep playing, I'm never going to go on break. Okay, you don't want that. You guys do not want that. Brise writes, mad respect that you have stayed the course with Charlie. I struggle keeping up with everything that they throw at us. I think that's intentional, but that's just me. Absolutely, you are correct. It is intentional. They kind of want this cycle of ADHD. Nobody's able to hold on to a thought or a story. They want to get you to move on.
Cycle of ADHD.
Look over here strategy. And I'm like, nope, this one really matters. This man was betrayed. And I believe by the people closest to him, people that he helped to put into power. And we are seeing more and more of that. We've done incredible research this week. And the things that we are discovering, I think, just add weight to every observation that we've had. Every inkling and feeling that we have is now being converted into fact.
I'm doing politics the right way by buying this merch.
Fact. So much that we could say, but obviously we'll save it for next week.
The mug is Make Him a Sandwich. Yeah, that's also the name of our book is like Make Him a Sandwich.
Continuing that, you wrote, keep being you. And
all right, enough of this. To close out the stream, we're going to be doing a little bit. You already know what it is, okay? Is it really a Straighterade stream if I don't even just like do a little bit of PBD as a treat, okay? But before we get into that, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. Same if you're watching on YouTube. Please subscribe to me, like the stream, it pushes it out to other people. If you want to catch up on my past VODs, they are housed on my YouTube channel. They're timestamped by me immediately after the stream, no matter how late I end stream, okay? I do it for you guys because I don't want anybody to have to like scrub through my long-ass 5-hour VODs. That way you can get to my segments really, really quickly. And if you want to support me, the best way to do that is by following the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat and in my YouTube description box. The Streamlabs tip link in particular, because they only take 3%, but if you want to send me a YouTube super chat, that would also be pretty cool. I will read it out. You can also gift subs throughout the chat. If you're in Twitch chat, use your Amazon Prime Twitch sub to subscribe for free or to subscribe for me. You know, the normal way, which is cheaper on desktop. I'm at Straighterade on everything. And Tucker, Megan, as well as Candace all got shout outs from PBD because they covered this segment. And we got a stacked cast because Viva Frey's in the fucking building alongside Adam, Vinny, Tom, and Patrick. Puck My Life, thank you so much for the additional 5 tier 1 subs that you've gifted to my community. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope everybody that got a gifted sub enjoys that they now have access to cute emotes as well as no fucking ads. A completely ad-free PBD experience. That's really the only way to view PBD. 4K, no ads. And through me, of course. Are they late? What's going on? Oh, did they not do the fuck? Oh, there we go. Did you ever think you would make it? I was worried they weren't going to do the intro. We're home, you guys.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright. My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. It's right here. You are a one of one?
My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Listen, if you're Canadian, I want to give you a warning. It's going to be tough today. It's going to be tough today because I don't know what's going on with your politics in Canada. You're the number 2 country in the world that watches a podcast. It is what it is. Today, the opening story, you're going to need to do earmuffs because of the stuff your politicians stand for. But aside from that, we got a lot of things to cover. Apparently, Tiger Woods, Tom is talking about how if they come out and you maybe didn't come up as having alcohol in your body, and it's something else. In the state of Florida, Florida can say, what were you taking? What else was in your body, and was it prescribed? Did you buy it from somebody else? So Tom's got some thoughts on that. I don't know why he's picking on Tiger Woods. I told him don't do it, but he says, no, we got to cover it.
Doesn't care.
Yeah, he does. Even a guy that at the table, probably no one golfs more than Tom does.
Tom has grass on him right now from swinging this morning.
Yeah, and then New York Times had a story.
And some Bob Marley CDs.
Right, and then Vinny's got something about a New York Times story that came out about the fact that
Vinny is the one that chose the topic of the fucking New York Times article on like how Trump took the USA to on the Iran war.
Rubio was in there. Netanyahu.
Vinny the reader
comes in with Mossad on the screen, talking about these are 4 things that we need to do. Rubio says afterwards when he's meeting with Trump. The next story here.
Let's skip ahead. Trump goes off on Tucker, Candace, and Megan.
The president tweets something.
Holy shit, this news studio sucks. Direful. I guess you've missed the last couple of streams because they've been in it for a minute and it is very ugly. People miss the vault and all of that. I don't like it either.
Yesterday, that everybody online was reacting to it. By the way, this tweet is so long. It may be his longest tweet, but I got to read it to you. And then we're going to go around and react to it. So, Rob, zoom in a little bit if you could. I have to put Mehran's favorite glasses on. Mehran, this is a shout out to you, buddy. I know you love these glasses.
Dude, I've never seen PBD bust out these fucking glasses. Look at this. He has an intense prescription if this is what he needs. It's like goggles.
I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the number 1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common, low IQ. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families knows it. Why drop the families in it? Like
why?
And everyone else knows it too. Look at the past.
It's so funny how like Alex Jones keeps getting let off. They just talk about like the main people getting called out is like Candace Owens, Megan, and Tucker. But he did say Alex Jones. They just skip over that. Candace skipped over it as well. She like barely addressed it. That he went after Alex Jones. The only thing that she really touched was reading that Truth Social reply of somebody else being like, but Alex has been there from day one.
Look at their record. They don't have what it takes. They never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. And they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody is talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump, not flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist, I didn't go this far, psychiatrist or Megyn Kelly who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of
I wonder what the fuck they're going to say to that part, or if they're just going to skip over it.
money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more beautiful.
He lost me right here.
What you said.
He lost, yeah. He lost.
Far more beautiful than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake Fox News, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers. They're just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care.
Trader Brown. I knew. It's so funny that he calls that's his nickname for her. I had not caught on. I knew he'd been calling her Marjorie Trader Green, but I had not caught Marjorie Taylor Brown.
About doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength, and is not
green becomes brown. Yeah.
Allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again.
Green turns brown under stress. I mean, it could be a fucking dog whistle. Who knows? Could be as simple as that.
These people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. Vinny.
I mean, because he's saying this out loud and somebody's typing it. I forgot who the girl was that sits there and just writes it. I mean, look, let's just be honest. Everything that's happening right now, we have to be fair. All these people at one point were hardcore Trump, supporting Trump, and then everything shifted. I think obviously we have to, say the elephant in the room. I think everything comes down to the Bibi Netanyahu Israel situation, where they've all don't like it. They don't like Trump even going anywhere near. By the way, he's saying all this to them, but then at the same token, he's praising Mark Levin, telling people go watch Mark Levin, which is another weird thing. But the one thing in here, Pat, that drove me crazy. I mean, it's kind of. This is Trump. When people are like, how could he? It's Donald Trump. He's going to go after them. He's going to go after their careers. He's going to go after their family. When he's saying that Brigitte Macron is.
I love it. That's the first thing they go to, man, is saying that, again, okay, first, it must be stated that this is, again, just making me more hyped for the fucking the sweatshirt, okay? But it must be stated, must be remarked upon, that Trump is fucking blind because Candace is far better looking than Brigitte Macron.
Wait, what was it? Can you scroll down a little bit, Rob?
More beautiful.
She's more beautiful woman than In fact, it's not even close. Made me laugh out loud. But I mean, this is it. This is when people say splintering the party.
Dude, Vinny, shaving, you can literally see that he has a farmer's tan, but on his face from his beard, this part is red, and then this part, all of this is literally whiter because his beard, he hasn't shaved in a minute.
This is exactly what they're talking about. I mean, I've never seen something this long. It took me a while to read.
Me? Listen, he's saying what a lot of people are feeling. I think a lot of
people are not fucking feeling this, dude. At least not online, which is who's reading this. Hello.
This comes down to the fact that Charlie Kirk
a lot of people were not feeling like Brigitte Macron is more attractive than Candace Owens. A lot of people have functioning eyeballs.
Longer with us. If Charlie was here, a lot of the craziness on the right would have been
They're so transphobic. The main thing they get upset about is Trump debunking the Brigitte is a man shit. Well, to be clear, Trump didn't fucking debunk shit. He's just conveniently, co-signing any narrative that's counter to Candace Owens. But I know what you mean. He's legitimizing, he's legitimizing it.
Dude, I think we need to understand the importance of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, we got to check the chat to see if they're still spamming fire at him.
Because he basically brought everyone together and he opened up the dialogue between everybody, debate between everybody, and he said, this is the limit. Was it called the Overton window? The Overton window was completely shifted. And now without Charlie, all the craziest things have now come to the forefront. It would be so easy.
Written by ChatGPT. There's people that actually think that ChatGPT is like spitting out those Trump posts. No, it's like clearly some staffer, whether it be fucking Stephen Miller or some aide or someone like transcribing what Trump is telling them to do. I have no reason to think it's AI.
We've talked about this on the podcast. It's so easy to just basically say, well, I don't know what happened to Tucker. Candace is crazy. I don't know what happened with Megyn Kelly. Alex Jones. Like, I'm not even going to do that. What I would like to say is, we always talk about, Pat, who's in your ear. You, the listener out there, have a choice of who you
Rip Charlie Kirk. Shut up, Adam.
Soon. We get a lot of shout outs on Manette. Hey, I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Even some, you were wrong on this. Great. What I would say is be very careful for who you're listening to every single day. You know who I listen to more often now?
Uh-oh.
People that have not switched up all of a sudden, like Tucker.
So like you. So you ignore people like yourself because you literally were only included and brought into the fold because you were supposed to be like the token liberal, the guy that voted for Barack Obama turned MAGA voter. So people should ignore people like you, Adam.
Has. You know who I listen to? Glenn Beck. Incredible. You know who I think is absolutely incredible and does not get her flowers? Do you know Dana Lash? You know who that is? She used to be the NRA girl. She's incredible. I listened to her for hours on end. She's incredible.
Listening to a woman, very estrogenic behavior from Adam.
Encourage you guys to go listen to her. Makes sense. Ultra conservative. Brandon Tatum, Nick Mateau, even Mark Levin. You might not like him for whatever reason. Trump trusts him. So all these people who basically latched on to the MAGA.
Dude, everyone clowning on him for saying Glenn Beck.
Movement.
Yeah, the GOAT.
They're role players. They're not MAGA. Tucker, what did he say about Trump as soon as he left office? I despise the man. I can't wait for him to leave office. I'm generally not sure what happened to Candace. A lot of it, you said Bibi Netanyahu, the fact that...
Well, she started, making... It wasn't even the anti-Semitic comments that did her in. It was that she was criticizing Israel, and that's when Ben Shapiro pulled the plug on her gig at the Daily Wire, and then she went independent and leaned into it.
We think that Bibi Netanyahu, who's controlling America, is part of the
clown
problem.
Emojis.
So they're allies of ours. Good for them. But let's just be very clear. Trump's in charge. All these people are second fiddle to Trump. Because we're in the podcast space, probably give these people a little bit more credibility than they deserve. And I would just encourage everybody out there to recognize who's in your ear. Are they opinions or are they actual news and facts?
I first of all preface this by
dude, he could not wait to cut Adam off immediately. Just like he couldn't even let him get to the end of that sentence. He was like, "Okay, Viva, go."
Saying we all want Trump and the administration to succeed. Period. Full stop.
Yes.
I make a distinction between destructive criticism and constructive criticism.
There's a lot of people, fucking the juice box shit is obviously like anti-Semitic, the clown thing, hello. But there are also a surprising number of people that are like anti-Candace, being like this chat is, Trump derangement syndrome. It's true, Candace, she used to have a lot of things to say. Now she's taking down Turning Point person daily. It's wilding out. Send Candace to Gaza.
There's no constructive criticism that could be made of that tweet. It's
Candace is still in their intro. I mean, you still get clout off of her, right? That's fine.
I think the only people really defending it are a handful.
I bet you their audience overlaps mostly with Ben Shapiro's now. There has to be a large contingent because PBD is such a massive Zionist. They literally brought on fucking Bibi Netanyahu and slobbered all over him.
And they will defend whatever Trump does.
No, it was not. He was not talking about Caitlyn Bennett when he talked about the female radio host. That's Caitlyn Bennett.
Regardless of what Trump does. You said, Charlie Kirk was keeping the fringe elements of the right in line. I view it the other way. I think Charlie Kirk was a voice of reason in Trump's ear. And when that voice of reason was snuffed out, Kirk would have said, maybe hold off on that post for a little while. I view the post only from a question of logic. And
you're saying that Charlie Kirk would have held off Trump's posts?
I think Charlie.
I'm going to object to that. Trump's been posting for 10 years craziness.
Well, no. Mean tweets are different than that tweet. That's a distinction.
That's a mean tweet to me.
No, that is a diatribe of what some will call a deranged tweet, and it contradicts itself.
So that's where you're going right now?
No, it was
deranged.
No.
That's where you're going with this?
I'm going with that nobody reads that.
Oh, deranged. Adam is like so desperate to get a gotcha on him, so desperate to be able to virtue signal and be like, I'm the biggest like Trump defender. You have Trump derangement syndrome. Are you literally admitting that you're deranged over Trump?
Except for a handful of people and says, that's a great post. Nobody does.
But is it true?
But well, how can it be true? In the same post, he says, CNN gives me 100% approval and CNN is fake news. I mean, how do you make those two
CNN
statements?
did do that. We covered that on the
But first of all, but understand what I'm saying here. I've been saying for a little while, CNN coming out and saying Trump and...
I mean, I love how he's like, isn't it crazy that he's saying that, like, oh, even CNN is doing this when he just said the other day that CNN lacks credibility. And yet there is, like, hello, this dude literally said that elections in this country are insecure, that he won 2020 fair and square. But then funnily enough, come 2024, the 2024 election where he was deemed the winner, there was nothing to worry about election security there because he won.
MAGA has 100% approval. If you view that as a lens of fake news to convince Trump that what he's doing is pleasing MAGA, view CNN's statement as sabotage, not as truth, because it's not truth. And so once you view it that way, you have Trump saying, CNN is saying that I've got 100%.
What happened to Adam? He's on thin fucking ice because he embarrassed PBD by going on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show and doing a 1v1 debate moderated by Piers against Dave Smith over the Iran war, and he just completely embarrassed himself.
Support.
So much so that PBD on the next episode was like, we're going to address this publicly, and like fucking dressed him down and embarrassed him, saying that like he was like that, just like to distance himself. He was genuinely embarrassed that Adam like performed that way.
When it quite clearly is not the case.
So what's your point? That Tucker has credibility, that Megyn Kelly hasn't switched up, that Candace hasn't gone off the rails?
Candace
is that what you're saying?
Candace has gone off the rails on certain issues. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson.
Issues. The main issue is that she basically is trying to torpedo Charlie Kirk's legacy. That's the criticism.
But hold on, that's not.
She's doing documentaries about Eric.
That's
Kirk.
not Trump's presidency, Adam. What I'm talking about Trump's presidency.
You're saying I'm going right to the source. He's calling these people out. Are you defending these people? I'm asking you.
Am I defending these people? What do you think it's a good move to go after Alex Jones, who arguably but not arguably got Trump elected in 2016?
Well, I'll
arguably but not arguably, dude. Alex, why are they? Candace did this as well. This mythologizing surrounding Alex Jones. Alex Jones did not put Donald Trump on the fucking map. He was a real estate mogul and already big because of The fucking Apprentice. There's no reason to think that he couldn't have succeeded without Alex Jones. CNN had more of a fucking hand in electing Donald Trump because Trump received, I don't know how, like what, $900 million in free media? Hold on. Free media for Trump in 2016. $2 billion worth of free media for Donald Trump. This was reported March 2016. Bought versus like free media. Like Trump had all of this free fucking media. They're trying to say, oh yeah, it's because of fucking Alex Jones, dude. Like, give me a fucking break. It was mainstream outlets. Trump alone accounted for more than a quarter of all 2016 election coverage on the evening news broadcasts of NBC, CBS, and ABC, more than all the Democratic campaigns combined. Observers noted Trump's ability to garner constant mainstream media coverage almost at will. However, Trump frequently criticized the media for writing what he alleged to be false stories about him.
I'll hear you and say, do you think it's a good move for
empty podiums.
Alex Jones to go after Trump? Because he doesn't agree with one thing that Trump did.
The one thing that
if we're talking about Iran, Trump's been talking about taking out Iran for decades.
The one thing,
and all of a sudden
true.
He does it, and it's a bad thing.
The one thing.
Well, also true. Yes, it is a bad thing. It doesn't, just because he's been talking about it for decades doesn't mean it's fucking good. Hello.
Of a truth post in which Trump says a civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back.
He didn't do it.
No, didn't do it is different than not putting that tweet out. When that post goes out,
it's so fucking unhinged for him to say it.
Do I expect someone like Alex Jones, who has supported Trump the entire time, to maybe sound the bloody alarm to Trump? That's not a good post. Don't act. You don't get credit for not acting on that post. You should have not put that post out.
Dude, Adam is so bad at this. The fact that he's such a Trump dick rider, not realizing that you decimate your credibility by dying on every single fucking hill. Okay? Like, you have to be willing. Again, like, Viva, he's making Viva look like a fucking voice of reason here because he's calling him out for, like, very specific things, but, like, overall supports him.
In the first place, and maybe it's the voices like Alex.
Like, Adam is like the worst type of propagandist. Literally just like uncritical defense and fucking shilling for everything. You don't have to do that. The most effective propagandists, pick and choose their battles.
Jones that got Trump to take a step
Viva,
back. And say,
I hear you.
Maybe a civilization dying tonight, never to be brought back, is not a good thing for midterms and 2020.
Viva, I hear you and I respect you.
So
the words that he says,
so
you're smart
condescending.
enough to realize you can't go chasing all of Trump's words. You'll end up in the estate asylum we talked about in the last segment. Follow his actions.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're actually crazy to try to hold the head of state accountable to the literal things that he says and writes and puts out into the world.
Trump's trying to make a deal here. In my opinion, when Trump did that,
I mean, he's not wrong. You will go crazy trying to decode every single fucking thing that this president puts out. Yeah.
Basically saying,
but that's an indictment of Trump. That's not indicative of somebody being insane themselves.
Attention to me, because something's about to happen in the next 24 hours. Because you know who moves the move cycle? One person, Donald Trump. None of these other people.
What are these dudes' nationalities? I'm pretty sure that Viva is Canadian. Adam is American. He may have a dual citizenship with Israel. I'm not sure. PBD is a naturalized U.S. citizen, and he is Persian. He's like an Iranian Christian. Vinny is Assyrian, I think, and Tom, I think, is American.
So I'm trying to understand what your point is. That you're saying that Trump is bad for sending out a mean tweet? Genuinely.
Let's distinguish between a mean tweet and that truth post, which, if it doesn't ruffle feathers,
Viva
but if it gets his
crybaby.
most ardent supporters to say, time to take a step back. And if there's an 8 o'clock deadline, sorry, I'm not going to wait until tomorrow morning.
No, I hear you, Viva.
So
But
Alex
they've been
Jones,
criticizing Trump for a month now, if not longer.
Well, but
so you're saying that was the straw that broke the camel's back?
they've been no, you're saying they've been criticizing him for a month over the same issues and an escalation on that issue. Now, by the way, when that post came out and everyone's like, he's just negotiating, it's the art of the
This
deal.
is the first time that I'm actually seeing some like critical support for Adam. They're like, Adam is right.
What loyalty
hold on a
does
second,
Trump have to these people?
My analysis of that tweet was, it's not the art of a deal to make a threat in a tweet.
Truly, this is the most American podcast. I mean, they're all patriots. It's the American dream of the melting pot.
That you know that you can't follow through on. So he's coming out and saying, oh, the civilization will end tonight, but I didn't do it, so that's the art of the deal. No, what I said at the time was he made a threat that he could not possibly follow through on. People knew it, and now it's arguable as to whether or not the 10-point plan or the 14-point plan, whatever, is actually a victory for Trump or a victory for Iran. It doesn't matter. The good thing that happened.
My boyfriend broke up with me after 14 years. My brother's in prison, and I'm contemplating my life choices. As I say this, any advice? Subscribe to me, obviously.
At the end of that, whether or not it was because of or despite the opposition from Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, he stepped off the pedal a little bit, and now we are back in a world that is not on the verge of a cataclysmic World War III. You want to say that it had nothing to do with Alex Jones? We'll never know. Alex Jones voiced his concern, took a lot of shit for it, but ultimately Trump took his foot off the pedal, and now we're in a safer place than we would have been at 8 o'clock Tuesday night had he gone through with that.
Sure, I hear what you're saying. I'll just ask you one question. Who do you think has the most
Ogre Boy, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Clancy for life. I really appreciate it.
credibility? Who do you trust the most at this point with these decision makings?
There's no room for trust.
You trust
You can
Candace?
trust but verify.
You trust Tucker?
I listen
I'm
to
asking
Tucker.
you.
I don't trust anybody except for a divine power.
Sure.
I'll listen.
But there's levels of trust.
No, I think there's trust is a bizarre word. Verify. I'll listen to Tucker Carlson. I'll disagree with him when he had on
trust is a weird word now.
Yeah, because you don't trust. Trust implies that you abandon critical thought.
There's levels of trust.
No, there's verify. So I don't trust anybody.
When they say trust, he's using it basically synonymous with like take him at his word, take him on faith, take him like just basically uncritically.
For my wife.
Adam interrupts so fucking much. I mean, he sucks the air of any room that he's in. He's very, very obnoxious.
I don't trust anybody. So
I
now
can't-
listen.
Why would you even trust your wife at this point?
Because I've already dedicated my life to her. So if she
Did you
defies,
verify that?
If she defies
Where's
me, then
your
my
wife
life
right
is
now?
effectively over. There's no one else.
Dude, you cannot compare the relationship that you have with a family member to the one that you have to a head of state, even if you like the head of state.
Dedicated my life except for a divine power. I haven't dedicated.
So you
to
don't
that.
trust anybody.
Okay, I don't trust anybody. But bottom line, the trust. You listen to Tucker. I'll disagree with him when he says something crazy, like when he has on George Stephanopoulos' sister and says that the Christian population in Israel is declining. Outright wrong. Called him out at the time about it. I'll listen to Alex Jones. Disagree with him at sometimes. You cannot deny the influence that Alex Jones has now, was integral in Trump getting elected in 2016.
I'm
And if
not
you think it's a
downplaying
good,
his-
but then
the
if you
role
think it's
that
a
he's
good
played.
idea, 6 months out of the midterm to do that, what would have been better?
I have
Listen to what I'm saying.
I have a very different perspective, but than either one of you guys.
Well, I was going to ask you, what did you think of the post?
I'm
What do you think?
going to give my thoughts, but I'm going to go to Tom first, and I'll give the final thoughts. Go ahead, Tom.
I'll make this quick. A lot has already been said. I remember one time getting really lectured by my dad, like really lectured. And he had been pushed over the edge, and he was going back and bringing up stuff that were months old. But I was his son, and I was guilty of a lot of that. And I said, Mom, what was that all about? And she said, you and your dad have had 2 really rough weeks, and he's really upset. Let him cool off. And that was really good advice. And I sit back here, and I see, I don't want to dissect the post, but there's a lot of people
yeah, because it's fucking insane.
in there
All it does is put a spotlight directly on Trump's senility.
that have turned against him, and he's very frustrated by it. And he's looking for people looking around who are going to be telling him the truth. You don't think he's sitting around and questioning some of these military advisors that have told him some things? You don't think he's a little frustrated? And then the people put it on. People looking at them, well, they supported him and now they're upset with him. So now they're saying these things. Look at the other way. He's like, they supported me and now they're saying these things. And so I think it's some of this, I agree with you about constructive and destructive criticism, but I think some of this is he really got pushed, and he's really gotten pushed by some of these people. And that's what I think.
Yeah, so here's how I process this. I wrote this whole thing down while you guys are going back and forth to see where my mind is. Last night we're at the dinner. This tweet comes in. I'm reading it. I'm like, oh, okay, well, what just happened right now? So
Checking your phone at dinner, PBG?
let's
I don't know
go
about that
through
one,
it.
Chief.
Number one, short-term, midterm, long-term. If we think about it short-term,
And then shilling for Minect. Dude, he has like made so much money on Minect. And it's like for an hour phone call with this dude, it's like thousands of dollars. Or like 30 minutes is like $8,000 with him.
if Trump's made up his mind that he's doing this and he's going with the war, with all the access to information that you got, you're going through it, you cannot be surprised if people are criticizing you. You're the man in the arena, okay? And you're not just any man in the arena, you're at the center of it, and everyone's eyes are on you, okay? So if I'm in this season and I'm him, and he knows what he's going to be doing, you know how LeBron would do a blackout on Twitter when he was in the playoffs?
Yeah.
There was always a blackout on Twitter when you're in the playoffs. You're like, don't have any noise. I don't think he needs noise right now while he's in it. I think take the trusted advisors, limit it to 20 different people, ask what they're thinking. He needs moments like this, like what just happened right now. This was great to kind of hear people out and go through it and listen to reasonable players. And don't put a lot of time into the emotional people that you know are not going to support anything you do. Like if I have a track record with you and I know you've never supported me for anything I've said behind closed doors, I don't know Tucker and Trump's relationship. What I hear from a lot of people, Tucker's never liked Trump behind closed doors. Not in front of people, behind closed doors. You don't think Trump knows that? And I think in this case that he's in, he knows Megyn Kelly tried to come for him when she asked that question, and they went back and forth. And then it was great to see them on the 2024 when Megyn was up on stage and said good things about Trump. People wanted to see that. I thought it was a great moment in election. But I think if you're here and you've made up your mind, you're going through it, don't pay any attention to the noise. Go through your advisors and make the decision based on what your advisors and people are telling you. You're going to get natural criticism. And by the way, here's a tough part.
Can't believe PBD is just giving Trump and his all of his cronies all this free advice
About decision making.
Yeah, Trump equals LeBron James. You got to strategize with your boys.
When I'm an operator and I'm running a company, there was a couple guys that behind closed doors were so freaking manipulatively critical about every move I made. You know what I realized?
So freaking manipulatively.
I realized I am never going to win them over. So their criticism had this much weight with me. Zero. I don't care what you say. Your credibility is here. Literally, I never listened to anything they said. Then there was a guy that was 50-50 with criticism that he would give. And he had moral authority because he was building a business. That guy carried weight. And then there was the ass kissers that you couldn't ever do wrong. I couldn't go to them all the time.
On April Fool's, I went live to tell my audience that the Ayatollah outed as a furry was ousted, the IRGC dissolved in shame, and Trump appointed PBD as the new Iranian head of state. I mean, it's only because he couldn't get the Shah, right? It's the next best thing. And that's a timeline that's really not that inconceivable, to be honest. It has to be even more insane for it to register as satire, unfortunately.
And because they would never tell me the real thing because they always wanted to just tell you whatever you wanted to hear. Trump needs to not be tempted by these guys and by these guys. Both of them are dangerous to you. The guys that you will never, ever win over, you can't try to win them over. There is this element of a man like Trump, or all of us, that we want to win over the people that criticized us. We want to win them over. You're not going to. Right. So just let that go. And then there's the other part of guys that are they're constantly doing what? They're constantly firing you up. Like I remember I had a couple guys.
You mean like Adam? You mean like all of these fucking people that you pay to surround yourself with that are just your fucking hype men? Literally every single episode of the PBD show is that it's just a loop of the gif in the episode of The Sopranos where Carmela has told Tony, you know, they're only laughing at your fucking stupid jokes because they're afraid of you, right? It's not because you're so funny. It's because you're in charge of them and they want to stay on your fucking good side. That is literally who PBD just pays to be around him. And he's over here like, you know, these people, they like have their men just like, you know, firing them up, telling them what they want to hear. Who would do this?
Guys that would come to my office, every time there was bad news, I would ask them,
like the call is coming from inside the house, dude.
You'd remember this. I would say, hey, is there a reason why every time a crisis comes up, you go nuclear? We should fire him. We should terminate him. We should do this. I'm like, dude, I don't want to hear your voice anymore. So I stopped inviting them to my meetings. Then I would bring the guys to the meetings that would be like, nah, I don't think that we should do. I think they're just going through a season. Maybe what happened with their kids and what happened with their personal life. Let's pump the brakes. Let's give them a couple weeks and follow up with them and talk to them about a month. And I even say, let's take them out to dinner this week. So wait, one is saying terminate, the other one's saying take them out to dinner. What a different perspective, right? So you have to be careful of both of these audiences.
You're truly a fork in the road. Dinner or firing people.
Audience and the audience.
The synthesis of this would be take them out to dinner and then throw a curveball and fire them.
You're never going to win them over. They're part of the same exact political party within your organization.
What the fuck is he saying? I mean, I realize these are a lot of high level ideas that it's hard for you to take in. But just keep in mind, just be grateful for the fact that he's just giving this all away for free and you don't have to pay $8,000 for a 30-minute one-on-one chat for business info that's this good, okay?
These are the reasonable people. Let's not get it twisted. People know where I stand. I'm from Iran. I was born.
Pam Bondi sure as fuck didn't get a Happy Meal. OMG. Yes, she did. Did you not see the public statement that the Trump admin put out after she had been ousted? Like, they literally made a statement saying, like, don't worry, the relationship between Pam Bondi and Trump is as strong as ever. Like, they were fucking, like, making a statement to TMZ on their, like, personal relationship or something.
Born and raised in Iran. I lived there for 11 years. I know what IRGC is like. I know how horrible it is for them. I feel so bad for the kids over there. I was a kid when the war happened, and it breaks my heart when I see some of these videos. My dad sent me stuff this morning of an Assyrian church, what it was like in an Armenian church. So my heart breaks, and I'd love to see Iran be free because I'd love to take my kids back to Iran to experience that because I grew up there. I want to go to Khiyaban Hojat, Park Shahanshahi, Bandar Pahlavi. I want to go to Rash. I want to go to Karaj where my dad worked. I want to go to these places, right? So that's my part. But guess what? Show me one video that Charlie Kirk wanted the Iran war to happen. He did not.
Charlie Kirk?
So he did not. How many video clips have we seen where Charlie Kirk was at? He was never.
He didn't, but he fucking changed his tune real quick the second that he got the call from the fucking White House, as like, you know, to sell his audience on it.
Report of him. He says, "Tell me about this war. Tell me
about
this."
And that was reported by the Wall Street Journal.
Or tell me about this war. Tell me about this war. Tell me about this war. But you want me to believe that this is going to be the one that we're going to go out there and do? Okay, I understand that's Charlie's position as well that we got to go through. That was Charlie. By the way, even that, as much as we all love Charlie, it doesn't mean...
As much as we all love Charlie, yeah. As much as we all carry the flame. This is what Charlie Kirk did, okay? White House literally contacted him. Fearing a backlash from his isolationist-aligned supporters, White House officials have quietly reached out to conservative influencers to explain Trump's possible shift away from diplomacy. Among those contacted was MAGA acolyte Charlie Kirk, who recently polled his conservative audience on whether the U.S. should intervene. Nearly 90% said no, the Journal reported Wednesday. Some prominent conservatives have toned down their rhetoric, but discontent has continued to burst into public view as longtime Trump supporters voiced concerns that the president is abandoning his campaign trail pledge to extract the U.S. from foreign entanglements, according to the report. This was June 18th of 2025, and this is the Wall Street Journal article, which I'm not going to read, where they report on this, June 18th or whatever. MAGA brawls over prospect of Trump joining strikes on Iran. So, no. Charlie Kirk fell in line like every other MAGA propagandist, okay?
Charlie's 100% right. So some people may have a different argument and access to intel that maybe he didn't have. But guess what? We need more voices like Charlie that are willing to give that insight. But my feedback to the president is this. When I sat there last night and I'm thinking about it, was the president ever in the military?
No.
No. Did he move up in the military like back in the days like Eisenhower and he became a general where he knows, he goes into a room and he talks to generals, he actually knows the terrain and all this stuff? Like, we know how we're talking about Mike or we're talking to Dan, and Mike will say, whoa, in the Carrick Island, there's these things and there's this. How do you know? I've been there.
He's been there.
Okay, so when you talk to guys that have been there, so I foresee the president. Yesterday we had a conversation with Humberto and I said, hey, you're anti-war. He says, I am. Vinny, look what I asked him. I said, are you supportive of what happened in Venezuela? Well, I like the way it was done. I said, so you like how efficient it was? Yes. So that could have been a war if it wasn't efficient. Yeah. But you like the way that it was efficient? Yes. Do you like that we killed Qasem Soleimani? I supported. Do you support that we did the 6 nuclear sites that we shot down? Yeah, I support the operation. Why did you support it? Because they were successful.
Right.
What's the risk with any of these operations? What if Venezuela got
What's the risk with any of these operations?
nastier? What if Venezuela did something that was... So the only reason you don't support the Iranian attack is why? Why do you not support?
Because it was illegal, because there was no planning, because nobody fucking wanted this, because diplomacy is the way that you solve this problem, not military action. Like, why would you support this?
Support the Iranian attack. Because the Iranian attack was what? What happened to the Iranian war so far right now? Do you put a 0 to 10 successful? Do you put it that everything's going on as a positive right now?
No.
Do you put it as it's a little bit chaotic? So now watch this. Here's something for you guys. And I don't want to be long-winded. I'm just flushing out what I'm thinking about. What's on my mind is the following. Here's what I see. When you're somebody that's not a military person, that you become the commander-in-chief and you don't know the military things all yourself, and it's just trusting, you're in the room, you go like this. So imagine this, Trump. Visualize this. Tell me if this happened or not, okay? So General XYZ, Pete Hegseth, this thing that we do here with Venezuela, how long do you think it's going to take? Hey, Delta, how long do you think this is going to take? Sir, it's going to be a wham-bam operation. We're going to get it. Are you sure? Yes. How do you know that? Let me show you the intel. Boom, boom, boom.
This is a meme conversation. Literally just, again, playing risk with themselves, acting like... I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if this is somewhat of an accurate glimpse into what the Situation Room looks like when it's occupied by Donald Trump and Pete fucking Hegseth. But it still, I like, even with that being the case, I struggle to believe it's this bad, okay? Spartan 0000 Spear, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate it. IRGC, please demand Patrick as prisoners as part of the peace deal, please. I beg you. Hopefully they will hear your cries, inshallah.
Boom, 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 boom. So you don't think it's going to be chaotic? No. Okay, green light, go. They go, they come.
I love PPD roleplay. I mean, this is like a level above that because he's just like literally having a conversation with himself.
What does Trump say? Oh, wow. Now who gained credibility?
That general.
That general and who else? Hegseth and who else? The Delta Force that went in and did, or Navy SEALs. Okay, so hey, we need to go in there and 6 bombers and all this other stuff. Mr. President, we got it. It's going to be quick, wham, bam, we're going to drop it and it's going to be to, okay, great, go. And they go in, they come out, boom, no boots on the ground, no nothing. Guess what? Great. But now the question is what? Did we really go that deep that we hit the whole thing? I don't know. But Trump's trust in his military went here. And I visualize a meeting that took place with the generals in the room, and he asked, fellas, you know what the question is?
Yeah.
What's the question?
Can we win? Can we get in there, do it how fast?
How fast can we go into Iran and get this thing knocked out of the way? And who do you think was in that meeting? Probably Bibi.
I mean, Trump probably did ask how fast can we do it, not what's the most effective way to do it, not is this possible, just literally how quickly can we get this shit underway?
That's the New York Times story.
Yeah.
And let me go through this, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Perfect.
So
segue.
for me, that meeting took place.
Yep, you're right.
And in that meeting, here's the problem. That I feel his frustration.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the frustration I feel for him is the following. And I want you to tear apart my argument.
Go for it.
If you want to find anything that you find leaks, tear it apart, okay? I have a feeling in that moment he sat there And he's like, you're telling me this is going to be a quick operation? Yes, we're going to go in, we're going to wipe out the 50 leaders, and they're going to be so scared, they're going to come out and they're going to do this, and it's going to be done, and we're going to go in Venezuela, maybe a little bit tougher, but we need 2 to 4 weeks. Are you sure? Bibi's like, Mr. President, the intel we have with Mossad, we are scored away.
Dude, his Bibi impression, I can't. I fucking
This
can't.
is going to be easier than we think. And then he says, so, okay, great. You think? Yes. Heck said yes. Are we all on the same? These guys are not. Fire those 3 generals. What did that person say? Hey, put the Tulsi outside. She can't be on the inside. So then the president in that moment, this is the burden of being a president. This is a hard job. Guess what the president did in that moment? Trusted who?
Bibi and the intelligence.
Trusted those people.
Yep.
I didn't say Bibi.
So this is how they explain away that entire New York Times article, because why actually read any, factual reporting from, reputable reporters when you could literally just role play with yourself as Bibi, as Hegseth, as Trump. You're the fucking captain of the ship, and it's just so easy because war carries no risk.
Because you have the meeting.
This is literally what happened.
See, that's the part that's a little bit manipulative when people say that, Vinny.
No way I can compete with the imagination of a used car salesman.
I have a meeting with Bibi. I have a meeting with Putin. I have a meeting with Xi. Yeah. And then I come back and I say, what do you think about what Bibi said? And I ask you, you're the final thought, not Bibi.
Right. Yes.
I don't know if you know what I'm saying.
100%. Yeah.
This is Bibi. My next meeting is Rubio. What do you think?
Yeah.
So then Rubio says, Pat, we can't do 2 out of the 4. But at the end of the day, he called the shots. And what's the shots? All right. Because I would ask the question, what percentage do you think this is going to be a 2 to 4 week operation? Mr. President, 80%. And then you call the shots. And then the 80% wasn't 80%. Why? One rule. And I said this to you yesterday. And here's a thing that people don't underestimate a lot. This is the biggest thing they underestimate a lot, Vinny. And I really didn't want to go on a 20-minute message
Vinny.
with you guys, 10-minute, whatever I'm doing. So I want us to
Yeah, PPT really hates to go on and on and on like this. Yep.
other stories. Is the following. One of the greatest quotes ever told in Formula One is, I knew I was going to beat him because he has wife and kids. I knew I was going to beat him because he had wife and kids. What's he trying to say? He's not going to go full speed on the turn. He's not going to go full throttle on the turn because he knows what the risk is of dying. And in that moment, it's like 1/10 of a second. This is the quote. Look at this. I knew he would hit the brakes because he is married and he has 2 children, and I don't. And I don't. Iran is that.
Is PPT not married? No, he is. He's like reading a quote, though.
IRGC is a different religion than ours. They don't look at that the same way we do it.
Oh my God. Dude, people, again, so fucking lost trying to understand this conflict through like a religious lens or theological lens. It gets you nowhere.
Religion the way we do it. They look at it as this is a pride.
Where's his ring, though? Scandal. He seems like the type of dude that's like, men don't wear jewelry outside of a fucking Rolex, of course.
IRGC if I get killed. This is pride. My prophet's going to be happy with me. He's going to be pleased with me. So what happens when you face an enemy like that? You can't fight him in a Venezuela way because Venezuela is still a Catholic country. What do Catholics believe in? There is still that, you know how he took a shot at Christians today. He's like, I don't know how you guys would ever, if this guy accepted Jesus Christ. And it's like, it is a very logical argument for a person to say, you're right. What do you say to that? But that's what makes Christianity so beautiful.
What were you saying about Catholics?
But in moments like this, Vinny, if I ever had a job like
they're like, no, they're all Abrahamic faiths.
Like this, and if I'm going through an enemy that I believe he wants to
Please show the merch.
My people, my hat, I'm not even kidding with you, in that moment, and I can go to hell for this, but I understand in that moment as the world leader, I have to take off the Christian hat for a month and be a warrior. If I truly believe you want to kill my people.
Take off the Christian hat and be a warrior? That's literally not how it's supposed to work. You don't get to pick and choose when you adhere to the faith and when you don't. It's supposed to be guiding every single decision that you make in your life as like an anchor point for your morality.
I can't lead with that. So my impression of what's going on right now is I'm not surprised what Alex is doing. Alex hasn't always been a pro-Trump guy. he will criticize. I'm not surprised with Alex. I think Alex's voice is needed. You know, I think with Candace and Megyn, you know, I think Tucker's here, Candace is here, Megyn is here. Tucker's the influence of Megyn and Candace. Whatever Tucker says, Candace and Megyn will say. They're very aligned. That's their leader. They follow.
Yeah, what would Jesus do but Monday through Wednesday only?
Tucker's lead. Tucker gives them counsel. They execute on Tucker.
Because apparently there's like a moral way for you to briefly assume like a non-Christian or like secular role when it's convenient. Like the times when it's the most critical for you to remain committed to your religious principles is like in the face of challenge and adversity.
Tucker's got aspirations, maybe because they want to get behind Massey. Maybe there's stuff. You better believe alliances are being built right now for 2028. So I think there's something that's going on there with alliances. But the reality of it is, I think the president is in a very, very difficult position. Yeah. And the only thing I'm going to tell the president is have a blackout with tweets until the war is over with. And I know it's not possible with him because that's not his style of doing business. Finish it off and then come back. You already chose to be here. If you kill 50 of them, if I kill 50 of your relatives and you're the last person remaining and I don't take you out, what do you think is going to happen long term?
Kids, and then they're going to...
So either don't go, great, but if you're in, now you don't want to do anything, retaliation's around the corner long term. So short term, yeah, ceasefire, oh, awesome, market's up. Short term, we're doing good. But is that the right thing long term? None of us will know for 10, 20, 30 years. None of us will know. Vinny.
Well, I mean, Pat, you laid it out.
But there's no risk, but you can't know what's going to happen in the next 10 to 30 years.
So perfect. And I just sent this article today because I read it yesterday and I reread it again today. And you basically planned out, the article is called How Trump Took the U.S. to War with Iran. It's a New York Times.
Vinny's going to bring this up. I just need to hear just a little bit of the coverage of this. Just the first few paragraphs. What the fuck do they say?
Article. And you basically laid out exactly what happened, but the ending was a little bit different. So Bibi showed up on February 11th, Pat, to the White House. Everybody was at the table except Vance. Vance was in Azerbaijan. Susie Wiles, Mark Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Whitkoff, Kushner, everybody's there. They're all in the Situation Room.
Bibi
sits across from him. Mossad, the Prime Minister, David Barna, he's the director of Mossad, is sitting there.
Are we getting AI cliff notes?
And then they're trying to
commits genocide to prevent blowback.
Sell or pitch, because obviously Israel wants, they want to get down with Iran. So they played a video.
Remember when PBD came up with the idea of a Bibi roast? What happened to that? Well, this fucking war happened because nobody heeded PBD's warning, obviously, and what we all needed was comedic relief from the roast of Bibi Netanyahu. But unfortunately, they didn't go for that. So we have to do, an ethnic cleansing in Lebanon.
Israeli played a video of Trump that did a montage, Pat, of potential leaders who could take over the country if a hardline government fell. Among them was Reza Pahlavi. So automatically, Pat, right there, I'm just like, okay, that's not realistic. He lives in Bethesda, Maryland. He's not going anywhere. So besides the Mossad's intelligence, Netanyahu's team outlined conditions that portrayed near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. The regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. That didn't plan out. And the likelihood that Iran would land blows to U.S. interests in neighboring countries that would assess as minimal. Besides, Mossad's intelligence indicated street protests in Iran would begin again with the impetus of Israeli spy agency helping to foment riots and rebellion. Okay? And then all that happened. And then, by the way...
Foment, not foment.
They said Kurdish fighters would cross the border from Iraq to open the ground front in northwest, stretching the regime's forces, accelerating its collapse. Now, this is where it gets interesting. The intelligence officials had a deep expertise, so now...
Fuck my life. Thank you so much for gifting Spartan Spear. It's Tier 1 sub. I really, really appreciate it.
First, they said decapitation, killed the Ayatollah. Second part was crippling Iran's capability to project power and threaten its neighbors. 2. Third was a popular uprising inside Iran. And the fourth was a regime change with the secular leadership. Now, Radcliffe...
Read it again.
Okay.
Read the 4.
First, decapitation, killing the Ayatollah.
Yep.
Second, crippling Iran's...
They have never spent this much time reading something that wasn't a Truth Social post or an AI summary on this podcast as they have right now, trying to... channel all of their energy into focusing long enough to get through parts of this New York Times article.
Capacity to project power.
This is strenuous stuff like you've never seen before.
Neighbors. 2. Third was a popular uprising inside Iran.
Okay.
And fourth was a regime change with a secular leader installed to govern the country. Okay, so now the U.S. officials, Ratcliffe and everybody in the meeting, Pat, they assessed all of them, and they said that the number 3 and number 4 of Netanyahu's pitch, which include the possibility of the Kurds, were, ready for this, detached from reality. When President Trump joined the meeting, you nailed it perfect. Bibi leaves. He sits with CIA director, and you know what Ratcliffe said? It's farcical, meaning it's not possible.
These goofy ass wide shots.
What Bibi said for 3 and 4. And then at one point, Marco Rubio said, and they're quoting him, in other words, it's BS. He says the word BS. And then Ratcliffe added that given the unpredictability of events in any conflict, regime change could happen, but it could not be considered as an achievable objective. And then Vance came back, Pat, from Azerbaijan. He had his 2 cents. And then the president turned to General Raisin Kane, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he said, General, what do you think? And this is what the general said. And I quote.
I read this.
Ready for this, Tommy? Sir, this is.
Oh my God, Tom in the background. I read this.
This is
Moron.
I love that you said it, Pat. He's going to his people. He said, in my expertise, standard operating procedure for the Israelis, they oversell and their plans do not always are well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they are hard selling. So, and then when he said the regime change, Pat, would be, Trump said it would be their problem, but he wasn't clear if it was
Spartan Spirit, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. We need tiny drone cams that zoom on to nosers during PBD rants. Do we need that though? Do we?
Israel or the Iranian people. So I love your point, but think about it. Bibi's gone, and now he's asking his people, hey, what do you think, Rubio? It's BS, number 3 and 4. What do you think, General, 4-star General? It's not possible. CIA director, what do you think? All 3 of his main people, Pat, said number 3 and number 4 are not going to happen, which is happening right now in real time.
Correct. There was no popular uprising.
There's no popular uprising.
Go into it.
Yeah.
Go into it, Vinny.
Okay, ready for this?
3 and 4 didn't happen.
No popular uprising inside Iran, Pat. And fourth was regime change with a secular leader installed in the government. Now, Bibi got what he wanted. So my point is, why not listen to the 3 main people when they're saying, yo, number 1 and 2, easy. We bombed them and we killed the Ayatollah. Easy money. 3 and 4 are the major problem that's for the people. And as we found out, the Kurds took the guns and they bounced. They didn't help. They're not.
And
doing
they weren't planning a ground invasion. They were not going to hurt. They were not going to help.
So you feel like, and I understand, and again, I'm going to go back to a great point. That meeting happened. Bibi walked out. Mossad, they shut the video off. And now it's, all right, listen, 4 objectives.
Mossad shut the video off.
2, easy money. The last 2, which to me are the most important. The people need the uprising. It's not happening. It didn't happen. We can't.
Unarmed people didn't uprise.
Unarmed people. So that's where, Pat, I say either it's influence or you're not listening to your people when they're telling you the main 2 points are unachievable.
Well, also, when you've sort of de facto excluded some of the dissenting or critical voices like Tulsi Gabbard, it's nice to hear the voices of people that you've insulated with in your silo. Pat, one thing you mentioned, and it's interesting, when, the yes men and the remorseless critics who can never be trusted, and I have the thought, like, don't be tempted by the yes men and don't be taunted by the critics. But also don't lock yourself in a silo where you're sort of limiting the voices that you hear.
Yeah, I don't think he is, though.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned that he is. When you say like he should black out on social media, I also sort of I like the fact that Trump is on social media, that he seems to listen.
No. Let me correct myself on that. Blackout on social media of criticizing your critics until this is over with. Okay. Do all the other stuff, but don't criticize your critics until it's over with.
Good point.
At the end, make your point. Not right now. Leave this alone right now.
Good. Yeah, that's perfect. And the issue is whether or not they thought this would be like Venezuela. A lot of the righteous criticism of this particular excursion is that it lacked the clear objectives that Venezuela had. Venezuela,
this is sounds like a profound point when it's literally just literally any shitty CNN segment on this, MS Now, just anyone straightforwardly reporting the news, and he is just repeating the first couple of paragraphs. But to this low information audience that is not exposed to any information that is not filtered through AI or through some podcasts are also using AI that they're listening to at 2x speed, it's revelatory stuff that they're hearing.
You could argue over methods, but not over objective. Here, the objective was crippling or, eliminating the nuclear threat. Then it was ballistic missiles, then drones. Then it was regime change. Then it was freeing the Iranian people. So the issue with Iran is twofold, and it is legitimate criticism. It lacked the clear objective that Venezuela had, and it had a clear objective. You could argue over the means, but not over the objective. As of now, it's still been a floating objective for the last month.
So I want to understand one thing. Who made the final decision?
I knew Adam
here?
would start fucking talking because Viva did.
Are we talking about the war in Iran? That's what this conversation is about. So I want to understand something. Who made the final decision?
The president of the United States always makes
the
final
commander-in-chief.
After, hold on, Adam. After the Secretary of State, his 4-star general, the head of the CIA said, yo, what he just said, those past 2 points, are BS and unachievable. And yes, the president ultimately...
Are we talking about the war in Iran? He asked. Yep, correct. You heard that right.
...makes the decision. Why, when you just heard 50% of the operation was going to be kaputs? Why would you still do it? If they basically told you, the main... You know what's the easiest thing, Adam? Kill the Ayatollah, which they did in one day. And then number 2, what was the second objective? Bomb the hell out of them and get rid of all the...
And by the way, Kane is more than a 4-star general. He is the chairman of the Joint
Chiefs of Staff. They call him Raising Kane.
So when they turn general, what do you think? He is asking for the opinion, which is supposed to represent the opinion of the other leaders of the other parts of the armed forces.
So I want to understand this clearly.
Go ahead. I'll help.
Didn't this process work out exactly how we would want this to work out as Americans?
No, actually, I don't think Americans want Bibi Netanyahu in their fucking situation room helping egg on the American president to get into a war of choice.
Right now?
Well, no, the conversation.
Well, we didn't know about this until recently. We didn't know about these internal
So
discussions.
hear me out
I
here
want to
for
hear
a second.
this. Yeah.
We have a big podcast meeting.
Yeah.
There's how many people in that room over there? 5
Podcast
people?
meeting.
There's 20 people in the podcast meeting. Cool, guys. What are the ideas for the podcast? All right, cool. And
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Is Adam's PBD's pet dog? I think it's I'll just say it's a little bit worse than that. Thank you so much.
Engineers, studio out. Now it's just a home team. All right, cool, guys. Here we go. There's 5 of us, 6 of us. What do we want to do? It's like our business centers. Cool. All right, guys.
Yeah, they're not even bothering with the nuclear weapons talking point.
Out of here. All right. Now it's just 4 of us. Home team. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Then you and me leave. Tom and PBD have a conversation. All right, cool. Then PBD, at the end of the night, goes and talks to Jen. All right, babe. Here's what I think is going on. Adam says he wants to do this. Obviously, Vinny wants to do that. Tom's thinking this. Rob's saying that. He's filtering out the team of rivals, essentially, to say, here's what I think we're going to do. So at the end of the day, he's got his cabinet. But prior to that, he has, whether you said it's Bibi, whether it's Mossad, whether it's whoever's working,
in there.
External forces. Yeah. The external people leave. Now it's your internal people, Rubio, Vance, General.
These guys are just wannabe theater nerds, all this fucking role play. I mean, it's literally just like a tabletop game. It's Risk, it's D&D for them. That's all it is.
They leave, and then it's just Trump and maybe Melania. And he says, babe, I think I'm going to attack Iran this weekend.
Oh my God, you're telling me that this hinged on Trump and Melania?
And, oh my God, why we do? Well, I've talked to everybody, and here's what I've come up with. Isn't that how we want our decision making to be made?
Yeah, don't you want the final word to be between, the president and the first lady after he's consulted with the prime minister of Israel?
I didn't say it wasn't.
Yeah, babe, I'm feeling like attacking Iran this weekend.
But you know what? I would not want somebody else coming in from another company and sitting with Pat and saying, trust me, X, Y, and Z.
I don't see a problem with that.
Hold on, no, I don't. I do see a problem with that because guess what?
Because you know that.
Hold on, Adam. Do you genuinely think that Bibi thought they were going to be able to do the regime change? It's Adam, are you ready for this? If Tom told Pat, ready for this? Pat, sir, in my experience, standard operating procedure for this other company, the Israelis, they oversell their plans and they're not well developed. They need us and they're hard selling.
Perfect.
That's a company thing.
So where are you going, Tom?
Yes, let him go.
Oh, my bad.
He's getting emotional.
I didn't want to offend him.
Go ahead.
But I love this.
I've been just sneaking that and he's getting emotional.
I love this, and I'll tell you why.
Good, tell me.
Because you know exactly where they stand. When Trump goes and meets with Putin, he knows that he's...
Yeah, you're supposed to know that they're overselling it. You're not supposed to fucking listen to them.
Is Russia...
Just because somebody tells you that they're a con man, it's like, what, they're an honest con man? It's like a contradiction in terms.
First, When he goes and meets with Xi, he knows that he's China first. When he goes and meets with Bibi, he knows that he's Israel first. Don't be fooled. I actually appreciate that. So I'll give you one more example. Tell me if you agree with this, Pat. You want to go out this weekend. Let's just say hypothetically. You come to each of us. I go, Pat, Vinny, you're going to come out with me, bro. We're going to go out. We're going to have the best time ever. We're going to go to 11 in Miami. We're going to have the time of our lives. You go, okay, typical Adam. You go to Tom. We're going to do something corny. We're going to play golf. We're going to do whatever. All right, cool. You're going to go with Pat, do some family time. You know what each of us stand for. So when I say, dude, Vinny, come with me. You're going to have a time of your life. We're going to go to 11. We're going to go to Live. We're going to party in Miami. Are you caught off guard? Or is that exactly what I'm known for? So it's up to you saying, I could go with Tom.
This fucking...
I could go with Adam. I could go with Pat.
Yeah, deciding to take the country to Iran, to a war of choice with Iran is basically the same as like a conversation you'd have with your wife, or, you know, if you're deciding like where you're going to go out for the weekend in Miami with your boys.
Let's go with Pat. My point is, I think Trump filtered down all this information and made the best decision possible.
Yeah, again, it's the Trump analyzes like large data sets memes. Awesome. All right. Before we head out, I'm going to be dropping donation links in Twitch chat to save Kid Not Kin's cat, who's very sick, unfortunately, and really needs medical care. And there's also going to be a fundraising stream tomorrow for Gatsby, who's severely sick. He has a short period of time to get these funds, and Kid Not Kin is a fantastic streamer, and he needs about $5,000 to $6,000 so he can stabilize his cat. To anybody who's ever had a sick pet, this is a very scary situation to be in, and yeah, I'm going to be donating. I would like everybody to pitch in what they can to help Kid Not Kin save his cat. Because it seems like a treatable thing. It's just really fucking expensive, unfortunately. So I will be dropping the link to this stream in Twitch chat as well as YouTube. It's going to be happening tomorrow afternoon, fundraising stream for it. And would really appreciate you guys showing Kid Not Kin some love and support at this time. But that is going to do it for tonight. If you're watching on Twitch, please go ahead and follow me if you haven't already. That we can only go live. Same with YouTube. Subscribe to me. You know, like the stream. Really helps. You can go check out my past VODs. Best way to support me. Donation links in my Twitch chat. YouTube description box. Streamlabs. YouTube super chats. Or gifting subs. Enemy Charlie just raided with 600 viewers, but I'm literally trying to raid into Reservoir. Guys, thank you so much. Everybody should follow Enemy Charlie. I'm sorry I meant it offline. It's okay. It's okay. We're all gonna have a great time. We're heading into Reservoir. You got a double fucking raid. Let's fucking do this, okay? But since I have you guys here, there's going to be a fundraising stream tomorrow for Kid Not Kin's cat. Just needs a couple of $1,000 and we can save Gatsby, you guys. So I really, really would appreciate if everybody would scroll up my Twitch chat and check out this stream tomorrow. That way we can help Kid Not Kin save his cat. And yeah, I really appreciate you guys. All right. Thank you so much. Sorry about this double raid, you guys. Holy shit. But I will see you guys when I see you guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
I don't think it's good that he sounds drunk all the fucking time and he just has wonky mouth and shit, but like,